and welcome to this special video. In this one video, we will cover each and everything that you need to know about PMP. This pathway combined video is actually a combination of 12 pathway series video, stakeholder, communication, team, agile, risk, quality, procurement, scope, schedule, cost, business environment, and integration. Each and every single topic that you need to know for PMP exam, we have covered in this video. Plus, after every single topic, we have solved 5 questions of PMP that can help you to understand and reinforce that particular topic. A very, very important video, and it's free for you. One more thing, at the end of these 12 video, I have added my 2 hours video of entire PMP so that you have gone through the entire topics. So let's have a revision of entire PMP in that pertinent video. And in the end, I put last day exam preparation, how you can prepare for a PMP exam last day. What are the things that you need to do to manage that time? They are very important for your PMP exam. I hope you enjoy this video. If you like it, do share it with your friends who want to do that. Do put it in the comment. What do you think about this video? And when you are solving the question or going to the topic, feel free to ask any question in the comment section. I will answer every single question of you. Now let's watch this video.
Would have been able to clear the exam if Amer Ali would have come to me. I would have not been.
I did not believe that I will be able to clear my PMP within a month.
I don't know what to say actually. Like I'm kind of like really
And I
trembling.
got my results and I was above target in all 3 categories.
Wow. Hello and welcome to this new series. I'm extremely excited for this series and I believe this is going to be a game changer for everyone's PMP exam preparation. Let me share the structure of this series, how we are going to work. We are going to have one class in 1 week in which I'm going to summarize the entire topic. First, I'm going to summarize the entire topic. Today's topic will be stakeholder, and at the end of the topic, I'm gonna solve 5 questions. I'm gonna solve 5 questions of that particular topic so that you understand the topic, and at the end of the topic, you can understand how to solve the question particular to that topic. And one more thing, I will be giving you an exercise. Every single individual who is joining this program, make sure that you connect with me and you complete that exercise. So this is a very interactive session. I am looking forward to it, that you guys can learn from it, you guys can master the PMP. So let's go towards it. And before you are joining, just put it in the comment box. What's your name? Where you from? When are you planning PMP exam? Put it in the comment box. Make this comment box more and more interactive. The more interactive this comment box is, the more interactive these sessions are going to be. And if you are watching it for first time at YouTube, do subscribe to that channel, because as you can see, my commitment to YouTube is increasing day by day. And please put that like button so that more and more people can know that session is starting. Everyone who is watching, please like this video wherever you are watching. So let's make this an interactive session. First of all, what do you think? What is stakeholder? What is stakeholder? Who is stakeholder? Put it in the chat box. Who is stakeholders? Put it in the chat box. Looking forward for your answer. Okay. Who are who is stakeholder? What is stakeholder? Where are they from? Mention that. What is stakeholder? Good to have you, Shah, Talha, Kevin, Imran. Okay. Define stakeholder for me. Anyone who project touches. Okay, Usha, that's a nice concept. What else? Who is stakeholder? Okay, I'm gonna give like 10 to 20 seconds for each question so that we can get the answer from your side, and then we can work and add on into that. Everyone who is affected by the project affect them. Okay, anyone who is concerned by the project can impact or can be impacted by the project directly or indirectly. Okay. Mm, who contribute from project or have effect on project. Okay. Okay, so from India can impact the project and perceive to be impact the project. Oh, Pankaj clear the exam. Congratulations, Pankaj. Would love to record your journey. Do connect with me. Who dictate changes to the project? Now that's another interesting point. Anyone who is dictating changes to the project is a stakeholder or influence it. Anyone who is or can influence the project. Okay, individual or group of people who works together to achieve a particular project or take action together. So all of you are right. Stakeholder is anyone who is affected by the project or whom the project can affect, and one more thing, who perceive that project can affect them. So it goes to a detail underline things to understanding who are the stakeholders. So after understanding these topics, the stakeholder topic, the KPI is you must be able to do this. This is from Pembroke 7th. uh, you must understand the stakeholder domain. It is a working relationship with stakeholder throughout the project. The purpose of this domain is to get agreement with the project objective. And who are the stakeholders? Who are project beneficiary are supportive and satisfied, while stakeholder who may oppose the object and all these things. So that is the perspective of the book 7th. So at the end of that topic, you must know what is stakeholder, who are their stakeholder, and what is their stake in the project. Being said that, how do you identify stakeholders? That comes the most important thing. The entire stakeholder topic have only 4 to 5 things, and the most important thing is to identify the stakeholder. How do you identify the stakeholder? Put it in the chat box. How do you identify the stakeholders? We have established that this is the definition of stakeholder. Stakeholder is anyone who is affected positively or negatively by the project, or who perceive that the project is affecting them. So how do you identify the stakeholder? Put it in the chat box. How do you identify the stakeholders? How stakeholders are identified? Which tools you are using? Which documents you are using? What is your perception about that? Put it in the chat box. And at the end of that, first we have the discussion of it. I'll make the summary of it and connecting the dots towards it. How do you identify stakeholders? How do you identify stakeholders? Okay, so stakeholders, I'll give you this sequence. Okay, project charter, Shivati, 100% right. So that's a good way to put it. Okay, Sharifullah. These are the stakeholders. How do you identify the stakeholder? High level stakeholders are identified in project charter. So that's a starting point. From project charter, contract documents. What else? What else can be used? Ah, Kevin, I like it. Okay, stakeholder is anyone who is affected by the project. So Kevin is saying use external environmental factors, OPS, expert judgment, brainstorming. Loved it. All these tools and technique are amazing. We use them to identify. Okay, Samriddhi saying through project charter, OPA, organizational process assets, pastel, political, environmental, social, technological, legal, all that is the right answer. Ahmad is saying project charter, and then power interest. Okay, power interest comes later, Ahmed. Right now, this is an important thing. I am walking you from step to step. How do you identify the stakeholder? How do you identify the stakeholder? Focus group can be a good way getting the data gathering techniques like information gathering, mapping the stakeholders. No, Shwati, stakeholders are not identified by stakeholder register. Lesson learned register. Okay, so here is the sequence. You are a new project manager, so the project charter is handed over to you. The first thing is that anyone listed as the key stakeholder in that project charter, anyone who is listed as the key stakeholder in that project charter is a stakeholder. As simple as it can get. Now, what will be your next step? In the project charter, there is a name of a sponsor. You go to sponsor, you ask him who are the key stakeholders, who are the most important stakeholders. Now he will give you, this technique is known as subject matter expert or asking expert judgment. You are going there, and then he can refer you, these are the stakeholders. He can refer you, as Smriti you put it there, check at the organizational chart, check at the lesson learn register. Lesson learn can be there. Yes, interview. Yes, Shruti, subject matter expert, we are interviewing them. So now let's say he mentioned 6 to 7 or 8 stakeholders. You go to those 6 to 7 or 8 stakeholder and have a discussion with them. This is called focus group. When you have 8 to 12 people and this discussion is led by a facilitator, so that discussion is basically called as focus group. So interview, subject matter expert, asking them project charter, and then you can look at OPS and organizational process assets, pastels. You can look at each and every of document to get the data to identify stakeholder. Let me put it this way: identifying more and more stakeholder is the key of PMP. If you miss any stakeholder, he can or she can damages you. But if you identify all the stakeholder, that is the key in the PMP. That is the key as a project manager. Identify all the stakeholders. Now we have identified the stakeholder. What is the next step? Where we will put those stakeholders, where we will put all those stakeholders. And guys who have just joined for now at YouTube, please like at YouTube and share it to your community so that more and more people can join this. YouTube algorithm works in this way. If you like it, it will start showing to the people having similar interest, people more interested in project management. So do like this video if you haven't liked it. Okay, so can we look at a business case? Yes, Smriti, we can. Guys, keep your questions coming. I love to have this more interactive. So keep your question coming. And even those people, because this session will be recorded on YouTube, this will be placed on YouTube. So if you have a follow-up question after the session, put it there. I will love to answer. Can we look at the business case and benefit management plan? I'll recommend. I'll recommend that you look at the business case and benefit management plan. There you can have some insight in that. So you identify the stakeholder. That is the step one. How we have discussed that. How did you identify the stakeholder? Now next step is to put the stakeholder in a document known as the stakeholder register. Yes, Ahmed Bilal. Stakeholder register. Now, stakeholder register can be detailed, it can be formal, informal, it can be anything in the project. It can have name, description, power, position, what they are doing, where they are working, each and everything related to that can be there. So let me show you example of two of the stakeholder register. And guys, this is your assignment. Wherever you are connected with me, or here is my email address, let me put it there, email address and number. I need you to make a stakeholder register with at least 10 stakeholders and share it to me. This is your assignment. Guys, do put it in the comment box for other what is the assignment as I am sharing the screen. So this is your okay. So looking at the, so this is the stakeholder register. This is a classical stakeholder register having name of a person, position, what is their position in the organization, what is their role, contact information, and a very important thing, guys, a very important thing, What is their requirement? What do they require from the project? What do they require from the project? What are their expectations? Then we will add their influence, their how did we classify them. But for now, the first step one would be in the stakeholder classifications. In identification, put their name, their position, their role, and the contact information. These four things will be there. Then you go back, look at their requirement, expectations, and multiple other things that we can look for the stakeholders. I hope this stakeholder register is clear to you. So this can be another template that can be used. You can use this template or this one. What is the name of stakeholder, department, title, role on the project, influences, expectations, low, high. This is another template just to give you an example. Whichever template you want to use, you can take a screenshot of, and whatever the template else you can want to work, you can work with that particular template. I have no specification of that this specific template need to be used. You can use any single template that you want. So name, title, role, power, interest, requirement. Now, interestingly, PMI says that the stakeholder cycle work in this way. You identify them, the next step is you understand them. What does understanding mean? What are their requirement? Why even they are in your project? What do they require from you? What are they expecting from the project? How the expectations can be met? So that is basically understanding your stakeholder. Understanding your stakeholder is very important. But in my opinion, which I strongly suggest, before even understanding the stakeholder, I would go to analyze the stakeholder. How do we analyze the stakeholders? There are three tools we use to analyze the stakeholder. I'll come to that. But before even going to that, we classify the stakeholder as upward stakeholder, who are the stakeholder that are reporting uh, to me. Sorry, upward stakeholders, who are the stakeholder I am reporting to them. Who's your boss? Who's your client? He's your upward stakeholder. Upward stakeholder. Then who are the stakeholder? Downward. Downward does not mean you are degrading someone. No, no, no. Downward just means they are reporting to you. Your vendor, your seller is your downward stakeholder. It's an interesting point of view. Your seller, he is considered as downward stakeholder. Why? Your seller is reporting to you. You are not reporting to your seller. You are paying to the seller, and as a result of that, the seller is paying, the seller is working for you. He is giving his reports, he is giving his intakes, he is sharing his information. So seller is under you, seller is giving information to you, so he is a downward stakeholder. Then who are sideward? People at the same level. Who are those people? And then one further level we use to classify, are these stakeholders internal stakeholders or external stakeholder, within the organization, outside the organization, within the project, outside the project. That's a different concept that I never shared. Within the project, outside the project. That can be another way we can put it, to prioritize the stakeholder, to work with them, to classify them. Now you can add a column in your stakeholder register. We will be working stakeholder register for a long time now. So you are working with the stakeholders, you have put it that okay, these are my, you can put it this name, role, description, and then is he upward, downward, sideward, inwards. You can put it there. Once that is done, then the next thing is to classify them. Next thing is to prioritize them. This is the most important thing, and the most important tool that we use is power interest grid. It can be power interest, or it can also be called as power influence. Both have same meaning, same name. Power interest grid or power influence grid. So we use power interest or power influence grid. Let me show you how we do, and I'll be sharing the examples with you. Uh, and why don't you give me some examples of power interest grid? Boy? Okay, so I guess pen is selected. So there is no foot. Maybe I just downloaded this tool. Okay, good. So we make a power interest 2 by 2 graph. Okay, so further I put it in into 2, making it more easy. So let's say I put power here in this domain, and interest in this domain. These are the people having high power, high interest. The most important quadrant, the first quadrant, most important. These are the people having low power, but they do have high interest. These are the people having high power, but they are not interested in the your project. So these are the people having low power, low interest. So what do you think? Who are the people who have high power, high interest in your project? Who are those people that high power that has high power and high interest in your project? Who can be they? High power, high interest. Put the name there. Stakeholders having high power and high interest in your project. So let that name coming. So it varies from project to project, but it can be sponsor. It should be sponsor. Key stakeholders, yes, Shivati, you're 100% right. Key stakeholders can be there. Team members, team members can be the sponsor. Team members can be there. Anyone who has the power to take the decision, and anyone who has an interest in the project come there. Yes, Kalim, that's a very beautiful way to all the upward stakeholder have high power, they can come there. But Kalim, interestingly, uh, your seller, the downward stakeholders can also come there because they are working for you and they may be producing some interesting output, so they can be there. Okay, interest and power there. Kevin, competitor, I wouldn't put it in the high power, high interest. Competitor does not have a power to influence you. It does not have a power to make that can give you which decision to take, which decision not to take. I will put competitor more here, having low power but high interest. So competitor is a good example of less power but very much interested. Low power, high interest. So competitor can be put it into this way. Now, who are the people having high power but they are not very much interested? Fahad, you put CEO. CEO mostly come here. Unless your project is critically important, they don't need daily information. But for sure, the government agencies, the government comes under high power, low interest. They do have power, but they are not interested in your work as per se. Then we have power, less power and less interest. They are not interested, they don't have power. I call them as a kitchen staff. They are worried more about what they are doing, how things are working for them. They are not worried about how the project is going. Low power, I can call it kitchen staff, security guards, people like that. What do you think? Who can come? Give me example, guys, one or two. Who can come here in low power, low interest? Who can be there? People having low power and low interest in the project. Okay, what is the difference between requirement and expectation? Now, normally requirement is related to the project. Expectations can be that I am expecting it. It may or may not be done at the end of the day. It may or may not be done. Requirements, if they're legal, it has to be done. People can have thousands of expectations, and not every expectations can put there. Security staff, janitor, um, uh, well done. Yes, help desk. Shivati, do you think help desk? I think help desk do have an interest how the projects are working. But okay, so guys, now the power interest graph is made. The power interest graph is there. Now the next thing would be how do you manage them? You have analyzed them. How you are gonna manage them? What is your strategy to work with them? You manage them closely. These are the most important people. The, the project basically made or break because of them. Project is made or break because of the high power high interest people. So you manage them very very closely. You make sure all their requirements are done properly, so you manage them closely, very closely. They are the most important people. Then these people come, the first quadrant, then the second quadrant. You keep them satisfied. Now how you satisfy them, what are your strategy, that's on you. That's your thing. You understand how you are gonna do. But whatever you are going to do, you need to make them happy. These are the people, they don't have interest in your project as per se, but if they get interested and they become negative, they can destroy your project. So it's an important thing to understand them, how they are working, and how we can basically control them, manage them. What are the ways we can ensure with them, keep satisfied. Now these people, these are interesting people. They don't have any kind of power or you, no legal power on you, but they are interested in you. They are interested in the project outcomes. I would even put that like give them information, keep them informed. Okay, keep them keep them informed, but maybe give them a second hand information. If it's a media, media is a classical example of this. Media is a classical example of this one. So keep them informed, maybe second hand information depending upon the strategy of your project. Then last power, no power no interest, put them on a watch list. Now guys, answer me this question: why do we have to put them into the watch list? Why do we have to put them into the watch list? What is the purpose of putting these people into the watch list? What is the benefit or the purpose of putting these people in watch list? Uh, what difference between requirement expectation? I did answer you. I did answer difference between requirement expectation. So put it the answer there. What is the purpose? Their position. Yes, if we, their position may change with the project. So this is very important. We put them, we review them after a time, because their interest can change, their power can become, they can become interested, they can become problematically later on the project. The effort can be changed. That's an interesting thing, and to put that this becomes a very interesting thing when the project is working. Now let's look at an other tools. Normally the other tools are not very much familiar in the exam point of view, but you must know them. The next one is stakeholder cube. Okay, so stakeholder cube is basically a matrix of power interest. It's just an extension, and anything else can be x, any other parameter you use. It's a 3D matrix, it's a 3D one. Any of those things that can be put in there. The third one, it can be geography. We are measuring people by power, interest, and their geography, or power, interest, and attitude, or we can measure power, interest, and the funding they are giving to the project. Whatever the parameter is, what else parameter guys you think can be there? Power, interest, attitude, power, interest, geography, power, interest, language, power and interest, gender, multiple things we can put it. We can also put it this power, interest, and upward downward classification that can be put into that. What you think, what else can be added into this? This is called stakeholder cube. Stakeholder cube. Okay, now let's come to the next one and the last one. Now the last one is particularly interesting. So it is basically three Venn diagram, and it is known as salience model. Salience model, it's a model of power, urgency, and legitimacy. From the PMP perspective, you only need to know this. It's a 3D, just like stakeholder cube. It measures the stakeholders on power, urgency, legitimacy. Power, urgency, legitimacy. And the people who comes under the combination of all these three, they are called as the real stakeholders. They are called as the real stakeholder. power, urgency, and legitimacy. So that's an interesting point of view to understand how this can work into it. Okay. So now we have identified the stakeholders. We have put the stakeholder into power, urgency, and legitimacy. Now our stakeholder matrix, or what to say, or stakeholder register. Where was my stakeholder? Legitimacy covers. Legitimacy can be a legal right. What are the legal right of the stakeholders that can come under legitimacy? So these things are basically in the legitimacy. This we cover in the legitimacy. Guys, I just removed my picture from the screen to give to the entire screen. Was before with my picture was good, or without my picture it is more interactive? Do put it that in chat box. Your comments are the most important thing. They can be legitimacy, legal right can be there something. Okay, so now we are filled with our name, position, role, contact information, requirement, expectation. What do they need? What are the requirement according to the project? What project can build? Expectation, what they are expecting, how this project will be done. This requirement can be of project type, when project is building, when we are working with the project. Expectation is what, how the project will work in the futures. Thank you, Aram. Thank you very much. What other people are thinking, do put in that. The pick is interactive, or this one thing is more interactive. Okay, let's check body language is helpful. Okay. Okay, so now we have a stakeholder register at our hand. Guys, this is a very interesting concept. Now your stakeholder register is ready for you. But now comes the most important thing, how you are gonna engage your stakeholder, how you are gonna manage your stakeholder. For that, we make stakeholder engagement metrics. Stakeholder engagement metrics. Let me put it this: there are stakeholder engagement metrics and stakeholder engagement plan. Let me put it this: there is only one purpose of a stakeholder engagement plan, is to manage the expectations of the stakeholder and manage the expectations or requirement of the stakeholder. And secondly, stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but the strategies. Keyword is strategies required to engage stakeholders. Strategies required to engage stakeholders. Someone can put it in the chat box what I just said. What is the purpose of stakeholder engagement plan? Put it in the chat box. The purpose of the stakeholder engagement plan is to put the strategies required to engage the stakeholder. That's it. No other purpose. Now, how do you engage the stakeholder? When we were discussing about, thank you, Shivate. Okay, so when we were discussing stakeholders, we understand their requirement, their expectation. We also understand uh, which type of, okay, Hussein, sure, I'll speak a little bit more loud. Okay, so we were understanding what are the expectations that the stakeholder may have from this particular project. We try to understand what is the language required by the stakeholder, what is the best way to effectively engage with the stakeholder in a more positive and more refined way. So everything comes under stakeholder engagement plan. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to know what kind of language they need, format they need. That is covered by communication plan. But before that, we make stakeholder engagement matrix, one of the most powerful tool that is for the project manager. Now, please understand this thing. We don't share stakeholder engagement plan, particularly first stakeholder register and then stakeholder engagement plan with anyone. This is a key for the project manager, because there can be some information that other stakeholders can take it negatively. So we don't share stakeholder engagement plan with anyone. Okay, so Let me make stakeholder engagement matrix for you. Okay. Sorry guys, this is the new whiteboard I'm using. Okay, so stakeholder engagement matrix basically have name of the people, then their engagement level. What is their engagement level? Okay, so we put the engagement level of all the stakeholders there. So let's say, let me put the name of the people who I can see. Faryal I can see, uh, Kaleem I can see, the last people to answer. Kevin I can see, okay, then Hussein I can see, Shavati, Datta, okay. So these are my stakeholders. This is their name. Now I want to see where is their engagement level. What is their current engagement level? Are they unaware of my project? Unaware of my project? Okay, you. Or are they resistant against my project? Or are they neutral of my project? Are they supporting the project or are they leading the project? Where do they stand? Unaware, resistant, neutral, sportive, leading. So let me put it this way. Let's say Faryal. Faryal is currently, her current engagement level is she's a PMP student. So that makes her my, I'm a PMP trainer, my stakeholder. I need her for my training programs, for live session, whatever. Okay, but you guys fuel me, so I need you. So that's an important thing. So her current engagement level is she does not know about me. She has no idea I exist in this world. That is her current engagement level. And I desired that she becomes supportive of me, whatever is the requirement according to your current strategy. But I want her to become sportive or leading, that she not only watch my video, join my program, she also communicate the same to her colleagues, so that they can join my program. They can, I'm a PMP trainer, they can join my program. So this, I need to have strategies to engage the stakeholders. I need to make the strategies how I can engage them, how I can get the information out them. So if Faryal is a PMP student, I need to make strategies how I can change her current engagement level into my desired engagement level. So your desired engagement level can be neutral. Okay, she does not become sportive of me, but at least she knows me. If you know me, at least you know me. If you don't know me, you are not in the session. You have no idea about that. Na? So I want her to be neutral, at least neutral of about myself. So that can be my strategy. Let's say I put Cameron, or he or she is resistant against me. Now I need current strategies. See, they are currently resistant against me. So first I need to do something. If a stakeholder is against you, make a strategy to make them at least at least neutral about you. So this stakeholder engagement matrix is the key to PMP. All the time you are doing work, you are doing engagement, you are doing communication as a strategy to engage the stakeholders, so that their current engagement level becomes your desired engagement level. Let's say someone is currently my sportive and I want them to be remain as my sportive, then I need to do things that you remain my sportive. For example, if you watch my YouTube videos and I provide a content that can helpful, you are my sportive. I need to continuously provide the videos with a sequence, with a plan, so that you can join, you can learn, you can understand every single thing that I have to give you. So that is stakeholder engagement matrix. What is the current engagement level of a stakeholder? What is your desired engagement level? And guys, stakeholder engagement plan, stakeholder engagement plan, stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but it is the list, it lists down all the strategy. Stakeholder, it lists down all the strategies how we are gonna change the current engagement level to the desired engagement level. Is this clear? Please put it in the comment box, yes or no. Is this clear? How we are going to change the current engagement level of the stakeholder to our desired engagement level? If this is not clear, please put it in the chat box, whatever the question you have. How we are going to change the current engagement level of stakeholder into our desired engagement level. This is very important that we need to understand, we need to work, we need to master this thing. How we can change their current engagement level into desire. That's all about the stakeholder engagement matrix or engagement plan. So now once you have made the stakeholder engagement plan, you give it to the sponsor or the change control board to approve it. You give it to the sponsor or the change control board to approve it. Once they have approved their stakeholder engagement plan, now that remain constant throughout the project. Now that, like, you need to implement that plan, whatever is the plan in the next phase, you need to implement the plan, how you are going to engage the stakeholders. And finally, you need to continuously look at your stakeholder engagement plan and see the strategies are effective or not, whether the strategies are still effective or not, or you need to update the strategy, right? Or you need to update those strategy. Now, how do you update a strategy? Put it in the chat box. If your stakeholder engagement plan is approved and now you want to update the strategy, how you are gonna update that strategy? Put it in the chat box. Okay. How do you decide sportive resistance stakeholder is risk? Now that's a beautiful question, Kaleem. Uh, if you basically engage with them, you communicate them, you use interview, you use surveys to get that data. Are they interacting with you or not? Are they discussing those things that are required or not? You collect the data about them. So thank you for asking the question, guys. Keep your question coming. I love them. Through change request, yes, if we, yes, we need a change request. Now this is an important thing. Once stakeholder engagement plan is done, you want to update, you need to raise a change request. You need to raise a change request. If the change request is approved, then you update it. Now my question to you is that, do you need a change request to update stakeholder register? Do you need a change request to update the stakeholder register? It's an important understanding to have. From start to end, to identify stakeholder and to update stakeholder register. Do you need a change request to update the stakeholder register? Okay, stakeholder engagement plan or management plan is approved by sponsor and change control board. Sponsor, change control. Now that's a very thin line question that I ask you, and most of the time student gets it wrong. You don't need a change request to update stakeholder register. You don't need that. But if, as a result of updating the stakeholder register, you have to update, if as a result of updating the stakeholder register, you have to update stakeholder engagement plan or stakeholder engagement matrix, which is the basically part of that, then you need the change request. That's a very interesting uh, thing to master. If you need to update the stakeholder engagement matrix or stakeholder engagement plan, then you need a change request. Otherwise, you don't need a change request into that. So I hope this makes sense to you. When to need a, when do we have a change request? When do we don't have a change request? So that's stakeholder as a summary for you. So let me put it one more time as a summary of it. Okay. So you, according to PMBOK, you identify the stakeholders. Step number one would be to identifying the stakeholder. Okay, you identify the stakeholder, you understand what are their requirement, why we need that, then you analyze the stakeholders, you prioritize them, you engage them, and you monitor them. So circle of this is the entire circle of how you manage the stakeholders. Okay, guys, keep your question coming. If you have any question, you can ask me. And one more thing, now we are gonna solve 5 questions. I'm gonna solve 5 questions with your feedback. So if you want to solve question with me, here is the link. You can jump on the link and I can solve it. Keep your answers and questions coming. Okay, stakeholder engagement plan not to be shared. No, we don't share stakeholder engagement plan. One more thing I want to add here. Interesting question. At what time the stakeholders have more influence? At what time stakeholders have more influence? Stakeholders, okay, you answer. At what time stakeholders have more influence? Put it in the chat box. At what time stakeholder at the start of the project? Well done, Kevin. Well done. Uh, well done. At the start of the project. If you make a graph of it, this graph becomes something like this. Okay. If we make a graph of it, influence of a stakeholder, and as the project progress, their graph goes down, 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 down. Because at the start of the project, since the project is starting, they can cancel the project. So that's why they have the highest influence at the start of the project. So okay, let's solve the question now. I hope you have every doubt that you have, it is clear. So now let's solve the question. Okay, stakeholder engagement plan not to be spare. No, basically, Kalim, we are not sharing it with every stakeholders. With all the stakeholders, there are thousands of stakeholders. With the change control board, we can share. And most importantly, more important than the stakeholder engagement plan is stakeholder register. That we don't share stakeholder register with anyone. Okay. Does the stakeholder engagement plan stay with PM and internal team? Yeah, we only the normally stakeholder and plan stays with the team and the project manager. We don't need to share it with anyone else. But if sponsor required, we can share that. But stakeholder register is even more important document than the stakeholder engagement plan when it comes about the sharing, like how we have classified them. Okay, what if the power or influence of a stakeholder changes? So let the question come, so I'll answer the question later. So what if the power or influence of a stakeholder changes? If the power of influence of a stakeholder changes, we need to update the stakeholder register. And once we have updated the stakeholder register, as a result of that, if we need to update the stakeholder engagement plan, we need to raise the change request. Okay, so I guess no other question. Let's solve the question. Okay, so guys, this is a question. I made all the question today. So now, when you are solving the question, if the question is more than 3 liner, read the last line first, then read the question and then solve it. If it is 3 liner, then you can solve the question easily. But elimination techniques still we need to follow. We need to work with that. Okay, so you are near the closing of the project. We are near the closing of the project when sponsor emailed you that a new key stakeholder, important stakeholder, has been has entered the organization, and he will be reviewing the success of the project. What would you do first? The question clearly asks, what would you do first? That is an important thing to master. What you do first. So whenever a new stakeholder is identified, always the first thing is we go and we update the stakeholder register. We don't even look at other things. We don't look at communication plan, not stakeholder plan, not the issue log. We go, We update the stakeholder register. Once stakeholder register is updated, then we update stakeholder engagement plan. And third thing would be to update communication plan. So this is the thing, and issue log is just a distraction. So by elimination technique, the answer directly goes to the stakeholder register. I can see most of the people have a right answer. Okay, let's go to the next question. Now this is an interesting question. Okay, within which engagement strategy within which engagement strategy. Now the question is asking for the engagement strategy. We know that in engagement strategy we have unaware, resistant, neutral, sportive, and leading, and we have current engagement level and desired. Should you advise your team to classify this stakeholder? How you are going to classify them? You are a project manager leading your team through a process of evaluating and classifying the current engagement level of each stakeholder. You have identified a stakeholder, okay, and who is aware of the project. He is aware. So unaware get eliminated. Where is unaware? Unaware, but is unsportive. He is unsportive, so neutral get eliminated, sportive get eliminated out of the work. So easy peasy resistant. So what is the way? Use Try to identify the elimination, try to identify the keywords in the questions. What are the keywords in the question? And then use elimination technique. This formula is a formula of success. And slow down to understand the context of the question, what the question is actually saying, what are the things in your question that you need to understand. See, okay, so everyone is saying see. I can actually see that. Okay, so let's go to the oh, why the question numbers are okay. Which of the following document serves as the primary starting point for the development of communication requirement? Now this is an interesting question that is not asking you about stakeholders, it is asking about the communication requirement. So you put the answer, I'll answer it later. You put the answer, what do you think is the right answer? Okay, so b b sorry, I would say C, B. Okay, so the starting point would be stakeholder register. Why? Understand this thing: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. In initiation, there are only two documents: project charter and stakeholder register. And all the stakeholders that comes, the first step is they come in the stakeholder register. So of course we are getting the requirement. This cannot be project team assignment, has nothing to do with resource management plan, comes very later. So stakeholder register is the right answer. Stakeholder register is the right answer. So it was an interesting question. Okay, you want to analyze stakeholder by geography. Which tool can be useful? We just discussed this thing, that which tool can be useful. So put it in the chat box. What do you think? Which tool can be useful for you? Okay, put in the. It's a simple question if you understand the tools. Guys, if you haven't liked the video so far, whoever is joining later, please do that so that the video can start coming into the algorithm of Facebook and we can start working with this thing. Okay. Okay. If you haven't liked, do like it. Okay. So the simple answer toward this question is basically power, influence, power, and trust is this. Power and trust, we want to identify geography. We have an extension of power and trust. where we use X. X can be geography, attitude, so power and trust. No, salience is basically this one, so that is not. Mind map is not, so stakeholder queue. Last question for today. So, okay. Now, what you would do? You are working in Tesla battery division, and an important stakeholder has requested that he does not need a report for the project and as he is moving to the other part of the organization. You have updated the stakeholder register. Now, what would you do? Put the answer in the chat box. You have updated the stakeholder register. Now, he says that I don't want to receive the information. What is the next thing that you would do? Guys, important stakeholder has left. Now stakeholder register is updated. Now you are gonna change his current engagement level. Now he is more of a neutral. He's not sportive. Your strategy is changing. Okay. But in order to change the strategy, you need to raise a change request now. The first thing you need to do is now you need to raise a change request. How can you update directly this thing? If the change request was not in the option, then you may discuss, okay, it will be communication plan or stakeholder. Since it is in that discussion, so we need to raise the change request. The right answer is to raise a change request for that. Okay, sorry, Mr. Datta, I did not see you here for joining the question answer. So that was it for today. I hope you have learned this thing. Yes, if I saw that my photo was there. So I hope you have learned this thing and you have enjoyed today's uh, this session. If you have any question regarding to stakeholder topic, you can ask me. And remember your assignment. Your assignment is make a stakeholder register and submit it to me. And the next session will be on Saturday. Next Saturday, same time. And what do you think? Should I ask you to submit it to me, or should we make a Facebook group or LinkedIn group where you can put it there? Do message me your opinion on this number and email. Okay, guys. And if you have any question, always ask me. I'm always available for any kind of question. Change request. Okay, very informative. Thank you very much, Kevin. And guys, if you haven't taken the training, any of you, my next batch is starting on 13th of May. You can join that, and at any uh, time you can basically come together and uh, join one-to-one program. Okay, WhatsApp group will be better, Mr. Datta. Do put it in the chat box. We will see. And the people who watch it later, do put in the comment. Would love to know what is your path pathway of PMP. I'm still getting to the name of that. If you have better idea about the name of the series, I'm open to that. The purpose of this series is to give you an idea of entire topic in as minimum as possible time to get to share the knowledge with you guys whatever I know about that particular topic, and at the end of that topic to solve five hard questions of that particular topic. Last time we did stakeholder and we did solve the questions related to the stakeholder topic. Today we are gonna solve communication, and once the communication topic is done, you don't have any question regarding that topic, we are going to solve five questions of that particular topic. The purpose of solving questions after the topic is to just reinforce the information that we have learned. So just put it in a chat box where you are from, when are you planning to give the exam, and most importantly, last time I gave an assignment to all of you. So everyone who joined, has to be an interactive session if you want to learn. I gave an assignment and only two people submitted that assignment. That assignment was to make stakeholder register. So I guess Kevin submitted that assignment and one more student. So guys, if you want to immerse in this program, you need to basically go through every single thing, the assignment that I have given to you, to understand it in a better way. So that is very important, that you do your assignment properly. And if you are new to this YouTube channel, please like this video. And if you haven't liked this video so far, please like this video, so that once you like the video start coming to the algorithm of the YouTube. So every single person who hasn't liked this video, please do like it. Okay. So we have Ravindra. I guess Ravindra, you are from India. Hello Amer, good to have you. Hello Rajiv from Ireland, good to have you. Okay, you are from Pakistan. Kevin completed his assignment. Good to have you. From Ghana, we have Yo, Dipnesh from India, Razi from Bangladesh, Ahmed, Pakistan. Okay, Isra. Okay, Isra, you missed didn't attend the first class. I'll share that and then please make that assignment. Canada, Pakistan, Nigeria, India. So guys, blessed to have audience from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, Mauritius, Ireland, USA, Canada, and everywhere else from the world. So the purpose of this class is that you understand communication. So before moving forward, what do you think communication is? As I said, the session has to be very interactive, and it will only become interactive when you put your comment in the chat box. What is communication for you? I'm not talking about from PMP perspective. As a general perspective, what is communication? Social Usha from USA, Social from USA, Nigeria. Okay, Chinjan, good to have you. So, what is communication for you? Put it in the chat box. What do you think communication is? So, I'll give my perspective as you guys are putting your perspective there. Communication, in my point of view, is something. It's okay to attend session without the. Yes, it's okay to attend the session. So there is no issue to that. I'll share the previous session with you, so there is no worry about that. Communication, in my point of view, is the sole purpose that make us alive. So I really like that what Amer put it here. A flow of information to the people, sent in a language understandable to sender, and acknowledge according to complete the flow of communication. I really like what Amer is saying. The information that is shared from one person to another person, so that they can understand each other. Good. Okay. Communication is useful interaction method. What else method you have, Ravindra? If communication is a useful interaction method, I don't. Do you think any other interaction method apart from communication? Okay. Sharing of information without any noise, so that the message is delivered clearly. That's another good point, that you share the information to other person without any kind of noise, and the person can understand the information properly. That's a good way to put it. I really like this. Okay. Kishore is saying it is setting the right expectations. Okay, that's another important thing, to set the right expectations from other people, to understand what they are trying to say. Information from source to delivered, the source to destination, using medium, action, anything. Don't understand is noise. Yes, that is another way to put it, and your way is 100% right. Passing on information in understandable format. Every single person is a communication is the flow of ideas, information from one person to another person, in order to make sure that the ideas are effective, we need to become a better communicator. We need to become an effective communicator. For example, I'm using Mac Pro. It has its own mic, but I'm using this podcast mic so that my voice can go better and I can have effective communication. If we were in a podcast, I would be using this headphone just to listen you so that the noise does not disrupt. All of these are mediums, tools, but the crust of the communication remains same. So if I put it in my definition, what communication is, and guys, we don't have to be literal about the definitions. The purpose is to understand in a better way, in a positive way. So communication, in order for the communication to occur, there has to be a sender, the person who is sending the information, and the person who is receiving the information. The one person who is sending the information is putting the information in a particular language, and I can say that language, it can be picture, it can be words, anything can be there. I will call all those things as language. PMI says that we encode the message. Encoding means just to putting in a specific format. You can call it a language. Then, through the use of medium, through the use of medium, medium can be anything. If you are sitting together, then air is the medium. If you are talking on phone, then that satellite is the medium, phone is the medium. If we are talking on Zoom, Zoom is the medium. Now we are talking on YouTube, YouTube is the medium. Medium can be anything. So from the medium, it goes to receiver, whoever is the receiver. So in this case, I'm a sender. I'm trying to convey a message to you. So you are a receiver. You try to understand that message. You try to understand that message. And PMI called it as you try to decode, try to go into the bottom of the information, what is being said, what is not being said. And there are so many things that plays here. We use active listening by putting 100% focus on the information, how the information is coming, from where the information is coming, what is the reason, gesture, postures, how to use the body language, everything they decode. We are getting the information, my mind is getting the information. We decode the information. This is the half part of the communication. Did you understand what I just said? If yes, please put it in the chat box. If you understand what I'm saying, please put it in the chat box that you understood what I just said. Yes. Now what you guys are doing? You put yes, you just gave me the feedback. That is the second part of the communication. Communication without feedback is incomplete. Both parties has to share that the information has been received, the information has been understood. So once both parties do that, then the communication model is completed, then the communication is clear. Now I received two messages here. Isra said that your voice is not clear, there is some kind of noise. Now, guys, other people, my voice is clear to you or not? If my voice is not clear to everyone, then the noise is from my side. If my voice is not only clear to one person, then the problem is with their side. So noise is there. Where is the noise? So guys, clear to us, clear to us, clear to us. So noise can be anywhere. Okay, guys, this is an interesting thing to understand. Noise can be anywhere. Noise is not the loudness. Noise is not the loudness. Noise is uh, not your podcast, mic. No. So, noise is anything that is disrupting. Maybe the information that is coming is causing the issue. Whatever the information is there, whatever the sound is there, is basically causing them. Okay, so that is our purpose to understand first. This is important to know what communication is. If you understand communication, most of the things in the communication topic just get clear. There is no other thing that get confused you. Okay, so I just changed my mic because two people put little sound. I just changed my mic to reduce the noise. Okay, to reduce the noise I just changed my mic. So let's see how the noise is now. Is now noise more clear or not? So there are so many ways you can reduce the noise. Okay, it's better. Yeah, Sheikh, you are 100% right. My headset mic was actually connected when I tried to show you perfect now. Okay, but although whatever. So now we had an actual example of noise. A sender has an information, a receiver has an information, and anything that disrupt in between is no a sort of a distraction. Azim, you put it in a beautiful way. Anything that disrupt in between is a sort of basically disturbing that thing. So we had noise, we cleared it. Sender, receiver, and noise is there. Now let's see what type of communication are there. We call them as a communication method. There are three main ways how human communicate. One is push communication. We are just pushing the information. We're just pushing the information. We don't care about other party. There is no feedback, or even there is a feedback. uh, that feedback is not important to the party. So can you give me example of push communication? What are the type of push communication where we are just pushing the communication? What are the type of push communication, guys? Interestingly, email, Usha, is 100% telemarketing. Email, uh, text, to some extent text can be a form of that. So it's interesting, sending email, text, everything, uh, like they are form of a push communication. Telemarketing also, everyone is familiar with email, so nobody likes the email. Now interestingly, Kalim, YouTube is interesting. You just put YouTube. YouTube can be push communication, pull communication, and interactive. These are the three type of communication. For example, right now YouTube is, which type of communication we are having right now? We are on YouTube and LinkedIn and Facebook. So which type of communication are we having now? Is it push, pull, or interactive? I would love to know right now which type of communication. Yes, yes, Azim, yes, Rizvi, yes, Usha, Datta, Sushil. We are having interactive communication. Whenever two parties are talking, that communication become interactive communication. The feedback has to be there. Feedback is the key, and the live feedback. Okay. So yes, Khalid, I love the Chimsi, I love the way how you put it there. That you put it there that both communication are being used. I'm trying to get a pull communication as well as like trying to get the information from you and interactive. I love way Chimsi, how you think. This is just an interesting way to put it. So we have interactive communication. Now, pull communication. Pull communication is always when we basically uh, go somewhere and get the information. Let's say right now we are having interactive communication. Once the session is over, anybody want to watch this session, they will come, they will go to YouTube, type my name or go to my YouTube channel and watch that session. So that becomes pull communication. You have to put a effort when you do a pull communication. This is very important and a very distinguished factor between push and pull communication. Most of the time people get confused in between these two. Yes, journey videos. People go and watch the journey videos. A very great series, I would say. It has made many people certified PMP. So push, pull, interactive communication. Three types of communication. Guys, is this clear? If yes, we can move forward. We have 8 to 10 topics to discuss, and I want to have interactive as well as pull communication throughout the process so that we can grasp this information during the entire time. If you have any question, please feel free to put the question. The purpose is to have as interactive as possible session. And if you haven't liked this video, and I see some people haven't liked, please do like this video so that the video can start coming into the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so now the next thing is coming to the project thing. We discussed what is communication. We discussed three different type of communication. Now comes the most important thing. Communication push anything received without control. Yes, Kalim pushes anything that is received without control. For example, nowadays when you any publicity marketing people send emails to you, like for example, I have signed up in last 10 to 15 years. I don't know how many website. So onto my uh, email, whenever I go, there are 10 to 20 places I need to unsubscribe, and that is a basically push communication I did not ask for. So that becomes a problem. Okay, so now comes the project management. Guys, communication is the job of the project manager. Communication is the job of the project manager. According to Andy Crow is the author of one of the most respected book in the PMI world. According to him, 90% of the job of the project manager is communication. And in my own experience as a project management consultant, dealing with, in the organizations, it goes up to 98, 99% of that. And currently, project managers, sometimes known as Scrum Masters in multiple IT organization, they don't have to basically know how to operate different softwares. No, no, no. Their job is not to manage the schedule as per se, calculate every single thing. Their job is to understand and work into different area and communicate in a different environment. So communication plays a critical role in that, and 95% job becomes important. Now we communicate with two distinct resources, two distinguished parties, I would say. Actually it's one, but we classify at two. One is stakeholder and the second is team. As for to make this more simplified, I will also call it team as stakeholder, but PMI put team as a different party as stakeholder, but I'll put them the same way. Okay, when audience is large, it's bad. Uh, Pull is better. As in, when audience is large, we need to use multiple push, pull, interactive, different form of combination of communication. Not one cannot. Hello from Ghana. Good to have you, KFC from Ghana. Okay, so as I was saying, so we need to understand those stakeholder we discussed. Stakeholder is any person who has an influence in the project, who think the project is important. We identify the stakeholder, we put the stakeholder into the stakeholder register, we rank them, prioritize them. Who are the upward stakeholder, we report to them. Who are the downward stakeholder, they are reporting to us. Who are at our level, sideward stakeholder, inward stakeholders, outward stakeholders. So once you have classified and prioritized the stakeholder through power and trust, and through these classification, the next thing is to understand the stakeholders. What are the requirement of those stakeholders? What do they need? What are the expectations of this stakeholder? Now when you are planning for their communication requirement, what are the communication requirement? And when we talk about the communication requirement, it is very important to know which stakeholder want formal communication, which stakeholders want informal communication. It's not compulsory that every single stakeholder will like formal communication. Some stakeholders, especially now the new generation born after 1995, they are coming, they prefer informal communication. So you need to identify, do they need formal communication or informal communication? Do they need written, verbal, they're also known as oral, video, message, what type of communication they need? Okay, and in that they need formal, informal. Another important point I would like to put it here: email. Email is informal communication. Still, Still, even to this day, email is considered as an informal communication. It is not considered as a formal communication. Although most of us use email as formal communication, but from PMI perspective or PMP exam perspective, email is an informal communication. That's an important key to your PMP exam. Being said that, once we have classified which stakeholder need which type of information, we need to understand their diversity and understanding the culture. They are two important things. What I just said, what are the two important communication need, communication understanding need? Diversity and geography and culture. These are two three important, but diversity and culture, they are most important thing. Can anyone put in the chat box what is diversity and what is culture? Put in the chat box, and how, if you can put it, how they can help. I love to Denti. Okay, Twitter, LinkedIn. Now this is Twitter, LinkedIn. If let's say your company has a Twitter account, and Apple or Amazon is sharing some information, so on the Twitter, on the behalf of the company, it can become a formal communication. I'm coming to the communication management plan in a while. Your communication management plan will define what is formal, what is informal. So tell me about the culture and diversity. What is culture and diversity? Guys, put it in the chat box. What do you think about the culture and diversity? And how would you explain that? Culture and diversity, two of the most important thing when you are trying to understand the communication requirement of the people, communication requirement of the people. Diversity is dealing with people from various countries, and culture is the norms that one should be dealing when communicating. It is beautifully put. Diversity can also be from the, it can be in the form of a religion. Diversity can be in the form of a gender, ethnicity, and many multiple things. Culture is what one group believe and behave. Diversity is gender difference. It can be a religion also. That means that it can be religion also related to have people with different experience. Diversity, different social. Okay, so diversity, understanding that requirement of diversity and the culture is very important for the project manager. Next thing comes as tool that you need. Which tool will be used for communication? Here I am using a StreamYard as the tool to communicate. Which tool we are going to use? There are various factors when you are trying to understand which tool you are going to be using. One of those factor is urgency. Okay, I'm still getting some diversity. Guys, do tell me which type of tool when to use while I uh, go into depth of diversity with the comment here. Diversity is different countries, religion, countries. Well done, Sman. Culture is the way of the life diversity people wear. Wow, Chimsy. Very well put. Culture is generally tradition. People believed in a certain area or region. That is also. Kishore from LinkedIn. Diversity is the irrespective of gender. Geo color is acceptance. Yes, yes. Culture is taking in positive way and handle perspective. Very well done. So next, as we were discussing which type of tools we are going to use, how much urgency is there? Urgency is a very important factor. For example, if uh, if we can, if some information is urgent, we don't email them people, we go and try to have a face-to-face discussion. We don't uh, message them. We go and call them, things like that. Then the security of the information, how secure the information is, how secure the information is. For example, as an authorized trainer, ATP of PMI, I am authorized training provider of PMI. I cannot share those slides that PMI providers in this public domain. Now that I'm doing so, I today I have spent like 2 to 3 hours to make new slides. I'll go through them, and if anyone needs, I can send them those slides. So I need to make new slides or different slides that does not have those PMI material. Why? Security. The medium you use, security, uh, then formality, then the urgency, then geography. For example, in China, WhatsApp is not used. I use WhatsApp as my main communication mode. But when I go into Dubai, I cannot call through WhatsApp. I have to use other medium. So you need to understand geography, the and urgency and security as the need to deal with the communication. Also, we can take ways of working. Of course, Kevin, virtual communication to deal with. Yes, I wouldn't say Kevin to deal with a diverse group, geographically distributed. The word is geographically distributed. Then that can be one-to-one discussion. Yes, if something is there, you can do coaching, you can do mentoring as a one-to-one, and see how those information can be there. Now, once we have established which medium to use, what are the stakeholders, which format those stakeholders want, when they want this information, frequency of the information, and you see frequency of, like, for example, this call we are having a weekly call. In my communication plan, this is written as a weekly call. What are the outcomes? It is written that outcomes is that I want to share a topic with you guys, and outcomes are written there. So that's an important thing. All those things are written down into a plan known as communication management plan. It can be called as communication plan, com plan, whatever. Communication management plan. It has 4R. In a summary, I would say it should have 4R in it: right information, right time, to right people to have right impact. What are the 4R of communication? Put it in the chat box. 4R of communication: right information at right time to right people to have right impact. Put it in the chat box. What are the 4R of communication? I still see only 22 people have liked this video, guys. Like this, yeah, so that it can start coming into the YouTube algorithm. And if anyone has not subscribed to the my YouTube channel, this is the best time to do that. So, what are the 4R of communication? Put it in the chat box. Hmm. Very well done, Amer. Right information at right time to right people with right impact. Right information at right time to right people, right impact. Okay. So, guys, if you understand this thing, the 4R of communication, you understand everything about uh, communication. This is the like crest of communication: right information, right time, right people, right impact. Okay, coming back to another thing about the communication, I just made it a few minutes back. 4W and 1H. Who needs the information? What information is there? Where you can store information when they need the information? How you will deliver the information? 4W, 1H. That's another way to put the information in it. With 4R, if you understand this 4W and 1H, who needs the information, when they need the information, where the information they need the information, what information they need, and how the information will be delivered. All this thing will be stored down in the communication management plan. Communication management plan also guide you who is authorized to share the information, how the information will be stored, where the information will be stored, when the information will be shared and stored, how to dispose of the information. That's the important thing. Once you have made the communication management plan, your planning phase is done. If you have any confusion at this, Please ask. If you have any confusion in so far in this area, please ask. Right information, right people, right impact. Okay. Okay. Right people, right information, right time. Yes, yes, yes. Kishore putting 4W. Why, where, when, what also, Kishore. What is also put it in there. Okay. Now we have made a communication plan. Now, okay. Thank you, Mr. Datta, for confirming. Okay. Now we have made the communication plan. Next thing is to implement that communication plan. Implementation of communication plan. We called it as manage communication, and in the form of the process. First you make a plan communication, get communication management plan. Now you manage that communication, you implement the communication management plan. Who needs information, when to, where to, how information will be delivered? Thank you, Amir. Very well shared, Amir. I would be needing that. Whatever you are typing, do put me on the WhatsApp message. I'll make the some kind of infographics from there, the way you are sharing. Okay, so once we get that information, the next is to implement the communication management plan. Communication management plan is implemented and information is shared to everyone. Managed communication is called as the post office of the project management. All the information come and is distributed through managed communication. Understand this thing. Any information that is distributed in the project, it passes through managed communication. And which plan describes it? Communication management plan describe how this information is being delivered, how, when the information will be received, stored, retrieved, where it will be stored, how that information will be discarded. Because in sensitivity project, in government project, in a confidential project, how the information will be discarded, that's an important and critical point. So it must be written in a plan and it must be implemented in the communication management when you implement them. Now, that was all about managed communication. You understand the stakeholders' need. Now, the next thing and the last thing is you make the plan, you implement the plan, you monitor the communication. You monitor the communication and you see what is the difference between plan and actual. And if there is any kind of variance, like variance can be two type. Either you are deviating from your plan or your plan is not effective. If anyone thinks there's another kind of variance, put it in the chat box. In my point of view, there are two kind of variances. Either you are not following the plan or your plan is not effective. In my point of view, this is the two type of variances. If you think there's a third type of variances, please put it in the chat box. Okay, Kaleem, who needs the information, when, where, what? Loved it, Kalim. Send me this message, the chat box on the WhatsApp. I would love to know that. Post office of the project manage communication. So now that is monitor communication. You checked with plan versus actual, and if there is any kind of need to change the plan, you take preventive action, corrective action to change the plan. That's all you need to know about the communication management plan. Now, I want to share journey of work performance data, how basically data flow throughout the project. I have already called it as a journey one time. I'm going to call it flow of work performance data. That's an important thing. Then I'll show you, we will go through the slides that I made today just to see I don't have missed anything. And then we are going to solve 5 questions. And if you have any question at any time, you can ask me. Okay, guys. So next one. So what is work performance data? Work performance data is the raw information. Is the raw information. Okay, as selected without editing is called the raw information. Okay, that is work performance data. How much deliverable is completed? Like, let's say uh, today we have completed one wall of house. That is data. Or 50 people got COVID. That's work performance data. Or we spent $5,000. Or five risk has occurred. These are all work performance data. This is a raw information that is always generating when deliverables are being produced. When we are working, always generating, that is work performance data. Now what happened? The data goes to all the processes in their monitoring and control. In, like, it goes to scope. The scope team will take the data relevant to them and discard the remaining data. Schedule team will get the data relevant to them. Cost team will get the data relevant to them. Quality, procurement, as you can see, different type of data, and they discard different. And every single team will produce work performance information from data. Data is everything that does not have contextualize. We produce work performance information. Work performance information can be like this. So we have completed 15% of the house. We are ahead of the schedule. Like SPI is 1.2, CPI is 1.3. Uh, Out of 6, 4 risk have occurred. Data get contextualized. uh, with the COVID, it would be it will give us the trend is going upward or downward. So we get trends here, we get the data here. This is work performance information. Every department generate their own work performance information. All the work performance information goes to project manager. Sorry guys, my writing is very poor. Every single teacher tried, but it was lost cause. So work performance data goes to project manager. All the work performance data is converted into one report that is called as work performance report. So data get converted into information, information get converted into report. And report actually comes in managed communication. It's a comprehensive report, and we share it through to every single individual this report. I'll put it again. Data get converted. Data is a raw information. All the all other data, you can say that thousands of file coming to that. It goes to all the department. Everyone contextualize the data according to their requirement. It get converted into trends, you can say reports, individual reports. Every department is producing their individual report. You don't want that individual report to be communicated. You combine those reports and you get one comprehensive report known as work performance report. So data get converted into information, information get converted into report. Any confusion in the this flow of work performance data? Okay, any confusion guys? No, Ravi? That's good, that's very good. Okay, okay, it's clear. Okay, okay, no confusion. Good, good. Okay, let's go and let's look at the slides and then we'll solve the questions. So communication in PMP pathway to PMP episode 2. That this performance information, raw data, recording data. Okay, okay, Mr. Kalim, you put it in a very well way. So communication is all about four things. Communication is about right information, r- right time to right people to have right impact. Only giving those information that is necessary, not more, not less. Only giving that information. That is very important to have an effective communication in the project. And now, key to effective management of stakeholder is understanding the language. Which language is required by the stakeholder? Now, I am communicating in English language. Why? My audience is diverse, geographically distributed. I have people from US, Canada, Nigeria, Mauritius, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, Europe, and so many other areas. So I need to have a common language. That's why I use English language. Their diversity, culture, geography, communication method, push, pull, interactive. Which technology are you gonna use? Communication channel. Okay, let's talk about communication channel. We missed it. Communication channel is calculated by this formula: n minus n by 1 by 2. If there are, if you are member of 8 stakeholders, including you put n here. N is the number of stakeholder, 8 into 8 minus 1 by 2. 2 ones are 4. 4 into 7, 28 communication channel. You will get like one question, maybe an exam. So that is an important thing. We need to understand, do we have a formal communication, informal, verbal, or written? And we already discussed that a sender has a picture, a sender wants to share information, is shared with the receiver, and the receiver decode it or encode the information according to his preferred language, according to his medium. Communication management plan, it's all about who has the authority to share the information, how the information will be shared, with whom the information will be shared, how the information will dispose, where we will store. Everything about the communication is there. Then you manage the communication, implement the communication management plan with all the stakeholders. You monitor the communication variance analysis, plan versus actual, raising the change request to make sure that the communication properly follow every single thing. Okay, so that's a very important slide I actually added in the end. This slide basically deal with the difference between stakeholder engagement plan and the communication plan. Many people get confused about this thing. Communication plan is about the frequency. Will it be daily? Like daily stand up is daily meeting, 15 minutes, same place, same location. What will the frequency? What will be the outcome? What will be the format? Informal, formal? What will the language? Diversity? Everything is dealt in the communication management plan. Whereas the stakeholder plan, it deals about the strategies. Where are the strategies? Strategies required to satisfy the stakeholder. Strategies required to satisfy the stakeholder. Stakeholder plan has stakeholder engagement metrics, current and desired, and everything about the stakeholder strategies are there. And let's say a change request is there, a new stakeholder is identified. First, you update the stakeholder register, then raise a change request, update the stakeholder engagement plan, then the communication plan. This is the flow. It's an important thing. Stakeholder register, stakeholder engagement plan, then the communication plan. For stakeholder register, we don't need change request. For these, of course, we need a change request. Okay, guys, before starting the question, if you have any confusion, please ask. Otherwise, I can move forward. If you have any question, confusion, put it in the chat box about anything so far. Please ask. Otherwise, we'll start the 5 questions. He put it very work performance information, raw data, recording data based on requirement, and very well done put, very well put, brother. Okay, all good. Okay, guys, so let's solve the questions. Just an important point I want to put in the context: whenever you are solving question, please slow down. This is the step number one in solving question. Don't try to rush. You have to answer. Slow down, understand the context of the question, what the question is clearly saying. Try to understand that. Then use elimination technique to solve the question and then get it away. If you follow this method, I'm 100% sure you can solve 70% or 80% of the questions, and that is more than enough to needed to pass the PMP exam. So let's go. Let's see the questions. There are certain restriction on sharing information placed. Who will get what? Yes, of course, there are a restriction on the communication. Who will get what information, and it must be mentioned there. Okay, guys. First question is in front of you. Please solve this question. Okay, 45. This was the key. We are getting 55, 45. C. Some are saying C, 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 C. 55, 55, 45. Okay, still 2 seconds left. C is equal to 45. Mr. Datta, you got. You are in a meeting with 8 key stakeholder and 2 team member. How many communication channel are there? You are in a meeting with 8 stakeholder. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 2 team member. 1, 2. Guys, 8 plus 2, 10 plus 1. First of all, n is 11. This was the real confusing thing in this question. Generally, n is n minus 1 by 2. So you have 11, 11 minus 1 by 2. 11 into 10 by 2, 5. 11 fives are 55. 55 is the answer. So that was a real confusion. You are in a meeting with 8 stakeholder and 2 team member. There are 10 more people apart from you. 10 more people apart from you. So you need to take that into consideration. 55 stakeholders, 55 communication channel. I hope this makes sense. This was an interesting question. You can get such question in the exam. Okay, guys. What is the best way of communication among that? And in addition to that, I need a justification why this is a particularly best way. Let me just turn my charging on. Okay, guys. Now we have another question. Please answer that. Okay, so just it in seconds. Video conference, calling to each other, video conference, we get all doubts clear. Okay, video conference. So guys, this was a very interesting question because it put two of the things uh, of the thing with each other. Specifically, if I put email is not a good mode of communication, this is one way communication, we know that. Recording a video and sending, it's not a good, it's better than email but still not. So the next thing become, we have two options, video conference and calling to each other. Both of them are interactive communication. First of all, both of them are interactive communication. Video conferencing is far better than calling. The reason is that you can see the body language, you can see how other person behaving, and that can actually help you out. So that's another way to put in the context. Okay, video conference, face to face communication is always, yes, Usha. I can read the expression. Samriddhi, good to have you, Samriddhi. You join late. Pradeep, see, no change. I'm at video conference. Mm, that was also interactive. Okay, guys, this question. Okay, so I'm getting the answers as okay. Face to face is best. This is not the option. Kamal very well answered. Okay, see, stay update stakeholder plan. Okay, okay, update communication plan, stakeholder plan. Guys, every single person who has given answer C. Let's walk the reasoning of that. A new stakeholder has been identified. What is the first step? A new stakeholder is identified. We go, we put it into the stakeholder register. We rank him upward, downward, prioritize, etc., etc., etc. Then we see his power, interest, and we see since it's a new stakeholder, we need to update the plan. Can we update the plan without raising the change request? My question is to all of you. Every single person, Pradeep, I will name all of you. Jimze, Sushil, Kamal, Nafsin, Kaleem, Ghazi, Isra, Samriddhi, Pradeep, Kaleem, Kevin, give the right answer. Usha, can we update the stakeholder plan without raising a change request? Yes. In order to update the plan, we need to raise the change request. If the change request is updated, then we can update the plan. The the only trick in this question was I put option A here. I put option A here. There was no other trick here in this question. If option A was not here, everyone was right, like stakeholder engagement plan, we could do that. We could do that. But since we this option raise the change request, we always go to raise the change request, my friend. Important and a critical step. Need to remember. That's why I always say, whenever you are solving the question, follow this SLOW formula. Slow down. Slow down. Try to understand the context of the question. What the question is actually saying. That's important. Let's go to the next question. Now, while I was making this question, I made all these question. I made a little bit change in this. This question is not same as the previous question. There's a trick in this question. So try to identify that. Update stakeholder. Okay, since in the planning phase, Samriddhi, you got the trick. Kevin, how you are putting a communication plan here? I did say that first we need to update the stakeholder plan, then we update the communication plan. The trick in this question was a new important stakeholder has been identified. You have updated stakeholder register. You are in a planning stage. What will you do? If you're in a planning stage, the last thing about the planning stage is that project management plan is made and approved. So if you are still in the planning stage, you can update anything. So stakeholder register has been updated and you can update this. You don't need a change request. Then we go back to the thing. First you update the stakeholder register, then stakeholder engagement plan, and then you can update the communication management plan. So similarly you will just update this thing. C is the right answer, my friends. KR, we are in the planning stage. We don't need a change request when you're in a planning stage because plan has not been approved. You can change the plan. Okay, date. Amit, it's C. Yes, Chandra, it is C answer. Okay, guys, last question for today. If you actually understand these five questions, you can solve everything about communication and stakeholder in my point of view. Okay, Kalim, I love the way you answered since the communication frequency. So project manager should look at the communication management plan. Okay, guys, that was the topic. That was the five question. And now for everyone who has joined, a gift from my side. The entire mind map of communication. One page in communication. What is communication? Effective 4 hour codes, everything on one plan. And the example of communication management plan. So that's it for today. Thank you everyone for joining for the session. And we will have next coaching call in which I solve 10 questions of PMP on Wednesday. And this session we will do on Thursday next week, not on Saturday. The reason is that next week I have a batch program. And if you haven't taken that training, you can actually contact me on these numbers and you can join that batch program. My batch program will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week, next week, and then the upcoming week. So probably for next week it is compulsory that we will have coaching call in which I solve 10 question on Wednesday, and this, and we will be doing team topic or agile. You can tell me which topic do you think. Do put it once the coaching call, and I would like to see in the comments. You want to see the team topic next time, that is resource or agile. And so Wednesday, Thursday, mark your calendar, be there. And if you haven't taken the PMP training, you can join in our batch program, batch 5 of 2022, and we will make sure you become certified PMP, like 143 people in just 1 month. So you can contact me on this number and become certified PMP. If you have any question regarding anything about PMP, I'll wait exactly for 2 more minutes and then I will end the call. If there is no question, because I see I am also logging from other sites that there's a lag of 1 minute. So I'll wait for 2 minutes. Oh, we have agile, team, agile. Okay, let's see. What are the topics? Okay, guys. So in addition to that, Also, you can check Journey's video playlist. That's a good playlist, and overall video. That's another good playlist. And I'll recommend you guys that share this video with as many LinkedIn, WhatsApp, Facebook group you are, because this will help other PMP aspirant to learn about these topics, so that can help them. If you use Reddit, I will highly recommend that you share this video in Reddit, and so that other people can learn. I highly believe each one teach one is the name of the game. So that's something I would recommend that you would do. Thank you so much for clarification. I really love it. Thank you, Chinze, for joining the program. Agile Sprint. I'll count the vote. Keep the vote coming. Now, team and Agile both are. Okay, guys, last minute. If anyone has any question, they can ask now. Agile Sprint. Sure, sure. Agile Sprint. Chimze, if it is not clear, because since the next class will be on Thursday, I would highly recommend watch the team topic and watch the journey of Agile. That can help you. Thank you, Kalim. And let's do this PMP. Uh, Rajveer Rai, what you written? Please SGA. I guess you are saying team. I have shared my number. You can message me on my number or email me. I'll share these slides. No issue with that. I made these slides for you guys. Okay, guys, that's it. Thank you very much for joining and honoring us. Today we had a very good audience once again. Please do share this in your whatever the WhatsApp group you are. Reddit, if you are in Reddit, do share there. There is so many people there. If you are on LinkedIn groups, do share that. If you are on Facebook groups, do share that so that other people can learn it. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. With the pathway to PMP. And today is the big day. Today we are going to discuss the topic that is one of the most important, or it is right to say simply the most important topic of PMP, and that is team. We are going to discuss everything that you need to know about team, and we are discussing this with the feedback of 155 students that have cleared PMP as of 29th of May. So we are moving towards our target in a very fast pace. So wherever you are, put it in the comment box. I love to know my audience, where you are from. So we have Rajveer, we have Suku, we have Suleiman. Suleiman, I know he's from UAE. Suku, Rajveer. Suku, I guess, is from Somalia. Suku, can you put it in the context? Hi, Arun Reddy. Good to have you, everyone. Do put it there, and then in 1 minute we will start uh, discussing the team topic. So, guys, this topic has a special importance in the PMP because everything that you are doing in the PMP, it moves around only one thing, that is team. So a very important topic.
PMP.
And
It
do
moves.
stay till at the end of the class, because at the end of the class we are going to solve 10 questions, 10 questions, and all of those questions are extreme. Sorry, 5 questions. We're going to solve 5 questions, and the context of 5 questions are very important and very relevant to the real exam. Okay, Elmi from Somalia, Derek from USA, Rajveer from Ireland, from Cambodia, Suku, Chinze from Nigeria, Gurjeet from Tornado, Walid highway. Walid is traveling from UAE to Oman, so highway we haven't reached there. Naseem, hi sir. Basir here from India. Abdurrahim Sami from Pakistan and Nigeria. So we have students from all over the world. Linwin from UAE, Oman. Okay, guys. So, first of all, if you haven't liked this video, please do like that so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. That is important. And do share in the WhatsApp group, in whatever WhatsApp group you are, or wherever you can. The more people who can learn about the team topic, more people can become PMP. Let's start from our topic. Hello, Nadeem. Hello. Yeah, from Ghana. Okay. So let's start it. What do you think team is? Put it in the chat box. Straightforward. What is team in your perspective? And what do you think team is from the PMP perspective? Let's put both perspective in the context. Put it on the chat box. What do you think team is? Guys, these sessions are not a one-way session. It's more of a, we have discussed the communication already. These sessions are interactive session. So I need your more and more feedback. Okay, Rakesh from India. Okay. Okay. So what is team? Put it in the context. What is team? So team is saying our sporting staff, Abdurrahim Sami, the group of people that will complete a task, okay, working on one goal by Suleiman to achieve it, resource management, okay, all of you are right. All of you are right in one way or other. So now today we are gonna discuss the team from the perspective of the PMP. So let's go into that. And the tool I'm gonna use in order to understand the team topic is basically Tuckman ladder. Tuckman ladder is also known as stages of team, stages in which the team passes through, and how those teams passes through that stage. This Tuckman ladder or stages of team consist of 5 steps: forming, storming, how teams form; storming, how the conflicts are handled in team; norming, how the teams move from storming to norming; performing, how the team reach to a stage where they can actually perform and execute; and finally adjourning, how the team separates their way. So forming, storming, norming, performing, and finally adjourning. So all these stages of the team gives us a context of the entire team topic. The first thing is you have the team. Now the team started working. That is forming. But I want to go back a little bit even before forming. I would say pre-forming of the team. Pre-forming of the team, I'm gonna put one more stage. So what happened as a first thing? First thing you decide you need a team member. You have been selected as a project manager and a project charter has been given to you. You identify the preliminary stakeholder and to stakeholder register. Now you want to work, you want to execute, you have the charter. You want to get that team. So the first step that you need, you identify the skills that are required in the team. You may need someone from accounting. You may need someone from electrical team, from mechanical team. You may need someone from IT team, and of course, those team members have their varying skill level. So you are identifying skill. Let's say if I rate skill from 1 as a low skill to 10 as a very high skill. So you identify which team members you need, how many you need skills, then you identify the quantity of those team members you need, how many team members you need, and timeline. Basically, resource calendar give us when we need various team members. So we are identifying different type of team members, different type of skills that we require, and then we answer a very important question from the PMP perspective, a very important question, and that is, do we need virtual team members or we need physical team members? Okay. So, guys, what do you think? What is virtual and what is physical team member? Yes, Umair, of course, schedulers. How can I forget you? So, what is virtual team member? Put it in the chat box. What is virtual team member and what is physical team member? Okay, we are so, no, Sagar, we need to identify which team members we need. Not every project members need virtual team member, and not every project in current days need physical team member. If your project was happening in COVID-19, uh, we may not need any physical team member because we could not have team members. Okay, so you need to identify which type of team members you need, and virtual or physical. So once you have identified, the next and the most important thing, you need to understand that Once you identify virtual team members or team members that are geographically distributed all over the world, they are known as virtual team members. And everyone is putting right. Namita is saying virtual is people not located together and physical team is co-located. Then we have a virtual team who works different location. Abdul Rahim is saying with whom we cannot interact in the same location. Remote team members from different geographical face to face. Nadeem Beg is saying team virtual team located in different location. So all of you are right. Virtual team members are the team members that are located at a different location, working from a different geographical areas. So let's say we have decided we want to have a mix of both, or let's say for now, virtual team member. Now, when you want to have a virtual team member, what are the challenges you are going to have in a virtual team? For example, let me put it in the chat box. I want your input. What are the challenges we can have in the virtual team? In my opinion, there can be background noise, like when the team members are virtual, there can be people like any children are there, dogs are behind. Even Elon Musk was doing, he was holding his child in his hand, he was doing a virtual Zoom meeting. So there are things that can disrupt. Background noise, internet or connectivity issues, internet or connectivity issues, team member does not understand them properly, body language is not there, the body language can cause a problem. What else are the challenges? Different time zone. Nadeem is saying culture, multitasking. Yes, at one time, some is saying at one time you are can be doing multitasking. Communication path. Yes, communication path, communication issues, team issues, time languages. Let me put it in the chat box. They are very good issues actually. Coordination can be a big issue. Then different time zone, cultural, multitasking, communication path, different time zones. Uh, those can be a challenges. So the first number, different communication style. Yes, so 200%. Share of knowledge experience, tacit knowledge sharing. How do you share tacit knowledge? That can be a challenging task when you are a virtual team. Once you've identified these are the challenges that you may have in a virtual team, next step would be what will be the solution to handle it. Vijay, very well put. Focus. When it can correlate with the, what Sami has identified, multitasking. So focus can be something that your focus keep on moving to somewhere else. Right now you are talking to me. It's a virtual thing, so your focus can go somewhere else. That and another challenge. So we need to understand and we need to work into that. So these are all the challenges. So once we identify the challenge, we need to put the solution for these things. So this is for virtual team. If we have decided to do for virtual team, what about if we have physical team? What are the challenges you can have for physical team? For example, for me, you need to arrange residence. As a minimum, you need to arrange residence for the physical team members. You need to arrange food. You need to manage the physical conflicts. Okay, different cultural issues, religious issues. Like if there are Muslims, they need to pay 5 times. You need to arrange for that. If they are Christians, they need to go to church on Sunday. You need to arrange that. If we have Hindus, we need to arrange some mandir for them. For Sikh food, for every religion, we need to handle that. For diversity, if you have male, you need to arrange separate different type of conditions for working conditions. If we have females, we need to arrange that. Then we need to see from some kind of recreational activities for them. Gym after the work, people need to they cannot work all the time. They need to have something to divert their mind, otherwise they will start fighting with each other. How can you handle different geopolitical situations? So these are some of the challenges that you can have when you have a physical team member. Okay, so what else challenges you think you can have when you have a physical team? Hello, good topic. Thank you, Momin. Uh, Time wasting in chit chatting. That's a good way. System arrangement. So keep putting that. What are the challenges we can have? So we have different challenges for that virtual team. We have different challenges for the physical team, depending upon the requirement, depending upon the budget, Depending upon the need of the project, we choose physical, 100% physical, 100% virtual, or a mix of both. And most of the time in the current days, nowadays, we prefer mix of both, physical as well as virtual. Like we want to have a first meeting, the kickoff meeting as a physical, where the entire team member can spend 1 or 2 days together, and then they can go virtual so that they can have the best of both worlds. So you do that. Once you have decided, and once you have decided level of skills that you required, you start negotiating them with rate. You are hiring team members now. The first thing is you are hiring team member. Once the team members start arranging transportation, Sagar, well, transportation, yes. So once the team members start coming with you, now you have that team with you. You have their defined rates. Now comes the, this is basically pre-forming stage, I would say. Now comes the first stage of Tuckman ladder, and that is forming stage. Now the teams start living together, teams start working together. The first thing as a project manager when a team comes is that you communicate with them the ground rules. These are the minimum ground rules that you should follow, like respect the diversity, respect time zones, at what time you need to turn the lights off, at what time the TV need to turn off, what, like maximum how much the voice can be. I worked in a village type situation few years back. So we had a ground rule that you cannot go out wearing shorts, you cannot stare at the women's, that is not allowed in the culture, you cannot sing in a loud tune. So different type of ground rules depending upon the physical or the virtual teams. You have a ground rule when some team members are speaking, you cannot allow abuse. When some team members are speaking, the other team members remain silent. What else ground rules you think we can have? Do put in the chat box. Different types of ground rules are established. That is the first thing. And initially, the project manager establish ground rules. Slowly, the team start making the ground rules for them, and the team need to accept those ground rules. The team start need to work implement on those ground rules. Okay, what are the ground rule, others you are saying? Team gets to know each other, introduce each other, reaches at time, resource. Okay. How to solve conflict? Yes. So we establish ground rules. We establish norms, behavior. And in addition to ground rules, we made the most important thing here, and that is team charter. Team charter is a document that team charter, some author called it as a working agreement. Working agreement, both of them are the same thing. Team charter, working agreement, ground rules, all of them are like ground rules is actually the part of the team charter. So team charter can be called as a working agreement. We first make the team charter and ground rule, and we identify that, and we make sure every single team member will agree on this ground rule or team charter. And now, since the team is there, the project manager throughout the project does this thing. He does the TNA, training need assessment. He identifies he identifies what are the training requirements of the team members, what training team members specifically need. In start, in the forming, we are looking at the entire team training, and as we move forward in the project, we will work on the individual training. If I say in the start we have team training, and then as we move into the project we get individual trainings. Like individual skills are required, we provide training to the entire team, or we do coaching and one-on-one pairing with the team. We provide those after identifying the training needs, we provide training and to those team. For example, in the start we may have a team building activities to build that team. We may have diversity training, and a very famous training that happens at the start, health and safety induction. We want to communicate health and safety induction ground rules training, cultural trainings. Culture and diversity mostly goes hand in hand, and we have those training. So the informing stage, what is happening? Informing stage, TNA dairy stands for training need assessment. We are a social contract goodwill. We are identifying what are the training needs of the team members, and we are providing, after training needs, we are providing the trainings to the entire team. Informing, this important, we provide training to the entire team instead of individual training. Individual trainings happens later on in the, while we are in the process. In the start, we are giving trainings to the entire team member. Okay, emotional intelligence, also Chimsi, it's an important training. We'll dive deep into emotional intelligence. So guys, forming stage is clear. What are the outputs of the forming stage? What do we do in the forming stage? We make ground rules, team charters. We establish agreed on the ground rules. We identify the training needs of the entire team, and we provide them the training like culture, diversity. We agreed on the project, what are the requirement of the project, and we describe roles and responsibility of each team member. Here, the role of the project manager is more of directive in nature, because he is giving direction to the teams, he is giving direction to the entire group. So that is basically forming stage for you. So if anything is not clear in the forming stage, please ask now. As I said, I want these sessions to be more and more of interactive, so that everyone can have the same understanding. Everyone can understand what is expected from them. Everyone can understand where do we stand in this particular topic. So if any confusion here, please do ask so that we can clarify right now. Okay. TNA is a part of, no, no, no. Sagar, TNA is not a part of team charter. Team charter has ground rules, norms, how to handle conflict, things like that. TNA is training need assessment. We do it throughout the project to identify what are the training requirement for your team. It's not the part. It is not the part of team charter. Okay. So if that is clear, let's move to next thing. And guys, if you haven't liked this video as of now, please do that so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube, and more people can join and learn about this team topic. Okay. So if I haven't drawn the Tuckman ladder, let me draw the Tuckman ladder for you guys. Okay. So if I draw Tuckman ladder, uh, let's put it this. Sorry about this. Okay. So if we put time here, okay, on x-axis, and productivity on y-axis, in the forming stage, in the forming stage, here in the forming stage, productivity is almost every single team member tries to give their best. They are not working as a team, they are working as an individual. But as an individual, every team member is trying to give their best, trying to give the maximum they can. So there is productivity, but as an individual. And in the forming stage, we are making ground rules, we are making team charter, we are doing TNA, team trainings. The project manager role, the role of the PM is here directive. Now this is a very good situation. Everyone is at their best behavior. Their behavior of team is basically best. It is like in this way, when you meet a stranger, you never slap him, you never fight with the stranger. But as time passes, reality sets in. There's a tussle of leadership. Everyone have their own background, everyone thinks in their own way. Okay. And of course we do have some pre-assessment, like we already have some team member that were selected before, so they already have some understanding of the team, they try to become the leader of the team. So there is a tussle of leadership, so reality sets in. So we reach to the next stage. The first one was forming, the next is storming. The next is storming stage. Now here at this level, the team starts having conflict with each other. Here, this is one of the most important phase for the project manager. Here, project manager needs to act like a coach. Here, multiple skills are required, and this is the most lengthy part or the most important part of the team thing. Okay, team charter preparation is a part of the forming stage. Yes, Praveen, team charter is the part of forming stage. Even in agile PM is yes. Even in agile PM is in directive stage. Why? He's giving directions to them. He's acting like a servant leader, like, but he's giving direction what to do, how to expect. Even in agile, the forming stage remains the same. Okay. Pre-assignment is mentioned in the project charter. No, 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 no. Project charter only have ground rules. Project charter only have how to handle conflict, what are the norms accepted, how to do diversity, things like that. Pre-assignment are not there. Pre-assignments is basically you select some team member from your previous project. If you have worked in any of the project, most of the time project managers preferred to use the same resources as they have used in their past, because if you have used some resources in their past, it is easier to work with those resources, use them, and guide them in a best possible way. Okay. Okay. We are not discussing project charter here. We are discussing team charter. Pre-assignment is also not in the part of the project. We are not discussing project charter at all. So now the reality sets in. Every team member start fighting each other. The first skill that a project manager must have is active listening. Here we are going to discuss multiple things. So I need your 100% attention. Do ask questions proactively if something is confusing. This is the most important part of the entire team topic. So the first thing in the here, you need to be an active listener. As a project manager, you need to be an active listener. So, what is active listening? Active listening means listening not just the words of the people, but also listening to the emotions of the people, understanding the body language of the people, understanding the hidden words, what the person is trying to communicate, trying to go into depth of the person, what they want to communicate, what they want to add, what are the things they want to do. So there are multiple hacks for that. You, if your culture allow, that is important. If your culture allows, you look into their eyes when they are talking, and you have an eye to eye contact. You see in my Mac there's a green icon. I'm continuously looking into the green icon so that I can have a eye to eye contact with you. You rephrase or paraphrase what they have said. You repeat them so that they can understand. And there's another way. Yes, yes, that's an active listening. And another way, and one of the best, is basically you provide the context. Once they have completed, you rephrase and put into your wording so that you can ask them, okay, that's what you meant, that's what you want to say. That is a part of the active listening. But the most important thing is that, in my opinion, in active listening is to give your 100% attention to them. So what is not active listening? While I'm talking to you, I am using my mobile, I am walking into that, uh, I am looking here and there, and this is not active listening. So guys, this is not active listening for sure. So that's what I want you, like, whenever you are, don't do that. This is not active listening. Active listening is giving your 100% attention to that person, giving your 100% attention to that person. There's an if active listening is clear, please put it in the chat box. It is clear. There are 4 or 5 topics in storming. I want to clarify that. If it is clear, please put it in the chat box. It is clear. There's an old parable that if a tree fell, if a tree fell in the jungle and there is no one to hear it, did it really make sound? Did it really make sound? Active listening or listening is something that basically gives life to other person. It is that important. Active listening or listening is something that give life to other person. So listening is critical for your normal life, and the more better listener you become, the more better human being you become. The second thing is that you need to understand is basically emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, like if someone is talking about, if someone is yelling, you cannot yell back at them. You need to understand them. What do you think, what is emotional intelligence? Put it in the chat box. I would love to know, what do you think is emotional intelligence? According to Daniel Goldman, emotional understanding, emotional intelligence, Daniel Goldman is basically considered as the father of emotional intelligence. And if you are into EQ, and if you are into some project management work, I would highly recommend read Daniel Goldman book. So Daniel Goldman said that emotional intelligence is understanding the emotions of the other person, how the other persons are thinking, and what from which way the other person is putting it. Usha is saying self-awareness. Usha, so self-awareness is the path, is the first step towards emotional intelligence. It's not the entire emotional intelligence, but of course, it is a first step towards emotional intelligence. Serini is saying being empathetic. Yes, being empathetic is a good thing. Understanding other things, understanding from the point of view of other person. But again, this is one element of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence has five elements, and all of them are important. Know yourself and others. Chimze is saying yes, that is important again, and that is actually cover a lot of things in the emotional intelligence. Okay. So E understand the needs of other, being empathetic. Namita, good way to put it. Okay. Ability to understand, use, and manage your emotion in a positive way. Yes. But Suku, you are missing understanding the emotions of other persons. How to manage and influence other people's emotion. Okay. Motivation, social skills. Yeah, sure. Now you gave the entire thing. So let's dive deep into the emotional intelligence. And guys, if you just understand emotional intelligence from this class, that is more than anything that I can give you in today's class. And guys, if you haven't liked this video as of now, I highly request you please do that, so that this video can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Okay, emotional intelligence basically consists of five things. It consists of five things. First step is understand yourself. Okay, understand yourself. As Confucius said that know yourself. Understanding yourself, what triggers you, what makes you angry, what makes you happy, what fulfills you, what does not fulfills you. Understanding yourself is the key, is the first step to emotional intelligence. If you don't understand yourself, other people can use you. Other people can use the triggers whenever they want, and you can become the puppet of other people. So understanding yourself is the first step of emotional intelligence. The second step is manage yourself. You see, if you know yourself and you don't manage yourself, like, what is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of that thing? I don't think so that thing has any purpose at all. So I would say that once you understand yourself, manage yourself. So as Namita put it, self awareness, self management, that is the second key to that. The third thing is basically social skills. Social skills comes under that, understanding other people's and how to influencing them. Understanding other people, it has two things: understanding others and how to basically influencing them, how you can influence them. That's the key to social skills, very important thing. As a project manager, 90% of your job is communication, and as a communicator, social skills becomes extremely important for you in your life. Let me tell you, if you are an engineer, doctor, manager, whatever you are, your IQ will take you to up to a certain level. After that level, your EQ has to be developed. Your EQ has to be there. Your emotional intelligence has to be there. EQ or EI both are the same things. Then being empathetic, empathy feeling other person's emotions, how they are feeling, putting yourself into their shoes. In empathy can be inward, understanding yourself, and then outward, how they are feeling. Both type of empathy is important. And the fifth thing is motivation. The fifth thing is motivation. Now motivation itself is a long topic, I'm going to discuss this, but before going to that, is it clear understanding yourself, understanding others? Is this topic make sense to you? Does that topic goes inside you? That is important for PMP, that is important for you as a project manager, as a human being. This topic has to make sense. If this is clear, please put in the chat box. I love tea. Okay. Mhm. I cleared, sir. Cleared, Satya. Okay, good to have you, Satya. Gurjeet. Okay, clear. Okay, now let's talk into the motivation. Now, as a project manager, whenever there's a conflict, one of the most important thing is to understand the motivation behind the conflict, how people are motivated. Suleiman, empathy basically means understanding the emotions of other, feeling what the other person is feeling, from which level the person is feeling, what is his background, why he's feeling that way in a particular way. I love a commercial nowadays, an infomercial that is famous. Everyone is saying to a mother, कैसी माँ है ये, कैसी माँ है ये, and then the last person say कैसी हो माँ. So that is basically understanding the pain of the mother, how the children's, how she is managing as a working woman. So that is empathy, understanding into the shoes of other people. So that is empathy. I hope that is clear to you, Abbas. Thank you very much. If that is clear, okay. Now let's move to the motivation, understanding the emotions of other people, understanding why people are motivated, how people are motivated. There are multiple theories about motivation. The first and one of the most important motivation theories, Abraham law of hierarchy of needs. I really loved it. And in this book, what was the name of the book? Yeah, Jordan Peterson. I am continuously reading more. I'm reading nowadays Jordan Peterson 12 rules of life. He also put use that Abraham Maslow hierarchy of need. Abraham Maslow said that there are level of needs. Okay, there are level of needs. Unless the lower needs are not satisfied, unless the lower needs are not satisfied, you will not even look towards, you will not even look towards higher needs. So we called it Abraham, basically Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs. We call that Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs. So he basically put it in this way, that if those needs are not satisfied, if those needs are not satisfied, we will actually not move towards the next needs. So that becomes very important whenever you are doing any particular task in your life. If you are doing something, we want to see why that person is angry. And if we look at that, if we look at that, okay, this is something that he needs to have. Okay, if this is something, if that need is fulfilled, then now we need to look at the next need. So that is called as Abraham Maslow hierarchy of need. Guys, let me show it to you with a picture how basically he put it, and what are the things in the Abraham Maslow hierarchy of need, and I hope that will make more sense to you. Okay, let me share the screen. So Derry, I'll give you the example. Just give me a second. Oh, it is not opening. Okay, I guess now I guess you can see the screen. So Abraham Maslow basically said that the lowest, at the lowest level, are our psychological needs. The psychological need, food, water, safety, and of course the first one is breathing. If we cannot breathe, right now you are listening to me, you are trying to learn what PMP is, how the team topic is, but suddenly you get an earthquake, or suddenly the oxygen in your room is not there. You will run away. You will go to the area because your lower needs, the base of your pyramid is shaking. So you will move away from your self esteem or self actualization to your psychological need. Once your psychological need is fulfilled, your stomach is full, you have been rested, and that is one of the reason why children, if you have children, once if they are not sleepy, if they haven't slept for a time, they become cranky. They want to go to the psychological need. They want to rest. Once your psychological needs are fulfilled, then we move towards our safety needs, or home, things like that, or money, bank balance, exercise, health. Then we move towards love, belonging. We want to have a relationship. We want to know who loves us. And then we move from self esteem and then self actualization. That's basically how Abraham's hierarchy of needs moved. Now, that's an important thing. If you are even, you can even reach self awareness or creativity, like very few people, exceptions are always there. Monks, they directly go to the self awareness or creativity, but they are special people. We are talking about general public. So Abraham Maslow hierarchy of need is clear. If I put it in a simple words, unless your lower needs are satisfied, you will not even think about your higher need. Unless your lower needs are satisfied, you will not even think about your higher needs. So that is Abraham theory of hierarchy of needs. What is an example of managing yourself? There is, if you know that something can trigger you, like some words can trigger you, and you can get angry on that. So whenever you start relaxing yourself, you like, when someone does something bad, you start drinking water or start counting from 10 to 1. That can relax you. By understanding yourself, you can manage yourself. I hope this is clear. So Abraham theory is clear to everyone. Abraham theory of motivation of the or hierarchy of need, different author have different name. Then the next theory that we discuss is basically Herzberg theory of 2 point. Some people called it as Herzberg theory of 2 point. Some people called it as Herzberg theory of hygiene. So different have different name. I will call it Herzberg theory of 2 points. So Herzberg said that there are motivating agent and there are hygiene agent. Herzberg and Maslow theories goes hand in hand. Hygiene agents are the things that must be present. Hygiene agents are things that must be present. If they are not present, you will become demotivated. If hygiene agents are not present, you will become demotivated. It is like your psychological needs, uh, your food, water, your enough amount of salary, your bank balance, you have been fed properly or not. If these are not present, you will become demotivated. Your working condition, that's a very good one actually. Working condition, where do you work, your working relationship. But then Herzberg says that no matter how much you increase these working agent, how much food you have eaten, how much rest you will not be motivated to take action. These hygiene agent can make you demotivated, but they can never motivate you. The motivating agents are something else. The motivating agents are agents of growth, that uh, your self actualization, your appreciation. If someone appreciates you, that motivate. Learning, continuous learning, that can be a motivating agent. So there are two agents. First is hygiene agents, and the other is motivating agent. Hygiene agents are working conditions, salary, things like that. So salary is a classical example of hygiene agent, because we have never reached to the that area of a thing. We always think that salary is a motivating agent. I am motivated to work because of my salary. No, 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 no. If I increase your salary to 10 times after 1 week, 2 week, that will not basically motivate you. Motivating agents are something that kick us from the bed. So guys, what do you think? What are the some motivating agents that helps you to do something? Put it in the chat box. What are the some of the motivating agent that motivates you to work? I would love to know. Self-esteem is basically one of the way how we look our self-esteem. We want someone, other people's to respect us. We respect ourselves. Namita, appreciation, or Linu, appreciation. Both of you put it the same thing. Good. What else, guys? What else are the motivating agent? Learning new things by daring. Good, daring. What else? Suleiman says continuous growth in company. That's also good. Effort recognition, appreciation. Abdul Sami, I can put it that. Great. No, Gurjit, working environment is not something as a motivating agent. This is an hygiene agent. You see, if your working environment is very good, you will be happy for 1 week, 2 week, but it's not something that you go on daily basis. I want to go there. It's a good working environment. No, no, no. That cannot motivate you on daily basis. Career growth can be Nikanjui. Challenges. Yes. Challenges are one of the things that continuously motivates you to work. Learning on different topic to work towards your long term. Fixing things. Jeremy, how fixing thing? Would love to know. Recognition. Yes, rewards and recognition is something that is always there. So that was your theory number two. Let's discuss theory number three. Theory number it is called as basically expectance theory. Expectancy theory. Expectancy theory works in this way: whatever you expect, you will work onto that. If you expect by watching this video, coming to my YouTube channel, and putting this time on your weekend will give you something valuable, you will come to that. If you think that will not give value to you, you can watch Netflix, you may watch new movie, you may do something like that. Whatever we expect, we move according to that. all religions all religions are basically based on expectancy theory. Expectancy theory is also called as v room theory. So it says that we work what we expect. If we expect this thing will help us, we do that. If we expect it will not help us, we will not do that. For example, all of you, most of you are preparing for PMP exam. So you are here because you want to learn about PMP. If you feel that PMP will help you, you will come here learn about that. But if you feel that learning PMP will not help you, or my this 1 hour will not help, you will not prepare for PMP. That is as simple as it can put it. Expectancy theory. So, guys, what is your expectancy from this 1 hour or 1.5 hour session? What is your expectancy? Put it in the chat box. I want it to be more interactive. What is your expectancy? Put it in the chat box. Expectancy theory. Okay. As you put it, let's move to the next theory. Theory X and theory Y. Theory X and theory Y. Theory, these are the ways how management uh, basically operate in the world. Theory X, believer of theory X believes that believer of theory X believe that uh, people people don't love to work. We need to continuously monitor them. These are the people who put cameras while you are working. These are the people, they record your meeting. These are the companies in working from home, they ask you to continuously turn your videos on, audios on all the time. You have to be on the live link. These are companies having thumbprint on the entry and thumbprint on the exit, so that they can count how many hours you are working. So these are theory X companies, those follow theory X. Then we have theory Y's company. Theory Y company believe that no, people love to work. They let the people work and they believe that the more people work, the more growth they can do. So theory X, theory Y. Which type of company you work in? Is it theory X or is it theory Y, believer? Put it in the chat box. Okay, clear PMP terms. Clear PMP. World tour from office. Agar that's interesting. Understanding, gain more knowledge by getting PMP. I will be get more challenging task. Good way. Okay, growth. Okay, growth theory Y. Okay, hybrid of theory X and theory Y. Theory X, mix of both. Okay, okay. So now you understand theory X, theory Y. So we have discussed Maslow hierarchy of need, Herzberg theory of motivation of two agents, expectancy theory, and theory X and theory Y. Then the last theory is basically Macklin's theory of achievement. Macklin said that there are three elements. What are the three elements? He said that people are basically motivated by these three elements. These three elements can be are power, achievement, and affiliation. People are motivated either by power or achievement or affiliation. Power, achievement, or affiliation. Then he goes and says, okay, people are also motivated by the combination of these three. It can be somehow power and a combination of them. But some people are only motivated by power, some achievement, some affiliation. And some people are motivated by all three things. Some are only these two things. For me, I am motivated by achievement and affiliation. Achievement is my number one priority, affiliation is my number two priority. I don't care about power. I have never cared throughout my life. So, power is my third thing. What is the thing that motivates you? Is it power? Is it achievement? Or is it affiliation? Put in the chat box how you are motivated. Is it power, achievement, or affiliation? How you are motivated? Put it in the chat box. So these are some of the uh, theories of motivation that we need to know, and that is the last part of emotional intelligence. So self-awareness, self-management, social skills, empathy, and motivation. Okay, Satya, achievement, all three achievement. Your session gives some of complete help to revise. Thank you, Sagar. That is the actually purpose of these sessions. Okay, achievements. Okay. So, guys, now the once the project manager has these skills, emotional intelligence, he is using active listening. He understand what is the motivation behind that. Now he need to handle the conflict. Now these 5-10 minutes are very important because conflict management is simply the most important topic of PMP and one of the most difficult topic for people. I will try to make it simple for you, so do put special attention to this topic. Okay, so let's talk about conflict management. So first of all, in order to handle the conflict, the project managers need to identify at what level or at what stage the conflict is. This is called stage of conflict. There are 5 stages of the conflict. The first one, if you know what are the 5 stages, put it in the chat box. The first stage is problem to be solved. Now here the team is working together, the team is working, and all the discussions that the team is having is towards the problem, is towards the problem. They are trying to solve the problem, they are welcoming the ideas, they are discussing to solve the problem. The language is open, and we are talking about the facts as compared to blaming someone. We are discussing the facts, problem to solve. Here the project manager, if he identifies that we are at a problem to solve, he never interfere. Let the team solve, let the team learn, let the team grow. Then we have disagreement. We have disagreement among the team member. Now if the problem is not solved at the stage one, it get escalated to disagreement. Now here the blame game start happening. I'm blaming him. No, this is your fault. No, this is your fault. This happened because of you. This is the stage two. Here the project manager needs to jump in immediately before the conflict get escalated to contest. Here we don't care about the conflict anymore. We consider, in order for me to win, you need to lose. In order for me to win, you need to lose. We are considering about that thing. If the conflict is still not managed at this level, it goes to crusade. It goes to crusade. Now we are have become ideological. We are talking about ideology. We're not talking about a problem. We're talking about my team, my people. So the level has become very dangerous, and if it is not managed at this level, we get the most dangerous level, world war. Here, the team members cannot even see each other. They cannot even see the face of each other. Project manager need to separate the team member in order to see how to handle the conflict. They cannot sit together. They will start abusing or even can go to a bad thing. As a project manager, you need to de-escalate the issue. You need to de-escalate the issue. Like at world war level, separate the team members, let the things cool down. At crusade level, use diplomacy. At contest level, try to focus on the bigger picture, show the people how the problem solving can help. At disagreement, try to get into the problem, into the root cause of the problem, why this problem occurred, and once they reach there, let them solve their problem themselves. So we need to de-escalate the issue from the five stages: problem to solve, disagreement, contest, crusade, world war. Five stages of problem. So, five stages of conflict. As a project manager, once you have identified the stage, there are three steps of solving any problem or going to the root cause. Identify the problem. What is problem? Identify multiple solutions, whatever the solution is. Then pick one solution. See if it is working. Good. If it is not working, adopt it, change it, replace it, and choose the next solution that can give you win-win situation. Next solution that can give you win-win situation. So what are the different opportunities, different conflict management techniques we have? Let's discuss about those conflict management techniques. So different conflict management techniques that we have at our arsenal are these. I have to make a 2 by 2 matrix for this. Okay, before moving this, because this is a very important topic, guys, if you have any question so far, please put in the chat box. Level of conflict, any question so far, please put it there. Okay, so I guess that's okay. So, okay, let's put 2 by 2 matrix. Here in the x-axis, we put concerns for other, concerns for other. Here we put concerns for yourself, concern for yourself. We are caring for ourselves. Okay. So if I put further divided into xy, here concerns for other is high and concerns for ourselves is high. Here we care for ourselves as well as we care for others. So here we are trying to get a win-win situation. Here we are trying to get a win-win situation. So win-win situation can be problem solving. We work together to solve the problem. It can be confronting each other to solve the problem, or collaborating. All of these are win-win situation in the first quadrant. Here here concern for yourself, you care for yourself more and you don't care for others. So you care for yourself, you want to win, you don't care about others. Win lose situation, I want to win, that is my thing, I need to win into that. That can be forcing, you force your decision, you don't care what other people are saying, or also known as directing. You put direction, no, do it this way, I am saying that you do it that way. Here you don't care about your feelings, you care more about other feelings. So that is more when you're talking about your boss, or you consider relationship is so important that you are willing to lose. So that is lose win situation. We get smoothing. Smoothing is basically when we do, let's only discuss about the problem right now, uh, uh, things at our hand, and let's discuss the conflict issue later on. Smoothing, trying to smooth the things. Or accommodating is the most important thing here. You have said you have accommodated other. Most of the time when we are saying we are compromising, no, no, no. For compromising, I'll explain, both parties move away a little bit from their stance. In accommodating, when you are accommodating, only one party accommodate. Okay, I'll accept that. Smoothing or accommodating. Then here we have lose-lose situation. avoid or withdraw. Avoid or withdraw. Here you run away from the problem. You just document, you don't take any action. Don't take any action. And then in the combination of this, we have compromise. So, guys, compromise is a very interesting technique. Here, both parties give up a little bit of their thing. Both parties move a little bit from their stances. If you are here, you move little here, you move little there. That is called as compromising. As a project manager, you should move from avoid to compromise to win-win situation. Your goal should be win-win situation. Avoid compromise towards win-win situation. So these are conflict management technique. That's basically how you handle any conflict in the project. Any confusion so far, put in the chat box. That's everything about storming stage, active listening, emotional intelligence, conflict management, different level of conflicts, everything you need to know about conflict management at this particular level. Any question so far, please ask. Sir, when PM will come into the picture when conflict? No, no, no. PM will enter at disagreement level. When the conflict reaches to level number two, the project manager need to jump in to solve that conflict. That is an important thing. Okay. So keep coming your questions, and if you have no question, put it in the chat box that everything is clear to you. That everything is clear. I would love to know that everything is clear to you. Put in the chat box. It's clear or not. Okay. So from here, we go to Tuckman ladder back to our Tuckman ladder. Okay. We go back to our Tuckman ladder. In Tuckman ladder, we discuss the storming. The project manager here need to do coaching of the team. We discuss everything, what else is happening, but he's basically using all the skills, and this is called coaching. If it is managed in a good way, we finally reach to a stage that is known as norming. In norming, we are understanding the habits of the team. Still the conflict can happen, the conflict is happening, but we start accepting that, we start understanding the habit of each other, how the team members are working, what is their way, what can be the best thing. We start understanding the team members in the norming stage. Things are getting normalized, the productivity is improving, and finally here the project manager act like a mentor. He's mentoring them, helping them where it is required. And then finally, the team reaches to the ideal stage for all the project managers, that is called performing. Here, project managers need to delegate the task. You set aside, let them team do their things. Guys, this is very, very important. When the team can do their thing, you delegate the task. You let the team do their thing. If you keep on pushing them even when they reach this stage, then the team will not be working, and then the team will never grow. You need to let the team grow in the performing stage. So once the team has reached the performing stage, and after that the last stage come, and the last stage is basically adjourning. Now the team member are again going, and again the conflict can happen, so we need to do coaching and mentoring. Forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. Five stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. One thing that is key throughout the entire journey, throughout the entire way, we need to basically act like a servant leader. We need to fulfill the needs of the training teams. Servant leader is like a father. Most of the time people consider servant leader is someone who never become a directive in nature. Servant leader is like a father or mother. Whatever is the requirement of the team, he will act like. What does the mother do? If mother think that child needs some scolding, they do that. If the mother thinks that the children need some training, it does that. And throughout the entire forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning, entire Tuckman ladder series, you identify the training needs of individuals as well as the team. You identify the training needs, you provide the trainings to the team, and you measure the training outcomes. Okay, he needed to need the training of on Excel. Now we have provided that training on Excel. So do they do they basically start doing that or not? And also we can also provide the certificate to the team member. Okay, so that's an important thing, that we do that throughout the process. Servant leader training. Okay, what happens in norming? In the norming stage, the team is moving from the storming to norming, from conflict, and now they are starting each other, they are adjusting their life, their habits to one another. It's a very important thing, that the transition from storming to norming has to be very interesting, very handled very positively. Otherwise, it can go back to storming. It can go back to storming thing. So it is an important thing. Another thing, a question can come in exam. If a new team member happen, what happens? If a new team members come, if a new team members come, then the team goes back to the forming stage, because we need to understand that thing again. So guys, that's almost the entire team topic for you, entire team topic too. If you have any question, you can ask now. After this, we will solve five hard questions of that. Is there any document where we document the conflict? We can document the conflict in the issue log, and then from there we get the documents into the lesson learned documents. Okay, or we can make a customized document, but issue log works for that. In that way, issue log can work actually. Okay, so two more things. Resource management plan. The entire team topic, or the team, is basically when to acquire the resources, at what rates the resources will acquired, when to acquire, when to develop, when to manage, how to manage the cost of the trainings of the team. Everything is written in the resource management plan. There are four type of resources: manpower, machinery, money, and material. But here we are discussing about the team, so that is manpower. We only focus on the manpower resource of that. But resource management plan will define who will do what, where, when. So when we are talking about who will do what thing according to the resource management plan, so we do have RACI chart, a very important chart. RAM, responsibility assignment matrix, who is responsible for certain thing, and then RACI, an extension to the RAM, who is responsible to do something, who is accountable to do something, whom to consult, whom to inform. Responsibility, who is responsible? Okay, uh, maybe I maybe Amir is responsible for doing this thing, but who is ultimately accountable if that thing does not happen? And whom to consult, whom to inform. That's a very important thing. RAM and RACI, most of the time you will get a question in your PMP exam regarding RAM or RACI. Okay, and RAM and RACI are actually a part of our resource management plan. And we also need to know about the resource calendar, when certain resource will be available, when certain resource will be gone, their shifts, their time resources, those things are also documented there. RAM is responsibility assignment metric. Okay, so who is responsible for a particular thing? And RACI is responsibility, accountability, consult, and inform. Okay, so RAM and RACI. And guys, one important thing, when you are having a team from a multi Suleiman, I did explain RAM and RACI. I hope that is clear to you. Okay, so Derry, I will come to the your question. Let me just complete one more point. Guys, whenever you are having a team from the entire world, rewards and recognition need to be managed and understood in a very positive way. It is very important that when you are giving rewards, rewards are very simple. You can give some tangible rewards, money, things like this is basically that is a reward. Okay, that is, but recognition is more intangible. It is appreciation. So appreciation has to be in public. Scolding has to be in private, appreciation has to be in public. You need to understand which type of cultures allow which type of rewards and recognition, and you need to provide recognitions and rewards according to the culture of that particular area or domain. Understanding that is a very, very important thing when you're working into that. Okay. One thing is very important while you're a project manager. When we're talking about a culture, when we're talking about the teams, especially in the agile team, working environment has to be very healthy, and this is the job of the project manager. This is the job of the project manager to make a working environment a healthy environment in which mistakes are not scolded. People are not fired once they made a mistake. They are treated in a positive way. They are worked in a way that is helpful for the organizations. So build a good environment where people can work and learn from their mistake. We have caves and common, like gives common area where people can work, and semi cubicle where the caves are there. So that's everything, I guess, about the team and resource topic. We'll go to the slide and see if anything is missing. Otherwise, please have a question that you have, and we will solve the five hard questions of PMP after that. Linu, it is prepared by the team, but since it's a response, it is, a project manager is ultimately accountable. I will put it the project manager is responsible for this. Okay, between forming, norming, and adjourning, which is more productive? Norming, I would say the productivity is peak at, of course, performing stage, then norming, then forming, and then storming and other one. Okay. Agile teams and predictive teams are same? No, agile teams and predictive teams are not same. Age, that's agile teams are 8 to 12 team members. Predictive team members can be 10,000. So agile team, like the one pizza can be enough for the agile team. Agile teams have a different rules, different way how they work. Predictive team have a different way, different mentality, because agile is a kind of a mindset which most of the time predictive team lacks. That's an important thing to understand. Okay, guys, if you have any question, put in the chat box. Otherwise, we are going to, okay, team topic. Okay, keep putting your question. I'll answer them eventually. Okay, so this was my thumbnail. So we have discussed resource management plan, RASI, RAM, ground rules, T-type leaders. Yes, this is an important thing. I guess I missed that. T-type leader. T-type, in basically, you see some people are I-type leader. They have a in-depth knowledge of one topic. They are the master of that particular topic, but they lack the knowledge of other topics. So they are basically I-type leader having the in-depth of one topic. They are not they don't know about other topics. Then we have a general people who have information of every single thing, but they don't have a specialty. And then combining them, T-type leader, people having in-depth knowledge of one topic and then having a knowledge of other topics. We want our team to be T-type leader so that we don't have one point of failure, one team member left, and you cannot do anything about that. So we need two team members to have a T-type leader. So we discuss resource management plan, RASI, ground rules, T-type, rewards, recognition, team charter, document, training requirements, virtual team, working environment, servant, motivational theory, conflict management, emotional intelligence. So everything that in the exam content outline of PMI we need to know. So let's start working on the questions. Like now, coaching calls, I'll give you 70 seconds for every single question. Put in the chat box what is your answer with justification. So let's start. Please put the justification. Why do you think particular answer is live? Right? Okay, let's see what the people have. Okay, okay. Norming, norming as they went from norming. Praveen is saying B, C, norming. Okay, guys, so let's read the question. Your team has been arguing with each other for last 2 weeks. However, now they understand the habits of each other and start working together. At which stage your team? So when the team was fighting at each other, it was smoothing. Praveen put it smoothing. So smoothing is not the answer because first the team was fighting. Now we have moved from there, and now we understand habits of each other, guys. So habit comes in the norming stage. Norming is the right answer of this question. We are in the norming stage right now. So majority have said that norming, so I feel kind of proud. Amit, you put C as a forming. C is norming. Is it your C or okay? Suleiman, what is your answer? Okay, guys, next question. C. Okay, well done, Suleiman. Yes, Satya, there is nothing like smoothing. I put it as a distractor. Guys, please give the justification why Chimzi, why this is the answer. Rajveer, Praveen, why this is the answer. Kadari is saying, do nothing. The team is working on solving the problem. No need to intervene. Do nothing. Okay. Still, you have 20 seconds. Please keep solving it. Those people who have not liked this video, I'll highly request please like this video and share it on LinkedIn if you can, at Facebook groups, that people can also learn about this thing. Okay. So everyone has given the right answer. I kind of feel proud that since in this question the first step is problem to solve, then disagreement, then contest, crusade to war, then world war. We are at the problem to be solved, and that problem to solve, when the team members are working together, we don't have to do anything. Let them do their thing. And this is interesting, everyone has the right answer. Do nothing, do nothing, do nothing. Everyone got the right answers. Okay. Disagreement in stage of conversation PM needs to intervene. Okay, Jimsy, thank you. Okay, guys, next question. Jimsy, justification. I always tell you justification. Okay, which conflict management technique is this? Team members have been fighting for 2 weeks. Project manager came and listened both parties, and then he decided both parties have to give some give up on this decision. Which conflict management technique? Everyone put D, and D is the right answer. And compromise, both parties move a little bit from their stance, and that is something we called as a compromise. No, Daddy, it is not accommodating. In accommodating, basically one person accommodating is not a lose-lose situation, lose-win situation. In accommodating, one part is giving up while other party is accepting. It is compromising both person. If both persons are here, one person move here, the other person move here, both party give up something. It is compromising, my friend. Okay, question number 4. This is good one. Actually, I was guessing this one will make a little bit problem for all of you. Yeah, my guess was right. So here we are getting conflicting answers. Okay, you are working in an agile team. A team member comes to you and and share he is unable to do complex analysis. As a project manager, what will you do? Guys, uh, who put first, Rajveer, you put the answer right. Team member had an issue, not the entire team. Look at this option: arrange training for the team. Why do we need to arrange a training for the team? A team member is doing a task, he is unable to do that. We don't have to report him to HR, we don't have to put this issue in the issue log. We need to arrange coaching for him, work on that. Maybe asking some, we can do pair programming, asking some senior to do that. Why do we need to arrange training for that? And this is an important thing. Someone put it in the issue log. No, we put issue into the issue log when we want to resolve it and go to the root cause of that thing. Here, the issue is there. Already root cause analysis this. A team member does not know what to do. Straightforward, we solve the problem. Straightforward, we arrange coaching for him because you have a budgeted amount time for particular things. So that is straightforward, arrange coaching for him. Okay, guys, last one. If the training was arranged, training, you see, if the training was arranged for only one, then the answer would be training. Training is a better word. Coaching is more, then coaching comes more of a, we consider then coaching more of a non-technical thing. Then the coaching would have been the answer. Then the training would have been the answer. Abbas, I look forward for your PMP, brother. Okay, Amit. Uh, okay, you have geographically distributed team. While in stand-up, you notice some members are smoking, and some are eating. Some their background noise. So what to do? Straightforward. We don't report it to an ethical way. We never report. That is the last thing. Accept as a norm. Why accept this is a norm? A list of work items. No, this is not the list of work items needed to be completed next sprint. No, that has nothing to do with that. Implement ground rules. Actually, I wanted to put do nothing as the B option and implement ground rule as the C option, but I guess I put backspace there while writing. So implement ground rules would be the answer here. Implement ground rules would be the answer here. So guys, that's it for today's coaching call. If you have any question that you want to ask about anything, you can ask now. And do put what should be the next topic of next Sunday pathway to PMP. Do you want it to be quality or procurement? What topic you want? Last time you guys selected this topic, team over quality. So now which topic you want next Sunday? And secondly, if you haven't taken PMP training, you can join my one-to-one program or my mentor program. One-to-one program you can join anytime, and you will become certified in 3 to 4 weeks maximum. And mentor program, my one-to-one mentor program. And if you want to join group program, that is batch program. Next batch program is starting in 17th of June. Already 4 or 5 students have joined it, and they are using the pre-training material. Like one of the student have watched 6 topic. He has actually covered even before starting the batch. He has covered stakeholder communication, team, agile. Agile was very hard for him. He was from construction and fundamental. So you can join and get those pre-training material. So if you want to join, you can join with us. Okay. So thank you. Okay, we get how many vote? 2 quality vote. Thank you very much. 4 quality vote and a lot of procurement vote. Okay, guys. So keep put if you watch after this, put in the answer, and in 1 or 2 days I'll decide quality or procurement. So we'll meet on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Dubai time for 10 hard questions of PMP, and then Sunday for pathway to PMP on quality or procurement. And if you want to contact with me, my number is there, my email address is there. And thank you again for joining. Your joining is always an honor for me, and I love this time. So till next time, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. Namaste. Sat Sri Akal. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Bye bye. Ibrahim. First of all, welcome to everyone on episode number 3 for Pathway to PMP. And it has been a great journey so far, and I am loving each and every single episode of this journey. And I'm so happy the love you guys are giving me is just mind blowing. Today, we are going to discuss Agile in a way that has never been discussed before. Today, we are going to go into Agile into that detail that is required for PMP. And at the end of the session, we are going to solve 5 questions of PMP for the Agile part. So, I want this session to be as interactive as humanly possible. But before moving forward, can you hear me properly and can you see me? I had a lot of technical glitches just at 8 p.m. the joining time. So this pen got lost. So was finding it. So if you can hear me properly and you can see me, please put it in the chat box. And this chat box has to be very active so that you guys can learn and I can share whatever I know. That is a very important thing if you want to move forward in this direction. This is an important thing when we are moving in this thing, that whatever you feel, put it in the chat box. Okay, so we are live simultaneously at multiple locations and seeing it how we can work. Okay, everything is clear. Okay, good to see that, Talha. Yes, we can. Hello, sir. Ali here. Hello, Talha. Hello. Yes, I can hear. I can hear. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, do like this video wherever you are watching, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever you are watching. Please do like that so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Hello, Usha. Good to have you, Usha. Good. Now, let's start. What do you think Agile is? In your own wording, what is Agile? Put it in the chat box. What is Agile? And how Agile is different from predictive? Let's discuss that thing. And also gonna go a little bit about the life cycles, how different life cycles are there. But let's put it first, focus on agile. What is agile? There are many misconceptions about agile that I'm going to remove today. So whatever you think is in agile, put it in a chat box that you I think this is agile. So I want to know, I want to hear it from you guys. What do you think is agile? So please put it in the chat box. What is agile? Okay. One of project management methodology, that's one way to put it. The approach to overcome with the unpredictable work. No, that's a good way to put it. Hi Amer, hello. That's another way to put it, like to work with a different material that can. Hello Manju, good to have you at LinkedIn. So what is agile, guys? Let that. Agile is simple term, is quick and swift. Yeah, agile and simple can be quick and swift. How these things are. That's another way to put it. What else is agile? Mhm. What is agile in your wording? Okay, the approach to overcome with unpredictable work. In agile, goal known solution. Okay, suddenly a lot. In agile, goal known solution not known. In predictive, okay, solution is not familiar. Okay, it's about taking decision based on requirement. Okay, good. A project management technique in which teams are self-organized, etc., etc. Okay, Kevin, Ca- is a way of work where requirements are not defined and is a process where business value can be generated even if. Okay, Cherry is saying agile is approach to deal with a kinetic project. A very well put. Agile is all. That's on the point. I will come to this thing. So Usha is saying an iterative approach, etc., etc. Okay. Everyone, whatever you are saying is right. First, let me put it this on very clear thing that whatever you are saying is right about agile. Everything that you are saying, uh, your requirements are not fixed in agile. The things can be delivered incrementally in parts and again and again. Scope, as Kalim is saying, scope is not fixed, but time and cost is fixed. Every single thing is right. But the most important and the fundamental thing that organization do is that they follow practices instead of following agile. Scrum is one of the framework, and daily stand up, sprint review, retrospective, these are some of the practices we follow. We get one of those things, like we pick and choose na, but we don't get right mindset. Guys, if you can get the right mindset for agile, you can solve any problem that you have in the agile. Yes, agile did come from the lean methodology. I totally agree with you, Amia, that agile did came from lean. One of the way how agile basically started working was from the lean. 100% agree. Agile is mindset. What does mindset means? Mindset is basically how you think about things, how you think about customer, how you think about team, how do you take the work. Every single thing comes under agile. If you are delivering product parts by parts and thinking agile is, you are doing agile, no, 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 no. You need to put customer as the number one priority. You need to work to develop your team. You need to follow the values and the principles of agile. Let me show you with my screen. Okay, so yeah, play from start. I guess, guys, if you can see that in your, please put it in the chat box. Yes, that I can see it. It is important because now I cannot see the screen. Okay, just open my screen so that I can also see. Okay, so yeah, you can see it. Okay, thank you, Usha. So agile is a mindset. It is basically based on this thing. It is based on four values, 12 principles, and then multiple practices. Whatever the practices you are following, all those practices come under this thing. Four values, 12 principles, and whatever the practices are there. We should move from here to understand the agile. But what we are doing, we are moving from this side. We just follow few of the practices and try to use that, and then we say, okay, this is agile cannot work in this industry. Now, Kalim, very well coincidence that agile can be followed by a specific industry, not applicable to all. I totally agree with you. That's why you need to move from this side. You need to understand at what industries agile can be applied, and that is described by the values of the agile and then supported by the principles. So let's jump into the four values of the agile. I put it here, and also I shared two slides of this. The four values of agile manifesto: individual and interactions over processes and tools. I want to dive deep into this agile value: individual and interaction over processes and tool. When you read this thing, what comes into your mind? What does this agile value means for you? Individual and interaction over processes and tool. What is this mean for you? Put it in the chat box. Individual and interaction over processes and tools. This is an important and interesting thing to understand. And the purpose of this call is to give the real agile thing instead of just giving the practices. So individual and interaction over processes and tool. So what is that? Put it in the chat box. What do you think that mean? Okay, guys, I'm waiting for your comments. Put it there. I want to know what does that mean for you? Individual and interaction over processes and tool. Team interaction and brainstorming. Okay, that's a one way to put it. That the interactions between the team and the brainstorming. A very well way to put it. That okay. Projects and product are made by the people. Thus, we should privilege team-based approach and people interaction. Very well placed, Kevin. I really like the way. Okay, instead of relying on processes, depends on team interactions. Okay, more focus on people. Okay, okay, individuals and their interaction is more important. You just reiterated, Ritesh, what is being said. Okay, customer satisfaction, we are not talking about customer right now. We are talking about every single individual, Kalim. Individual and interaction over processes and tools. So whatever you are saying is right. My understanding, my way is that the way people interact with each other, the way each individual work, everyone has an individuality. So how they work, how they think about the task, how they are going through the journey of the entire work, that is more important than the processes we have made. The processes we have, that are important, the tools that are important. For example, I am talking on StreamYard. It's an important tool, but the StreamYard was not working, I would go live on YouTube or maybe on LinkedIn, on Facebook. That's one way. My goal is to have an interaction with you guys. My goal is to see how to deliver value to you guys. So for that, whatever the interaction we have, that becomes the most important thing. That's an important thing. Individual and their interaction over processes and tools. For example, if they want to work in a sprint review in a different way, if they want to use sprint planning with a different tool, let them do that. Allow them to do that. Don't follow the strictness of the process that we have to follow this thing. That's the first value of agile. Let's go to the second value of agile and let's talk about that value. Now this value confuses a lot of people whenever we are discussing working software over comprehensive documentation. Since agile was basically made by the software people, so the wording is for the software, working software over comprehensive documentation. It does not mean that only we're talking about software. It means whatever is working, whatever is right, whatever is fulfilling the requirement, it is more important as compared to filling the documents. Now there's a catch here. If you are working in a pharmaceutical company, and mostly pharmaceutical companies work in the agile way, if you are working in the pharmaceutical company and documentation is the part of the project, it's an important part, you cannot move forward, then that becomes your working software. Whatever is working, whatever is done is better than talking. Now it goes to the concept of making a minimum viable product or minimum marketable feature, like the product having minimum requirement, and put it out there, put those requirement out to the customer to try to get the feedback from the customer. That is the most important thing in the age. Whatever works is the most important thing. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Guys, is this, we have discussed two values, is these two values are clear to you? If not, please put the question in the chat box and would love to answer. The third one is customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Now this is a punch on the face of predictive life cycle. Predictive, all the time construction talks about do what is written in the contract. We have to follow the contract. And here we are saying no. Contract is important, but giving value to the customer, giving the things that the customer require is more important than getting maybe $5 more from the customer. Why? Agile works on long term thinking. Long term thinking, that if a customer buys from you today, and like I remember what Alibaba founder Jack Ma used to say, if you can get up, like if you are negotiating about 10-10, like you can sell some product at 10 and you give it at 9, you will get a name in the market that this person is giving more value to the other side of the table, and as a result that increases value in the long term. So we want to give collaboration as the key. That's why in predictive we say, okay, this is validated scope, come that when we have a validated scope, then the customer can come. Here we saying no, we need customer at every single stage. We want the customers at every single stage. We are having in them sprint review, and if it is XP, we actually, instead of product owner, we have a customer with us. The last value, the third value is clear, guys? Do put in the chat box if this value is clear to you or not. If this value is clear to you or not. Okay, the next value, responding to a change over following a plan. Now, this one is again a punch to the predictive phase. We have to follow the change control procedure, change control board, etc., etc., etc. There is no change control board in Agile. There is no change control board in Agile. At any time, whenever the requirement goes directly to the product owner. He takes the requirement, put it into product backlog, and prioritize that requirement. That's it. Put it in the sprint. No change control board. And then we rank the change request by high value, high risk. Whatever the change request is, we prioritize the change request according to that. So four values responding to the change over fall. Let's see next slide. Individual and interaction over processes and tools. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Customer collaboration or contract negotiation. Responding to a change or following a plan. If any of these is not clear, please ask now. Please ask now. They are the mindset. If we work in the mindset, we are done by this thing. This is the most important thing. The four values of age. If you have any question, ask now. Now, once you have the right mindset, then you move towards next thing. The principles are mostly extension of your values. It also adds something. The principles add that we want to have an incremental value. We prefer face to face communication. uh, can you be, Kalim, more specific how the boundaries are set? Can you clarify your question? So multiple principles have multiple things. So let's have a look at the principles on a different scale, on a different site. Okay. So these are the 12 principle we need to satisfy the customer. Our highest priority is satisfying the customer. This goes back to the value, so that is clear. This welcome change, clear. We want to give incremental delivery to the customer, deliver whatever the frequency is this. We want to have a team. Normally it is maximum up to 12 team members. We want to have team members who can trust each other, who can work together, trust each other, support each other, and have we try to have a face to face conversation. And we try to have self organizing team. The team take their work themselves. Okay. So this is principle number 4, 5, 6, and 11 is all about team. You get a T type leaders. T type mean people having the expertise in one domain, and they also have the idea about other domains, so that there is less point of failures. So you get a T type leader 10 to 12. They select their work themselves. We prefer to have face to face conversation. I guess this principle will be updating soon, because now the more and more people are working from home, and all the companies are supporting that. The teams has to be self-organized working software. That's again that goes to the value of that. This is an important thing. In agile, we want to have a sustainable progress. It's not that we do one thing for 12 hours and then we don't do that at all. We want to have a sustainable development throughout the project. If we are working 8 hours, we continuously work 8 hours. So that's an important value there. We want to improve the quality. Continuous attention to the detail of the quality is important. We try to simplify the things, remove the things that are not simplified. We use Pareto rule and sprint retrospective, that we review our progress through daily stand up retrospective to improve ourselves. Another way to say these 12 principle is this. I really like this one. Like, we want to give incremental delivery, we adapt to change. Okay. And we want to give MVP. And it's not that we give one delivery and that's it. We want to give after every sprint or after every release. People must work together, business and developer. We want to have motivated people, and we prefer face to face interaction. We work software. We want to have a constant pace. Technically brilliance, like we focus on quality to continuously improve on quality, and we keep on doing that. We simplify the things. We don't want to have a complex things. We want to have a self-organizing team, and we sit together to reflect how we can improve. So these were four values and 12 principles. They are the most important thing in agile. Everything else is just a practice, and we will discuss two to three practices that are the most common in agile, and that basically correspond how we need to do that. Okay. Change how the boundaries are set, change your new requirement karo le. The product owner basically talk with the customer, Kalim, and the customer define that this thing is important or not. If that thing is not important, then we don't do it at all. I hope that is clear to you. Now, before we move to the practices, I want to discuss an important thing about this. People think that we don't do planning in agile. Actually, it is exactly opposite. In agile, we do more planning. and we do basically use rolling wave planning. What is rolling wave planning? Rolling wave planning is basically, first you plan at high level, and then as you move forward, you keep on replanning. You, as a more detail comes, you expand that detail. You expand that detail. So we use rolling wave planning in Agile a lot. How do we do that? Let me show you. What do we work? And simplicity meaning, Sagar, simplicity mean that you list down 10 things and you identify what not to do. What not to do, and don't do that at all. Understanding, okay, these things have value and these thing does not have value. That is the important thing in Agile. Okay. So guys, let me share the screen. Okay, so when we are talking about the agile planning, we plan at multiple level. First, we make agile charter, or you can also say that once the charter is done, we have the vision for the entire product. We have the vision. Okay, we are going to do this vision. It's not the vision from Wanda vision. Okay, then we make a product roadmap. Roadmap is basically kind of a milestone chart, if you can say, when the releases will be released, when you will get which release. Release 1, release 2, or I can say release 1, release 2, release 3, release 4. We don't deliver customer after every single sprint. We give the customer after every release. Release is like, you can consider it's a entire year, January, and this is December. So you give the product to the customer after March, January, February, March, April. Then after each 3 months, you are providing them those releases. And in those releases, then we plan our sprints. Sprints are also known as iterations. We plan sprints or we plan iteration. The length of sprint is normally 1 to 4 weeks, but generally we have, for simplicity, we have 2 weeks. And then inside them we have stand-ups that are 15 minutes meeting, daily 15 minutes meeting, same place, same location. We discuss only three questions: what you have done yesterday, what you are going to do today, and is there any impediment or roadblock. So we make, if I put it high level, vision, product roadmap, release, and then sprint iteration, and then you have daily stand up. So that's basically how you plan: release level, iteration level. So if this is clear, please put it in the chat box that this is clear. I want to know that. Is this clear so far? Any confusion while I'm moving forward? So that's how the planning is done in Agile. Under the umbrella of Agile, we discuss Agile, we discussed Lean. Basically, Agile came from Lean. We discuss Scrum. And in your exam, apart from four values, 12 principle, this Scrum is the most important thing. Then we discussed Kanban. Kanban is just a board where you have work in progress limit. And then we have XP. XP is a pair programming tool. I'll come to that. Then DS, DM, etc., etc. So many other. They are not that important. So you can, like, I don't remember even in 2022 anyone got this question from XP. Kanban, yes. Scrum, yes, but not after Kanban. We don't have any question that student gets in the exam. But still, I will try to explain a little bit of those things. So let's discuss Scrum framework. How basically Scrum work, and what are the thing in Scrum that we can see and we can work. The most important thing, there are, sir, in each sprint necessary. We uh, Sagar, your question will be answered in a while. Just wait. Now your question will be answered probably. Okay. So guys, there are three roles: product owner, development team, and Scrum Master. We don't have a project manager in Scrum. We have a Scrum Master. He does not have the same authority or responsibility as a project manager, but he is there to make sure that we follow the entire Scrum framework, we follow the proper procedures. Scrum Master. Then we have Product Owner. Product Owner is a voice of a customer. He's your organization team member, but he is basically the person who understands the product as best. You can consider him as a business analyst. He will be the person who will deciding how to, like, what are the product and how you can work into that. And then we have a self-organizing team. Everything that the work is done, how the work is done, the development team decides. So the development team decides how the work will be done, what work will be done. So three roles: product owner, development team, scrum master. These three roles must be clear to you. If this is clear, please put yes, and I'm moving forward. Three roles of Scrum. Okay, then we have five events. We have five events in Scrum. The first one is sprint itself. Sprint is a duration of 1 to 4 weeks. Okay, it's a duration of 1 to 4 week, and at the end of a sprint, you must make something that the customer need to have. Sprint. Then we have sprint planning. In sprint planning, basically we plan for that sprint, what we are gonna do, what are the things in the sprint. As a result of a sprint planning, we get sprint backlog, the things that you are going to produce in this sprint, as well as you also make sprint goal that you share with the customer. Okay, these are the things I'm gonna do this way. So sprint planning. The third one is daily stand up. Daily stand up, some author just called it as a stand up, some author called it as a scrum meeting, whatever is there. It is a 15 minutes, it is fixed. You ask only three questions: what have you done yesterday, what you are going to do today, is there any impediment, roadblocks, any problem there. It is for the team, by the team. Scrum master is there to make sure that we end the meeting within the 15 minutes. Then the fourth meeting, sprint fourth event, sprint review. You see, when after at the end of the sprint planning, at the end of the sprint planning, you start working on that, and you are reviewing your progress here. Inspect. The purpose of daily stand up is to inspect what have been done and adopt, change the work accordingly. Same goes for the sprint review. In sprint review, product owner, customer, sponsor, team, scrum master, everyone comes and they look at the work. They look at the work and they either accept the work or they reject the work. So let's say the work is basically called as user stories. The requirements are called as user stories. In sprint review, there are two things. If and the product owner is basically accepted or rejected. If it is accepted, if the product owner accepted, it goes into the product increment. Like, it goes into a document, it becomes a part of the final solution if it get accepted. If it get rejected, now rejected can be because of two reasons: either it is not completed, we don't even show that, or it is just it does not meet the agreed requirement. Whatever is the case, if it is not complete, the agreed work is not complete, or it is rejected, it goes back into the product backlog. What is product backlog? I'll come to that in a minute. It goes back to the product backlog. As at the end of the sprint review, if the sprint is, let's say, 1 to 2 weeks, at the end of 2 weeks, the sprint backlog is over. There is no discussion on further on sprint backlog. Sprint backlog is over, its story is over. Whatever is completed, it goes into the product increment. Whatever is not completed or rejected, it goes into product backlog. Here, normally new user stories are added. New user stories are added, and product backlog is reprioritized. Reprioritized as high value, high risk. It is reprioritized. We also called it as grooming of product backlog. Grooming of product backlog. So this is sprint review. The last event is sprint retrospective. The last is sprint retrospective. So sprint retrospective is basically to reflect according to the principle. We reflect on the work we have done, on the policies we are following, on the methodologies we are following. It's for the team, by the team. Just like daily stand up, only team comes there and they try to find out one or two improvements that they can do for the next sprint. One or two improvements that they can do in the next sprint. It has 5 stages. Set the stage. Scrum Master is the facilitator. He set the stage, like what we are going to expect, what is happening. He shares those things with every single person. He basically clarify the requirements, what we are going to do, set the stage. We gather data. We gather the data from every person. We look at the entire sprint, what has been done, what has been done. The third step is we generate insight. Now here we are doing root cause analysis. Here we are doing trying to see what is done good, bad, how we can improve. And in the fourth, we decide on improvements. We decide on improvements. And fifth, we close the retrospective, thanking each other. Thank you very much for attending, etc., etc., etc. 5 stages: set the stage, gather data, generate insight, decide what to do, close the retrospective. 3 roles: product owner, development team, scrum master. 5 event: sprint, sprint backlog, daily stand up, sprint review, sprint retrospective. If you have any question about so far, before I go to the 3 documents: product backlog, sprint backlog, and product increment, I'll explain these 3 documents. If there is any question, please ask. If this is clear, please put yes, it is clear. If this is not clear, please ask the question. Otherwise, please put it is clear. And guys, many people have not liked the video. Kindly like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. And especially those people who will be watching this once the recording is over, once the live is over, please do like this so that it can start coming into the algorithm and more people can understand it. Now, the 3 documents that we have. So product owner will not participate in daily. No, he will not participate unless it is compulsory and he wants to join. He need to talk to the Scrum Master, and then he can join it. Otherwise, he don't need to have join it. Okay. Uh, Cherry, what recap you need? What is not clear? Please ask the exact question. Okay. So 5 stages, uh, 5 events: sprint, 1 to 4 week, sprint planning, where you plan every single thing. You get a sprint backlog and sprint goal. Daily stand up, where you basically uh, three 3 question: what you did yesterday, what you are gonna do today, is there any impediment, roadblocks. And it is 15 minutes, same place, same location. We want our co-location. We have information radiator there. I'm gonna come into the information radiator, what are those things. And then we have sprint review, where we check what has been completed, what is not completed. And if something is completed, it goes into product increment. If it is not completed or it is rejected, it goes into product backlog. And then we sit together to have a sprint retrospective, to look and see how we can improve ourselves. Sprint retrospective is 5 stages: set the stage, gather data, generate insight, decide what to do, and close the retrospective. So 5 stages, guys, for the this thing. Now 3 documents. Then I will basically explain the entire uh, flow of that thing. Oh, I need to open the mind map. Okay. Acha ji. 3 documents. Okay. Product backlog. Now, product backlog is the most important document. Product backlog is the list of all the requirement. List of all requirements are in the product backlog. What are the requirement? Requirement is in the form of a user story. User story. User story. The syntax of the user story is: as a user, whoever Amer, I want to make this pathway series so that I can teach people. I can teach more people through the live YouTube videos. So if you look at this, this is the defining who you are, this is what is your requirement, and this is the criteria why you are doing that. You put down all the requirements into the product backlog in on the sticky notes. You write down all the requirements on the sticky notes and put down all the requirements to the product backlog. Few things we want to understand about each user story. It follows three C's. They are written on the card like sticky notes. There's a conversation on the card. There's a conversation on the card, and on the back side of the card, we have confirmation criteria. We had confirmation criteria. Each user story must follow acronym of invest. They must be independent of each other. One user story should not depend on another. They must be negotiable. Like you must be able to negotiate that. There should be no user story that becomes a showstopper. They should provide value to the customer, valuable. You must be able to estimate them, estimatable. They should be small, like you can complete it in one sprint. The user stories that you cannot complete in one sprint, they are big user stories. We call them as epic is a combination of user story. We break them down into small user story. These user stories must be testable. You must be able to test them. So guys, invest acronym: independent, negotiable, valuable, estimatable, small, and testable. Independent, negotiable, valuable, estimatable, small, and testable. Product owner, he goes to the stakeholders, all the stakeholders. He collect their requirements, all the user stories A, B, C, D, E. He take all the requirements. He put all the requirements into the product backlog. All the requirements are in the product backlog. One place for all the requirement. We get the product backlog. Once all requirements are there, he goes back to the stakeholders, that can be customer, sponsor, whoever is it, and ask them, let's rate these as high value. Which of them is the highest value? And they rate them through the high value, and then if needed, team can also come and team can rate here which of the requirement has high risk, because team knows the work. High value, high risk, the product backlog is prioritized by high value, high risk, high value, medium risk, high value, etc., etc. Value is the number one parameter, then risk is the parameter. Stakeholders define the value, team and product owner defines how risky these activities are. So now we have our prioritized product backlog. Few techniques that he used to prioritize the product backlog includes Moscow, the most important that is used. Must have, what are the must requirement? Should requirement, like I need to have these requirements, they become the must. Then okay, once my must are filled, then what are my should requirement? What are the could requirement, would likely to have requirement? Moscow, must have, should have, could have, would likely to have. So this is the way how you prioritize the product backlog. We also can use 100 points as a technique. We give 100 points to the stakeholder and they prioritize them on each user story, and then we count the points. Whichever user story has more point, it becomes the highest prioritized user story. So that is the entire thing about the product backlog. If what I have explained is clear, then the everything you need to know about the product backlog is clear. Put in the chat box if it is clear. Put it in the chat box if what I just shared is clear to you. Very much, Usha. Thank you for saying that. Very much. Okay, good. So now, clear, clear. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yep. So now, once we have the product backlog, now the team comes. Now the team comes. Team Now team will do the estimation of those user stories. The product backlog is there. Okay, the product backlog is there, having all the requirement A, B, C, D. Now team want to estimate those requirement. Understand this thing. Agile are basically lightweight estimate. What does that mean? We don't use absolute estimation like it's 100 hours work. If we use that technique is called as ideal hours. We say that we can complete the entire work into 100 hours. Okay. In Agile, we called it as ideal hours. We are considering that all the time we will be working. That actually does not happen. For example, for me, it was that all the time I will just speaking. It has to be one-way communication. So the session will be 30 minutes as I made journey videos. But now I want to make this more interactive. So I'm asking you guys as a result, the length of the session is increasing, right? So the whenever you estimate in ideal hours, you always get more time into that. So that is least usable technique in the for estimation. There are three estimation techniques for each user story. The second is basically affinity estimation. Affinity means categorizing. Since agile is a knowledge work, we don't know exactly most of the time how much it will take, but we can compare each user story with other. So we say this is a small user story, this is a medium, large, this is excel, or this is xxl. Many organizations still use affinity estimation. The third type of estimation that is mostly used is Fibonacci series estimation. Fibonacci series, if you remember the calculus that you studied in your engineering or whatever you have studied, we add the previous number 2 plus 1 3, 2 plus 3 5, 3 plus 5 8, 8 plus 5 13, 21, 34, etc. etc. Fibonacci series basically believes as your user story size increases, the complexity gets more and more. Complexity get more and more. So the team says this user story is two story point, four user story point, 5, 8, etc. etc. Whatever the team says, only team knows what does 2 mean, what does 5 mean. So you cannot compare the story points of one team with the other team. Story point is basically the effort required to complete a user story. So one story point effort is 1, 2 means 2, 3 means 3 effort, etc., etc., etc. Now issue come, we have let's say 12 team members, and one team member says that this user story A is 5 story point, the other team member says it is 34 story point. So we need to get a consensus among those team members. We have two consensus technique in which we get agreement. This is basically agreement technique or decision technique, whatever you want to say. One is planning poker, the other is wideband delphi. So in planning poker, what happened? The team sits in a circle. The Scrum Master explain the story. This is the user story we are going to cover in our product, etc., etc. And then he counts 1, 2, 3, and the entire team tells this is a story point. And if there is a difference between two team members, like someone saying 8 and someone saying 34, the Scrum Master asks them, okay, please explain why do you think 8 and why do you think 34. Once they have explained this, then again we again play planning poker, and we keep on doing that unless we reach consensus. This is planning poker. Then we have wideband delphi. You see, in planning poker, if a senior person is sitting there, your boss, sponsor, and he says the 8 story point and you say 34 story point, now you can get afraid, oh, maybe I am wrong. So the senior person or the highest paid person can influence the group. So we use this anonymous technique in which Scrum Master goes to each team member one by one and ask, okay, how many story point you think this user story should be? How many story point you think this user story should be? So one by one, one by one, one by one, he gained their consensus, and in this way, he reached the agreement. So In this way, we have prioritized the entire product backlog, high value, high risk, and now we have estimated them. Let's say A, B, C, D, E. This is product backlog, and story points are 5, 8, 1, 3, 34, or 6. Now, now we start sprint planning. Now we start sprint planning. Here, the team tells how many story point they can complete in one sprint. Important thing, team tells. We are self-organizing team. The team decide, no one else. The team decide how much work we can complete. So that once the team decide, so that becomes the velocity of the sprint. That is called as velocity. What is the velocity? Number of story points you can complete in one sprint. What is story point? The effort required to complete the user story. So that becomes the velocity of a sprint. You get a sprint backlog here. Once the agreement, we try to gain the agreement between the product owner and the team. What user stories should be there, what shouldn't be there. Once agreement is reached, so then we start working on that those user stories. So this is sprint backlog, product backlog. Then we have product increment. As the user stories are completed, they are added into a increment. In the document, this is completed, we add them. So that is called product increment. So that's the entire thing you need to know about the Scrum. If there's any question that you want to ask about the Scrum, please ask now. So, guys, if there's any question, any confusion about Scrum, please, who approves product backlog? Product backlog is approved by product owner because he has already taken the requirements from the team, from the sponsors. So, you can say a sponsor approved the product backlog, but normally product owner is the responsible person for the product backlog. Okay, guys. Now there are few other techniques like lean. Lean is all about waste removal. Whenever you hear the word lean, understand this means waste removal. So in lean, we make basically value. Kevin, those are very detailed thing, but I'll answer this thing. I'll answer this thing. So lean use a tool known as value stream mapping. Value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is basically you map the entire workflow. What are the value added tasks? What are the non value added tasks? And then you categorize and see what are the what is the efficiency value added task over total time where you are spending more time. The purpose of value stream map is to remove the waste. So that's basically lean for you. Then we have XP, XP also known as extreme. I'll explain the Kaizen, the Kanban in the end because it has to explain with the task board also. So when you are talking about XP, XP means pair programming. So in XP, two team members are sitting together and doing pair programming one by one. One person code, the other person check. So if there's a problem, they can immediately find the problem. We have a continuous integration in the XP. Like whatever you complete, you add it back to there. Whatever is completed, you are adding it back to the original work. So that goes throughout the project. Plus, there are important terms to know about the XP. One thing is that what is technical depth. If you don't simplify the things, if you are just coding, XP is only used for softwares. You are coding and you are not simplifying your code. As a result, your problems that get rising. So you basically do refactoring. Refactoring is housekeeping. Simplifying the code without changing the original code. Simplifying the code without changing the original code is basically known as refactoring. I hope that is clear. That is the entire XP you need to know. Pair programming, continuous integration, technical depth, refactoring. If you know this thing, any question on XP comes, you can answer in the exam. Okay. So in Scrum, when you start working, the first sprint, before even the first sprint or the first iteration, we have sprint zero. In sprint zero, we basically do spikes. Architectural spike. Architectural spike is the basically time we take to see proof of concept, whether this can work or not work, whether this can work or not work. Proof of concept, we are looking at the proof of concept that is in the sprint zero. Okay, we also there's another type of spike that is called as a risk spike. We basically put special user story in which we don't do any work. We only we only work on that spike to remove the risk, to remove the risk from the work. I guess, Kevin, this is clear to you. Okay. XP roles and deliverables are required, or this much is enough for the exam perspective, Amit. What I just shared is more than enough for the exam. No one has seen the, like, the feedback we are getting. Students haven't got the question on that, but still I shared it because it was in the PMI official material. Okay, let's talk about some of the information radiators. So we have burn up chart and we have burn down chart. So first, burn down chart. Let's say we have story points, 100 story points, and 2 week sprint. Okay. So this will be your ideal burn down chart, means you must be able to complete the entire work on the 10th day, on after the 2 week. So that is your ideal burn down chart. While you are moving forward, you are tracking your actual progress. So this will be your actual burn down chart. Similarly, you have a burn up chart. This is ideal burnout up chart, and this is tracking the burn up chart. Both of them are data representation and data analysis technique. At any time, you can calculate uh, whether you are lagging or leading in the project. So these are burn up, burn down chart. You can get one or two question maybe in the exam from them. I hope this is clear. Then we have task board. Task board is a simple board showing the work, showing the status of the work. To do, in progress, completed. Just showing the status of the work. A slight modification to the task board is Kanban board. Kanban board basically put. Uh, oh, I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry. Thank you, Javed, for putting it. Okay. So, guys, this was burn down chart. This was burn down chart. 100 story points, and as we move forward, uh, this becomes the burn down chart. This is a burn up chart. Ideal burn down chart and the actual burn down chart. It can tells you how much work is remaining. It can tell you how much work is done. Which one to use when, it's just entirely depend upon the people which they want to use. Both of them are okay. Both are used in all the projects. So whatever you want to use, you can use. It is telling how much work is remaining. It is telling how much work is done. So both are important. Both are data representation, showing the data, and data analysis technique. Is it clear, guys? Do put in the chat box. So this is task board showing the status of the work. And if you put work in progress limit, like at one time you will do only one work or two work, it becomes Kanban board. That's it. That's the entire thing you need to know about the Kanban board. The things in the Kanban board. So that's the high level of everything you need to know about the agile in the PMP exam. Punit, I explained the burn up and burn down. Is it clear? Do confirm me. So, guys, any question from the entire agile? This is a time you can ask. Otherwise, we'll do the next 5 questions. We'll do the five questions that I agreed that I will give you. So if there any confusion, please put in the chat box, or if you want to actually come in the screen and ask me what is lead time and a cycle time. So lead time, it's basically going detail into the lean and agile. Lead time is the time your user story was requested and it actually got approved. Actually it was completed. So if I put it in the Kanban board type, so lead time will be from here. Lead time will be from here till here. That will be the lead time. When the user story was requested, the time it was completed. So that becomes your lead time. Cycle time is when the team actually started working on it and it get completed. Lead time and cycle time. We are trying to decrease both lead time and cycle time in our project. So guys, in Kanban, in Lean, we are working on the cycle time, how we can remove the time on which we are working on the user story, and once it is requested till it completed. So that's the lead and cycle time. Far is it clear? Okay, agile contact. In agile, basically, we normally have hybrid projects, and we no project is an entire agile or predictive project. They are mostly hybrid. So we do procurement through agile way, procurement through the predictive way. We prefer even in agile to the procurement from the predictive way. Okay, guys, keep the question coming. It motivates me more. Okay, so anyone has another question? I guess no. Otherwise, I will answer it throughout that. Okay, so screen I have shared. I hope you guys can see the screen. Yeah, okay. So this is basically the entire Scrum Alliance has put this as a version 5.0. What is product backlog, sprint, etc., etc. If anyone needs this thing, I can share that. No problem. Just ping me. Okay, let's do the questions. So you have 70 seconds as usual. Okay, guys, time's up. So let's see. Add requirement to the product backlog. Updating stakeholder is not relevant with respect to the new requirement. C will be the answer. Okay. In Agile, any change will be updated into the product backlog. Okay. What other people are saying? Let's see. Okay, C, product owner is responsible for the approval. In Agile, any change will be in the backlog. C, D, C, C. Okay, let's see. You are the project manager of the IT project. You are in the last sprint and the customer spellings are wrong. Has asked you to add a new requirement. What would you do? Raise a change request. We don't have a change request there. Update the stakeholder engagement plan. That's irrelevant. Has nothing to do with this topic. Okay, add the new requirement to product backlog. Okay, I'll hold this requirement, talk to the product owner and inform him about the requirement. So everyone, Nitesh, Javed, putting C in this, in the answer. Pinkage, Usha, Prashant, Nias, only product owner can add requirement in the product backlog, not the project manager. Only the product owner is the responsible accountable for the product backlog. Only he can add that requirement into that. That's a very important concept to understand. That product owner, you need to talk to him. A project manager is more of a scrum master, so you need to talk to him and put it into there. Is this clear? Usha, put it in the chat box. Is it clear? Okay. Okay, guys. Next question. Mhm. Kevin. When the customer decide to end, the product can end. The entire project can end when the customer request us. But sprints are 1 to 4, normally 2 weeks. They are time boxed. I really liked Prashana, what you put there. They are time boxed, so they are running with that time, brother. So the sprint over when the time is over. That's an important thing to understand. The sprint overs when the time is over for that. Okay, guys, question number 3. The next 3 questions are more difficult than the first two. Let's see how many people get them. I kind of put the question in this way that as we move forward, the question becomes more difficult. Amir, give justification. Prashant, give the justification. Why this answer? Itasam, give the justification. Sirini, justification is needed, my friend. Yes, you are saying this is the purpose of stand up. That's interesting. Okay, let's me read the question. You are the scrum master, you are facilitating daily stand up, and team members are discussing and planning in detail about that risk. Planning in detail. Planning, the purpose of the stand up is just to review that, inspect and adopt, not about planning those things. Okay, it's not about that. So it is the we nothing. This is the purpose of stand up. No, purpose of stand up is only 3 things: what you did yesterday, what you are going to do today. Is there any impediment, a roadblock, something that is stopping you from doing it? So that is not the answer. Product owner does not have to be there. Customer also needs to be in the meeting. No, daily stand up is only for the progress, for the status meeting. So D is the right answer, guys. I did explain the purpose of the daily stand up. Okay, Kevin, is it clear? Your question is wrong. Put it in no, daily stand up is for the progress update. Now, what you have done yesterday, what you are going to do today, is there any roadblocks or impediments? That's the progress. Inspect and adopt, Kevin. Roadblocks, that is the update, na? That is the update on that. So Amir, when we say the progress is impediments. Impediments are covered in that. But yes, in a way you put it there. The question can be about daily stand up is only for 15 minutes, something like that. Okay. So question number four. I'm not seeing any answers from anyone. That's an interesting question. Okay, guys, adjust work in progress limit C, limit work in progress D. That Ritesh, that is C, not D. Okay. What is the best thing for you to do? You're a scrum master on a 5%. In a most recent retrospective, someone on your team suggested that the team might be overloaded with too much work. What is the best thing? Tell the team to finish the work within the sprint. That's not something you do. Never do that. So, Javit, it cannot be the answer. Okay. Tell the customer to funnel all requests through you so team does not get overloaded. No, we don't do that. Experiment with setting work in progress limit. This is setting the work in progress limit. Okay, that can be all of the above. One of the option is wrong, all of the above cannot be the answer. So C is the right answer. Last question for today's guys. D. Okay, D. Okay, what should the team do next? Paul is a developer on an agile software team. So during a planning session, product owner tells to everyone the customer have asked for performance improvement. Performance problem have caused a few cancellation recently, and the situation is becoming priority. What should the team do? Prioritize the performance improvement towards the top of the sprint. Okay. Create a persona for the user. Okay. Add the feature, create a non-functional requirement, document and include the functional requirement. So straightforward, A is the right answer for this option. Nothing else matches. The A is the right option. You prioritize that according to that, and you do that. So it was a good session. 1 hour 13 minutes, not bad. So guys, that was it for the agile thing. If you have any question regarding anything about agile, you can contact me at my number, email address. You can put it in the comment. I always reply to every single comment at every medium, Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever you ask the question. My goal is always try to add value. Wherever you put it, I will do that. One more thing, if you haven't taken the training, you can join our batch program. A new batch is starting tomorrow actually. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I will be in a batch. So you can join that batch program. Or if you want to have a more specific attention, you can join my one-to-one program. With that, thank you very much for joining the program. This joining this session. It is always my honor when you join. Thank you, Amir. Thank you, Usha. Thank you, Nias. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Kalim. Thank you, Ritesh. And thank you everyone else whom I cannot name who put the thank you there. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, namaste, sasriyakal, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Enjoy. Now we have 150 certified PMP. I'm extremely happy with the achievement we had yesterday. Amer Enam cleared PMP and he became 150 certified PMP. I still remember on 2nd of January, Ibrahim actually became the first PMP of 2022. And I am as happy on 150th as I was on every single one of them. So, guys, first of all, thank you once again for joining for the next episode of Pathway to PMP. The purpose of this series is to give everyone the context of PMP and give it in a way that becomes the most interactive sessions for all of you. We could have recorded this session like we did for journey videos, but we want to add more value into your life. So whenever it comes about value, I always want to deliver the maximum thing that I can. I will request all of the people who are watching on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, please like this video so that this video can start coming in the algorithm. And the people who will watch later on, please do comment and like and share so that more and more people can learn from this and we can expand the world of PMP. The more project managers we have, the more people can learn and better world can be made, because when we have better project managers, they can manage the project within the scope, schedule, cost, and most importantly, they can manage every single risk. I want these sessions to be most interactive session. So first of all, please put your name, where you are, when you are planning to give the exam, and what is your status in the game of PMP. So do put it your name, where you are, and then in 1 minute or so, I will officially start asking question about risk. Today topic is risk. We have done stakeholder communication, team, and agile. And the purpose is that every week we cover one of the topic of PMP according to the new exam content outline. And at the end of the all the topics, this series will be 15 to 16 topic that we have. We will cover all those 15, 16 topics, and once we have covered all the 15, 16 topic, then I will cover exam content outline also, so that you can also relate everything that we have studied from exam content outline. Thank you, Mushtaq from Qatar, Chimji from Nigeria, okay, and Suku from Cambodia, Basir from India, Paneet from India, Linovan from Dubai, Usha from USA. Thank you, Usha. Thank you. Dilpreet from Mumbai, planning to give exam. Thank you, Dilpreet, for joining. So, guys, thank you very much, everyone who has joined us. So, Durga from India, Namita from USA. Okay, okay. So, Isra from Oman. Thank you, Isra. Okay, guys. So, let's put it in the context. Let Vijay from India. Let's start the risk topic. First of all, I want to know What do you think? What is risk? Put it in the chat box. What do you think? What is risk? Put it in the chat box. What is risk in your own definition? Or what do you define as risk? Rajiv planning to give exam on 7th of June. So you still have good time. Best of luck. Muhammad Sulaiman from Abu Dhabi. Best of luck, everyone. What is risk? Put it in the chat box. What is risk? What do you think is risk? Salah from Somalia. Risk is an unknown event. Okay. Ramita, can you uh, put it in a more detail? What do you mean by unknown event? We don't know about that. Like we don't know that this exists. A risk is something, according to Dilip, which can impact delivery. It can only impact the delivery. It cannot impact anything else. Shoaib from Pakistan. Thank you, Shoaib. Uncertainty. So risk is an uncertainty. That's a good way to say. Can you put it more? What do you mean by uncertainty? Okay, risk is something that can harm to the project. So Sulman, risk is only, it can only be negative thing. So we are gonna shatter many concepts about things. Risk is an uncertain event. Yes, Saleh. Okay, Ali Hassan, would that something that exposes you to danger financially? So Ali Hassan, in your point of view, risk is only negative, right? Which can affect the project plan. Okay, affect the project plan, but we need more information. Okay, so Namita, risk is something that can impact our project positively or negatively on spot. So this is something, first of all, guys, let's not go bookish, because PMP is not bookish. PMP takes from every single angle. So risk is something, I really like what Namita put there. Risk is an uncertain event. If I combine everything that you have given me, risk is an uncertain event. We are not certain about two things, either probability or impact. Risk is an uncertain event that can have positive or negative impact. Positive or negative, yes, Usha, positive, potential harm or good, okay. Thank you, Naveed. Risk is a threat. Sure, it's not just a threat, positive or a negative. Okay, it could be positive, it could be negative. Okay, there are positive and negative risk. Risk is a, okay. So first of all, we need to understand this established thing. Risk is uncertain event. The first thing is uncertainty, because the probability can be 0 to 1 or 1 to 100. It is 1 to 99.9. It cannot be 100. It is a probability that something may happen. It is the probability that something may or may not happen. That's why risk has uncertainty. And if that particular event happen, it may have a positive impact or negative impact, depending upon the type of the risk we have. Risk is the uncertain event that may have a positive impact or negative impact in the project objective. Now, we have individual risk as well as overall risk. Individual risk are those risks that are affecting one of the project objective, like scope, schedule, cost, time, quality, procurement, or whatever. It affect one of the project objective. Normally risk are affecting one of the project objective, but there are certain risks like COVID which affect the overall project. Probability, it affect the scope, of course, because of COVID. Many projects stopped, the scope is there, quality was affected, cost increased, schedule was increased. That is an overall risk. So first of all, the first thing is risk. Uncertain event can be positive or negative. It may happen, may affect scope, schedule, cost, quality, any of those objective or all of those objective. So let's talk about in the domain of PMI, the steps to manage the risk management. So if I just give the overview of the risk management step, first of all, you need to make a risk management plan. Everything that we do in PMP, everything the PMI says that everything must have a plan. So first of all, we make a risk management plan of a particular thing, how we are going to handle the risk. And in the risk, how we are going to handle the risk, what is the probability definition, what is the impact definition. So impact definition is very much important from the organizational point of view. Why? Some organization, for some organization, 1 million is a very high risk, affecting by 1 million positive or negative. For big organizations, 1 million is nothing. So what is high, what is medium, what is low, that is the impact of the risk, is defined by the organization risk management plan. Organization risk management plan. There are few things, few terms that we need to know in the risk management plan when we are defining the impact. The first of all, we need to know the nature of the organization. Is your organization risk averse? Let me use the whiteboard a little bit. Okay. Is your organization risk averse? So averse mean they run away from the risk. They consider, guys, if my screen is not visible, or if I am not able, you are unable to hear me, please do put it in the chat box that we are unable to hear you. That will be great. So put in the context, your organization is risk averse, like they run away from the risk. They run away from the risk. They consider as risk as a very negative thing, so they just run away from the risk. Or your organization is risk seeker, they run towards the risk. They run towards the risk. Or are they risk neutral? They calculate the positive impact of the risk as well as the negative impact of the risk, and depending upon the positive as well as the negative impact of the risk, they calculate the risk of each and individual activity of the risk, and then they calculate that particular risk. So this is risk averse, risk seeker, and risk neutral. Do put in the chat box what do you think about risk averse, risk seeker, risk neutral. And let's put it in more context. When an organization or a person is young, they are more risk seeker. They want to tackle the risk straightforward. If the organization is more mature, like the government organization, they become risk averse. They run away from the risk. So the life and the budget of the organization really affect how the organization is going to tackle a particular risk. So that's a very important thing to understand, to put the context: risk averse, risk neutral, and of course then we also have risk neutral inside it. Risk averse, risk seeker, risk neutral. If this is clear, please put in the chat box that yes, this is clear. I do understand that due to yesterday's sandstorm, tornado all over the world, we do have some problems of the internets all over the world. So if you are able to words, if you are able to understand, do keep on and putting in the chat box that I can know that you do understand. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Silva. Thank you, Usha. Thank you, Nadeem Beg. This is clear. Let's move to the next thing. Now, organization have risk threshold. Threshold is the limit. Threshold is the limit in number, how much risk your organization can bear, how much risk your organization can absorb. That is threshold. It's a number: 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. We also have a tolerance. Tolerance give us a range: plus minus 5%, plus minus 10%. You can use both threshold and tolerance to define what risk appetite of the organization. Risk appetite of the organization. Appetite is how much. Appetite is like, appetite actually came from the word appetizer. What is appetizer? Like when we go to the restaurant, and I'm a foodie person, so I love to give a lot of example of food. So when we go to the restaurant, we get an appetizer that increase our appetite. So just like that came from that word. Appetizer is basically how much risk your organization is willing to take. How much risk your organization is willing to take in the anticipation of the reward. You see, in the anticipation of the reward, insurance companies are taking the entire risk of our life. You can die, I can die. The insurance companies are taking the risk. Na? Anyone from insurance do put that. Insurance company do take the risk, but understand this risk appetite in an interesting way. Whenever you do your health insurance, what is the first thing that the organization does, the insurance company does? They basically check your entire health. They don't want that you have a cancer or any deadly disease, because that's not their risk appetite. Their threshold or their tolerance range is that tight. They don't want to have that. So I hope risk appetite, risk tolerance, and threshold is considered. One more jargon that we use is here is risk exposure. Risk exposure, total risk that the organization is willing, or the total risk of the entire organization. Exposure means exposed. How much exposed our organization is to the entire risk. How much exposed our organization is to the entire risk. That is called as risk exposure. So far we have discussed risk averse, risk seeker, risk neutral, tolerance in the risk, appetite of the risk, threshold of the risk, and risk entire exposure. If anything is confusing, do put the question in the chat box, or do put yes, so that I can know you are there and you are listening. I can see 50 people are live at different medium, but it gives me more motivation in this way, that yes, you are understanding this thing, and that keep me more moving. So if this is clear, please put in the chat box. Now moving forward, thank you Naveed Khan, thank you Mushtaq, thank you Machkari. Okay, let's move forward. Risk management plan also defined the probability and impact matrix. Probability and impact matrix is a very important thing. So let we discuss that in qualitative risk assessment, but let me explain the probability and impact matrix here. Thank you, Amit. Thank you. Exposure can explain. Exposure is the overall total risk. Okay, exposure is the total risk that the organization faces. Let's say we have risk of $100, $500, $1,000, $2,000. When you combine all those risks, that becomes the risk exposure of the organization. Total risk that the organization is facing, that risk exposure. Appetite, Chimsi, is the willingness to take the risk, how much your organization is willing to take the risk. I gave the insurance example. Insurance have a tolerance. If the person is of this age and this health, then they can basically give you insurance, health insurance. Otherwise, they will not give you. So that's how it interacted. Thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Sulaiman. Okay, so let's just understand the probability and impact matrix, as well as few things about risk. So risk in simple is this. This is basically a definition of risk. Probability into impact. Now probability, depending upon the organization, it can be low, medium, high, or the organization can say very low, low, medium, high, very high. Now, it is interesting to understand here that what does the low mean, what does the high mean, what does the very high mean. Every organization have their own definition. For one organization, this probability can be low. For the other organization, certain other probability can low. Similar goes impact. Impact can be very low, low, medium, high, very high. So this is risk, probability into impact. If I make the matrix, if I give them number, very low 1, low 2, medium 3, high 4, very high 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So guys, I'm just giving them a number, like very low, low, medium, high, very high. That's it. Just to multiply them easy to understand, we will again convert it back into there. So let's move back there. So if I make there, we get probability 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Impact 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I multiply this by this, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So this becomes the matrix. So according to the risk tolerance of the organization, we can say that all the risk above than 16 are very high. Risk between 12 to 16 are high. Risk between let's say 8 to 12 are medium, and similarly low, very low. So in this way we get the risk matrix at our hand. Now we have a risk matrix: probability and impact, low, medium, high, very high. This is clear? Any confusion in the risk matrix, do ask. The risk matrix is defined in the risk management plan. So now everything is defined in the risk management plan: how the risk is happening, how the risk can occur, what are the risks in the organizations. Now comes the most important part. Guys, if this is clear, please put in the chat box that the risk management is clear. And we have more than 49 people here. Please guys, if you are joining right now, please do like this video so that it can start coming in the algorithm of the people. Let's have more than 50 likes. We have more than 50 people here, so let's like this video. It can start coming in the algorithm of YouTube, and do share it if you can. Thank you. Okay, now once the risk management plan is done, risk we get it approved from the sponsor. Once the risk management plan is done, we get it approved from the organization, from the sponsor, from the change control board, depending upon the governance. We will cover governance in one of the topics. So once the plan is approved, then you start identifying the risk. This is an interesting thing to understand. So far you have not identified any risk. Now you are going to identify the risk. Risk identification is the most important process in many organizations, especially the organization which are most risky. If you don't make a proper risk management process, if you don't make the process in which you identify the risk in the best possible way, your organization can die. It is that much important for your particular project. So you need to identify the risk. Let me walk to you to that process, how generally. And interestingly, I'm a risk consultant. Apart from the project management, I do assist in the organization. I have done for multiple organization this risk workshop. So let's see how do we identify the risk in that different organization. Step number one, I'll just give you a flow, and this is not a exact sequence. Anything can be a first thing, anything can be a last thing. Step number one, project manager review the business documents. Business documents are business case and management plan. Some of the risks are limited there. He took the risk from there. He look at the project charter. Then some of the key risks are there. Then he goes to sponsors and key stakeholders and ask them about the what are the important risks. Everyone is giving their risk. We are putting all the risk into the risk register. We are just putting the risk and potential response for that. Right now we are doing two things. When we are identifying the risk, we identify the risk, we put the potential response and potential owner. These are potential, this can change. The goal is to identify the risk. So we use business case, benefit management plan to identify the risk. We use project charter. We ask the sponsor, we ask the key stakeholder. Then for the subject matter experts, asking the subject, we get the focus group. That is 8 to 12 people, and we ask them the key risk. What are the risks you think? Once they have given us the risk, then we can have a facilitated workshop, getting risk from more people. Facilitated workshops, we conduct those to identify more and more risk. In addition to that, we review documents. Although those are documents, but they are classified different, like uh, any document in the project. And interestingly, risk identification is an iterative process. At any time, the risk can come throughout the project, even in the end of the project. We review the documents and we use the prompt list. Prompt list are already classified list like pastel. Let me use red pen. What are the political risk? Simple. What are the political risk? You can put it there. What are the economical risk, social risk, technological risk, legal risk, environmental risk? You get all the risk and put it in the risk register. We can also use VUCA: volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. We can see what are the strength of the organization, get the risk from there. What are the weaknesses of the organization? What are the opportunity organizations have, and what are the threats that organization is facing, and put it in the risk register. Guys, understand this thing. As many risk as we identify for the project, that is good for the project. That is the best thing for the project. The more risk we identify for any organization, the better it is the project. IT security is a complete domain to assess risk. Yes, IT security is a complete domain to assess risk. I agree with you. So you identify risk through every single person. And where do you put them? Put in the chat box. I want every person, all 50 people, to put in the chat box. Where do you put the risk? Once you identify that, you put it in the risk register. Now you have hundreds and thousands of risk. Guys, when the organization is new, this is an important thing to identify. As the organizations, if I put this as the all risk, just to show you, if these are all the risk in the project, all the risk, when the organizations are new, they are able only to identify these risks. These are identified risk because they have that in their OPS. You review the OPS, organizational process asset, EF, the past lesson learns. These are unidentified risk. These are identified risk and these are unidentified risk. As the organization grow mature, the unidentified risk becomes less and less, identified become more and more. And that is the goal of the organization, to identify more and more risk as they become better. So once we have the risk register, we have risk description, the description of the risk. What is the risk? What is their probability? What is their impact? And potential responses and potential owners. The next step is to prioritize the risk. Next step is to prioritize the risk. Now guys, and many people ask, why do we need to prioritize the risk? What is the purpose to prioritize the risk? The purpose to prioritize the risk, not all risks are same. You see, some risks are very important, some risks are less important. We need to prioritize the risk. And when we are prioritizing the risk, there are two ways. Let's discuss the first one: qualitative risk assessment. Thank you everyone for typing. Yes, tolerances is there. Depending upon the organization, tolerances is there. If the project has a different, we will work on that. Our risk are not having same impact, of course. So that's why we will prioritize the risk. Now, first step is qualitative risk assessment. Qualitative is, how do we do qualitative risk assessment? We have a focus group or subject matter experts. They gather in the team. They gather in the workshop, in the risk workshop. We look at the each risk, and according to the organization, we look at the probability. We use that matrix which we used in the start. We look at what is the probability of that thing, what is the impact of that risk, and then we calculate the qualitative risk impact. Is it high risk, medium risk, or low risk? High risk, medium risk, low risk. Very quickly, we categorize and we look at all the risk and we have prioritized them. Okay, these are high risk, these are medium risk, these are low risk. And now, project manager can put his focus on the high risk. Now, project manager can put his 100% focus on the most important risk that are high risk. I just want to highlight a very important thing when you are prioritizing the high risk in the projects. Here, human biasing, like we can favor few things and we can disfavor few things, is very high. So we need to check the quality of the risk, quality of the data of the risk. That is very important at this process. It is very important at this process that we do the quality data assessment. Who is giving the risk? What is their like biasing, do they favor one risk to others? Because of course organization will favor, or people will favor their risk, some risk to their risk and less risk. So in this way we need to rank the risk, we need to qualify the risk, we need to check the quality or data quality of those particular risks. Now, once the qualitative assessment is done, for some organization that is enough, they don't need to do more. But some organizations, especially pharmaceutical organization, research organization, they want to do detailed analysis. You need your risk management plan. Your organization will define, do you need to do the detailed risk analysis or not? If you want to do the detailed risk analysis, we do the next step. After qualitative, we do quantitative risk analysis. This is important. Quantitative risk analysis is not mandatory. Depending upon your organization, you check whether you need to do quantitative risk analysis or not. If you need to do quantitative analysis, you may have to hire expert. You have to have a good qualitative data to do those risks, because quantitative risk will give you number of a particular risk. Like basically we check what is the probability of achieving schedule within this cost or time. That is one of the purpose of quantitative. So let's say we want to do quantitative risk analysis. Now there are various tools that we use for quantitative risk analysis. We are going to discuss those tools. But before moving to there, if you have any question so far, please put it in the chat box that this thing is not clear to me. I will be more than happy to answer that. And guys, if you haven't liked this video so far, I will highly request you, please do like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm of the YouTube. So if any question, please put it in the chat box. Okay. Okay, clear, clear, clear. Okay, thank you very much. So let's move to the quantitative risk analysis. Be like for next 5 to 10 minutes, be very much focused to those things that we are going to discuss. We had a question. Which one is more important, quantitative or qualitative? Qualitative is more important because qualitative is based on which qualitative is stand. Qualitative always need to be done, and not every organization does quantitative. But if an organization is doing both qualitative as well as quantitative, then quantitative become important, because quantitative is not mandatory. You don't have to do qualitative, you have to do, otherwise how you can handle the response? I hope that is clear. Thank you. Okay, other questions if there are, I'll take it later. Let me explain the tools of quantitative. So quantitative risk analysis have multiple tools. The first one is influence diagram. Sorry about the writing. My writing is kind of a poor. So let's say we have 7 activities or few activities. Tell me which is the most risky activity. Put it in the chat box. Which of these activity is the most risky activity? Okay, I have multiple activities. Okay. Which of the risk activity is the most risky activity? So basically, this tool influence diagram gives you the prioritization which activity you need to focus more, and of course, the activity that is more risky, you need to put more focus. In this case, activity B is influencing C, A, B, G, F, E. So that becomes the most risky activity of that. And after that, you can see actually E is affecting 2 3 activities, it becomes the more risky. G is affecting 3 or 3 activities, it becomes the more risky. So you get a number which activity is more risky. B, E, G, and so on. So that's basically influence diagram for you. Okay, many people said B, B, B. Okay, well done, guys. So next tool is basically called as sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis. Okay, sensitivity VT analysis, or also known as tornado diagram. Tornado diagram. Okay. Sensitivity analysis or tornado diagram. What does the sensitivity analysis or tornado diagram does? Basically, it ranks how one risk affects multiple events, how one risk affect multiple events, and which are the most risky activities according to that. So let me give you an example. Let's say a windstorm come. Let me give you an example of windstorm, or this is used basically for windstorm or earthquake. We use it a lot for that. If that comes, which is the first thing that will get damaged by the windstorm? So that is the most risky thing, I would say. If it's a construction site, maybe a tower crane of a certain height, that will be that thing. Then what will be the thing that will be affected most? Okay, so we rank them according to their sensitivity. So this is kind of like a tornado. We can have a positive effect as well as a negative effect for any risk. Some risk don't have a positive effect, so their positivity will be zero. And we put the number here, so we get the rank into that how one risk have an impact on the multiple impact. So we get, yes, we can get a critical path also. So that is sensitivity analysis or tornado analysis. So, guys, if this is clear, please put in the chat box that I am sensitive. Yeah, let's make it more funny. I am sensitive. Do put it in the chat box. And those people who watch it later recording, I would love to read your comment. I am sensitive. I would love to see that. Okay, so sensitivity analysis is there. So sensitivity analysis and tornado analysis, we see that and we work into that. Sensitivity analysis basically gives you the how one risk has a multiple effect on other event. Ali, you are sensitive. Thank you very much for putting it. Everyone, all 40, 50 people, please put in the chat box. Okay, guys. The sensitivity analysis needs to be ranked to form a tornado. Sensitivity analysis, Dilip, is a tornado analysis. Sensitivity analysis is a tornado analysis, and it ranked everything. It is giving us a ranking of the system. Okay, thank you. If anyone else has a question, do put in the chat box. I am sensitive too much. Ale, thank you very much. Good one. Which is true. Thank you. Not at all sensitive, Suleiman. Okay. Sensitivity is clear or not? I am Suleiman. Do put that. Okay. Okay. Sensitivity analysis. I love to give example in my sessions about that. If you have 3 or 4 children who get sick the first, the one who get sick the first is the most sensitive. Okay. So let's look at the next thing. It is called expected monetary value. Expected EMV, expected monetary value. Now, this is used to calculate the positive and negative impact of the risk, as well as should we go for the investment or not. As we know, expect risk is probability into impact. So we just calculate what is the probability, what is the impact. If the risk is positive, the probability is considered positive. If the risk is negative, we consider the impact as negative. So let's do it in a real scenario. You have a positive risk. There's a positive risk of $5,000, and its probability is 40%. So calculate me and put it in the chat box what will be the risk, that is expected monetary value. The risk, a positive risk having of $5,000, having probability of 40%. If it occurs, what will be the expected monetary value? Put it in the chat box. Please put it in the chat box. And then if there's a risk of is negative risk of 2500 and probability 50%, what will its impact? What will be its expected monetary value? Please put it in the chat box. Please put it in the chat box. So let me see the answers you put. 2200 positives. Okay, okay. Positive 2000. For positive, you don't have to put positive there. The positive means positive. Okay. Positive means positive. Okay. Okay, yes, probability into impact, probability into impact. So do you can get question in your actual exam regarding this topic, expected monetary value. So do Remember this formula: expected monetary value is actually risk, is equal to probability into impact. If the risk is positive, you multiply by you take the probability and multiply by the positive impact. If the negative, then you take the as negative. Okay, thank you, Amit. Thank you. So Amit is giving 2000 and minus 1250. 2000. So I guess this is the right answer, as multiple people are giving the same answer. Okay, let's go. So an extension of expected monetary value is basically decision tree analysis. I haven't seen anyone to get a question on that in PMP, but still, decision tree analysis is an important thing. How do we work into that? We see that okay, we have two risks: risk one and risk two. We calculate expected monetary value of both positive as well as negative of that, and positive and negative of that. And whichever expected monetary value is higher, we go for that risk option. Normally, the PMP give example. Let's say you are a car manufacturer. You are in a phase of, you want to decide, should you make a new plant or should you upgrade the current plant of car manufacturing. So you calculate the expected monetary value of the both risk, and you calculate that thing. Whichever expected monetary value is there, higher or lower, you calculate that and work into that, and that becomes your decision tree analysis. So as the name suggests, decision tree analysis, you need to make a decision on the positive risk or on the negative risk, and from there you make your decision. Is it clear? So far we yes, Naveed, MVP and EVM has nothing to do, so don't confuse that. Okay, so guys, in this way, once we have done this thing, we have discussed sensitivity analysis, tornado analysis, influence diagram. Now, the last tool that we need to have for quantitative risk analysis is Monte Carlo analysis. Monte Carlo is a similar simulation. Basically, you have, from 3 point, we have the data, and we do the Monte Carlo analysis on that data. And what do we get as a result of Monte Carlo analysis? We get a kind of a S curve. Okay, it can be like S curve we get. What is the S curve showing us? S curve can have time or it can have cost. It gives us and in the y-axis it has probability. Okay, for example, if I ask when can I complete my project, so it is a on it is probability of completing certain project on 22 is 30%, on 25 it is 40%, on 32, on 30th it is 70%. So what is the probability of achieving a certain thing at certain date? So we calculate probability as well as impact, how the probability and what is the probability of achieving something at this time. We can also, instead of probability, we can also have cost. If you get a question in your PMP exam regarding probability or regarding Monte Carlo analysis, you need to understand Monte Carlo analysis is basically a simulation tool. Monte Carlo analysis gives you what is the probability of achieving the thing in this cost or in this time. So do put in the chat box what is Monte Carlo analysis. I would love to see your take on that. What do you think? What is Monte Carlo analysis? Put it in the chat box. I'll repeat. Monte Carlo analysis, the probability of achieving something in this cost or in this time. So now we are done with our qualitative risk analysis. We are done with our quantitative risk analysis. Once we have qualitative risk analysis and quantitative risk analysis, we update our risk register. Now these are the most important risks with the time and schedule, because we have done quantitative and we have high, medium, low risk there. Now is the most important thing, and that is to do the response for those risks, to do the response for both positive risk and negative risk. Jeremiah, thank you putting for this probability that you can achieve a certain amount with a given amount. That is Monte Carlo time probability. Thank you, Shweb. Thank you for putting it. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Now we have positive risk and we have negative risk. This topic, which now we are gonna cover in next 5 to 10 minutes, is the most important for your PMP exam in the risk point. You will get a question regarding this thing. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Paneet. Thank you, Ali. Okay. Okay. So I like this white chart, this whiteboard. This gives a better eye look. This is on next on than even Zoom. Okay, so now we have a positive risk and we have negative risk. Okay, so risk remains probability into impact. For every negative risk that is called as threat, every positive risk that is called as opportunity. So every threat, the first step is that we want to avoid that threat. We don't want to tackle that risk at all. We want to make either probability zero or impact zero. Zero multiplied by anything is zero. So we want to avoid that particular risk. We want to avoid that, but we don't want to have. The reverse of avoid is exploit. We want to make sure that positive risk occurs. Positive risk occurs. We want to make probability 100% and impact 100% to make sure that that risk must occur. Avoid, we don't want it at all. Exploit, we want to make sure. Guys, when you see the word exploit, mostly people consider it a negative word. PMP does not consider exploit as a negative word, so make that thing sure. Exploit is the best possible positive risk strategy. If you cannot avoid the risk, then we want to mitigate the risk. So avoiding example would be then when a COVID occurred, uh, every single person actually went to the home. We did not go outside. That is avoiding the risk, making probability zero, because impact is still there. You cannot reduce the impact of COVID, but you make a probability zero. Or you change your risk management, you change your project management plan. You don't tackle that risk at all. That is avoiding the risk. Mitigation is minimizing the risk. Minimizing the risk right now, even the COVID is there, we are following standard operating procedure, SOPs. That is mitigation strategy. That is mitigation strategy in the risk. Okay. Example would be in the construction, we use safety harness when we go to the work at height. That is mitigation. We are minimizing the probability or impact. Reverse of mitigation is enhance. If we cannot exploit the risk, we try to increase the probability or impact for the positive risk. Then if we cannot do avoid or mitigate, we transfer the risk. Whenever you transfer the risk, you need to buy premium, like you are buying insurance. That is transferring the risk. The positive word for transfer is sharing. Like, I cannot buy the entire bitcoin myself, and if I think bitcoin will go up, I will, like, buy a portion of it, and someone else will buy a portion of a bitcoin, and in this way we can share the benefit. Or buying a plot by sharing with a friend is a positive risk. Okay. And then if the risk is very high, or it's not in our, for positive and negative risk, for both, we can also escalate the risk. Now, which risk need to be escalated? There's a mechanism defined in your risk management plan. How do you escalate the risk senior? So escalation can be the number one strategy, or it can be the last strategy. Okay. And we also have accepting the risk. If we don't do all these for negative or positive, we can accept the risk. Guys, this is a very tricky point. Most of the people get confused when we talk about the accepting the risk. Accepting is a is not a very proactive approach in all avoiding, mitigation, transfer, and exploit, enhance, share for negative and positive. We were actually taking action to change something. We were taking action to change something. But in accepting the risk, we wait for the risk to happen. We wait for the risk to happen, and then if that risk happen, then we implement the response. This is an interesting thing to remember. I hope this is clear to you. We will solve 5 questions after this once we are done with the topic. So that will also clarify and reinforce this thing. So let's see. Accept the risk. Accepting the risk. Now, accepting can be active acceptance. We do make a plan, or passive acceptance. We don't do anything at all. We did identify the risk. We don't do anything at all. That is passive acceptance. So we have work around for passive accepted risk. Also, we use management reserves for that. For active acceptance, we make contingency plan. If this thing happened, if this thing happened, this is the plan of action I'm gonna follow. Okay, that is called as plan A. If my plan A fails, I do have my fallback plans. Plan B. Active acceptance, plan A, contingency plans, and fallback plans. I hope, guys, this is clear. You can have a match the column also on your exam regarding this particular risk one. Okay, so now once your risk response plan is done, you submit the risk register with the risk response plan to the change control board, your sponsor. They accept the risk response plan. Once they have accepted the plan, all the plans, scope, schedule, cost, quality, procurement, every plan got updated because of this plan. Every plan get updated because of this particular plan. So now your risk plan is done, approved. Now the you have a risk register. In addition to that, we have risk weekly meetings, we have risk review meetings, in which we basically make risk report. Risk report is basically take some data from risk register and give us the forecast for a week or 2 week. What are the risks that can occur in this risk? How much is the risk exposure of the organization? So risk report give us that thing. Now, once the risk register is agreed, we are reviewing the risk. Every risk have a trigger, and every trigger is being monitored by risk owner. We assign risk to a single owner who is monitoring a particular risk. Every risk has a risk owner who is monitoring that particular risk. If that risk occurred, if that trigger occur, you see, a gun has a trigger. Before occurring the actual bullet, first the trigger is pressed, then that thing happened. So when a trigger of a particular risk, which a risk owner is monitoring, happen, there's a risk response time. You implement the risk response plan, the agreed risk response plan. And once you implement the risk response plan, there are two options. Either your risk plan is very good and you have left with the residual risk, the small amount of the risk, residual risk, the small accepted amount of a risk. Or as a result of that, you have a secondary risk. Another risk occurred because of that particular risk. Residual risk and secondary, and you tackle that risk according to that. So this is basically work into that continuous work, and we continuously monitor it, update the plans, and we continuously keep on doing that. We have risk review meetings, then we have risk audit. Risk audit basically is the effectiveness. Are we following the proper risk management practices or not? Are we following the proper risk management practices or not? That is risk audit. We review the risk audit. And now this is an important thing. This is an important thing. At any point of the project, a risk can be identified. At any point, you keep on monitoring the project. At any point, if a risk is identified before occurring, if a risk is identified, you put it in the risk register and follow the entire process. And if because of that risk you need to update the plan, you need to have a change request. You need to have a change request. And those risks which occurs automatically, you use their contingencies, you use the reserves assigned to them. Those who are not used, their reserves are given back to the pool of reserve. And that's the entire risk management for you. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Let me see if we have any question. Okay, solar influence sensitivity analysis. Okay, quantitative and qualitative. Okay, understood. Workaround? No. A fallback plan is a plan that you have already made a plan to do something. That's a plan B. We already made two plan. For example, if I'm sitting here, I have a if my contingency plan is, if fire occur, I'll use the fire extinguisher, and if that plan does not work, I will run away. That is fallback plan. Workaround is that I don't have a plan at all. I hope that makes sense to you. At what moment precisely we escalate the risk? If the risk goes out over of the threshold that is given to us, if the risk goes out of the threshold, then we escalate that risk. I hope, Faryal, that is clear. If that is clear, put in the chat box. Okay, when a risk occur and we need to implement risk, the first step is that the trigger occur. The risk owner is Namita, and the risk owner is monitoring that trigger of every particular risk. Every risk has a risk owner. The trigger occur. The risk owner check the risk management plan, inform the project manager, coordinate communication plan, and implement risk response. Once the response is implemented, then we follow the next step. Is it clear? Okay. Naveed Khan is saying, please explain how to accept a positive risk. Example, Gracia, I am unsure what you written. Gracia, I am unable to understand that. Positive risk is like, uh, we say that, okay, I have bought a plot and someone was selling, saying that you need to share it, you need to sell it, but I did not sell it. But I said that if the price goes up, then I'll sell it, otherwise I'll keep it. That's a kind of a positive acceptance of a risk. Can you explain step involved in the project when risk occur? Rajiv, first step is that a risk owner is monitoring that trigger. Once that trigger occur, step two, he inform the project manager the risk is there. He implement the risk response. When the risk response is implemented, if as a result of the response, the plan need to update it. You update the plan. If the change request is needed, you raise the change request and you implement the risk response. Is it clear, Rajiv? Do tell me. If a risk is low and does not have an impact, can be added to risk register. Yes, if does not have the impact in the plan, it can be added and we can handle the risk as a normal risk. Okay, at what moment risk residue is implemented? Risk as residue is considered as an accepted risk. We don't need to implement that. We accept this risk. You see, not all risk need to plan and implemented. Like if I go outside, I am accepting a risk that we can have an accident. If I'm going to the stairs, I am taking that risk. That is considered as an accepted risk. Puneet, is it clear? Okay, could you please, trigger is something that like for example, if the weather is changing, if there are cloudy weather, now this is that trigger, I need to take out my clothes that I washed because the rain is coming. That's the trigger for that. I hope that is clear. Okay, Dilip is saying, do we need to take approval from the sponsor? Of course, in order to use the management reserve, you need to do the change request, and the change request goes to the change control board. And if the change control board approve, then we implement the risk response plan. Okay. Secondary risk is basically, Puneet, secondary risk is like this. A temporary risk occurred, a risk occurred, and as a result of that, another risk is there. Now, secondary risk should be considered as the pure risk, and it should be tackled properly. I hope that is clear to everyone. I guess I have answered all the question. I hope I did not miss any question. Okay, so let's uh, talk about the one of the most confusing thing. For contingency reserve, change request is not required, because for contingency reserve, the contingency reserves are already calculated in cost baseline and schedule baseline. We don't need change request. One of the most confusing topic that students consider is risk and issue. Risk and issue is considered as a confusing topic. Risk is a separate thing, issue is a separate thing. So I want to clarify that in this video. Okay, so let's work into that. If you have any question, please keep putting the questions. Uh, I will reply to every single one of that. Okay, risk issue. Risk is an uncertain event. It can be positive, it can be negative. Issue is always negative and it has happened. Okay, if I go with the formula, risk into probability into impact, for a risk, probability can be 0 to 1 if you are measuring 0 to 1 scale, or 0 to 100 if you are going towards that. 0, it can never be 1, it can be 0.99999, it can be 99.999. Issue, since it has occurred, the probability is 100%. So the impact is there. 100 multiplied by anything, that impact will occur. And it is always negative. An important thing in PMI term, or according to PMI, any unidentified event, risk, issue, any unidentified event, if before occurring, guys, listen to this statement, important. Any unidentified event, if before occurring you identified it, this is considered as risk, and it goes into risk register. You tackle it into as a risk. Any unidentified event, if before occurring you identify it, it goes into risk register and you tackled it according to that. Any unidentified event that does not identify and it occur, like we found it after occurring, it's an issue, it goes into issue log. It goes into issue log. Okay, so I hope this clarifies the confusion of issue as well as risk. Steps that you need to tackle for a issue, if you want to write, you can write it down, and if anyone want to write in the chat box, that will be great. Actually, more people write it, it will be great. An event occurred that you did not identify, step one. An event occurred that you did not identify, that's an issue. Step one, that's an issue. You put the issue into issue log. Step two, you put the issue into the issue log. Step three, do the root cause analysis to identify why it was not identified. The root cause analysis to identify why it was not identified. Step three. Step four, if in order to handle this issue, you need to raise a change request, raise the change request. If in order to handle this issue, you need to raise the change request, raise the change request. Once the change request is raised and approved, you implement the issue response and update the issue log. You update the issue log. Once issue log is updated, you put the lesson learned from the issue into lesson learn register. You put the lesson from the issue into lesson learn register, and you update the lesson learn register. And at the end of the project, you took the lesson learned from the lesson learn register into lesson learn repository. Lesson learn repository. Suleiman, what is not clear? Can you mention? I'll repeat that. Anyone can put the list I just given in the chat box, please. While I'm drinking some water. And guys, if you haven't liked this video so far, we have 40 likes. I would love to see it going above 50. Please do like the video. Okay, please do like it. Okay, so this is the steps for issue, risk and issue. Any question that you want to ask, you can ask now. Otherwise, we'll go to the slides and questions. Example of exploiting. Exploiting would be putting the best resources on the project to get that thing. Issue is an event that has occurred. Yes, 100%. Okay, guys, if you have any question, please do ask. Otherwise, we are moving forward. Okay. Suleiman, do share what you want me to repeat. Okay, guys, let me share now slides with you. I did make slides for everyone. For every topic I do make. Now slide is kind of gonna give you the entire summary. Okay, so now let me just go to the slides one time, and then I'll look at their your questions before going to the questions. So this is, the step number one. In order to tackle the risk, you need to make a risk management plan that defines risk averse, risk seeker, risk neutral, tolerance of the organization, uh, risk appetite, risk exposure, probability and impact definition is given in the risk management plan. So step number one is risk management plan. Second step is you identify the risk using SWOT analysis, PESTEL, expert judgment, document review, EF, OPS, business document like business case, benefit management plan. You review the detailed assumption and constraint log. Assumption and constraint log is a very important document because everything that is in the assumption and constraint log, we are assuming something or something is limiting us, that everything is considered as a risk. We identify and put it in the risk register. This is an example of a risk register. I will highly recommend, please make one risk register. You can see my number and email. If you are not my student, do share me, make a risk register and share with me. I would love to see that. Do make a risk register at least one time by your hand, so that you can have the experience of that. What is risk register? You will never forget the risk topic once you make the risk register by your hand. Then we rank them qualitatively: high, medium, low, very high, low, very medium. And then we go towards quantitative risk, where we have different tools to do that. Then we handle strategies for negative, positive risk, and handle those risks. So that's about entirely about the risks. Okay. No, Naveed, I disagree. That's not what I explained. A risk is entirely different thing. Issue is entirely different thing. Risk never becomes an issue. It's an entirely different thing. Okay, what is the last comment of issue? Okay, that's me. Once issue is identified and we have immediate solution, that issue is necessary to put in the issue log. Yes, it is necessary to put in the issue log. So Suleiman, please clarify your question. What do you want to repeat the entire steps, or do you don't understand what is issue? Okay. Yes, for the project, for agile project, impediments are considered as an issue. Yes, 100%. Last comment of the issue is to put it in the list lesson learn repository. Okay. Issue is identified and we have immediate solution to that issue. That is, every issue should be put in the issue log. Okay, so let's do the questions, and let's do 5 questions. If you let me, if you have any question after that, I am here. You can ask me, guys. So let's solve the 5 question. I'll give you 70 seconds for every single question. So let's solve them. And if you can see my screen, please put in the chat box that I can see your screen, and then we can actually work to the next thing. Okay, your time starts now. Okay, please. Okay, Suleiman, I'll repeat these steps. Once we are done with the question, I'll repeat it. Okay, guys, please put the answer in the chat box. So we have multiple answer. Mushtaq say, guys, do put the justification. Why do you think A, B, or C? C is answer. Suleiman, what is your answer of this question? Muhammad saying C. C is an issue. Okay, B, C. It's not identified before. Shiv, why you are saying A? Give it to the justification. C to the issue log. B, add to the issue log. B, since it is not identified. Jermoy. Okay, okay. Okay, let's go to the question. What is the question actually? Since the question is of three-liner, I always recommend whenever the questions are of more than three-liner, always go to the last line first. You got a call late night from your team that unidentified risk. unidentified. This is the key word, guys. It was not identified, has occurred. It was just confusing you. Something was not identified and it occurred. What will you do first? What is the first thing? You are working in a construction project, you have made a risk management plan, identified both qualitative, quantitative plan responses, assigned risk owner, monitor all the risk. You got a call late night that identified risk has occurred. So let's use elimination technique to work into that and see how we can use that. Escalate to the sponsor. Escalation is last strategy. First, we do every single thing by ourselves. Escalation is the last strategy. That cannot be this. Put the risk in the risk register. It is unidentified and has occurred. I just explained an unidentified event when it occurred. It's an issue. We don't put in a risk register. We put in an issue log. There was no response. How we can do? Plan a workaround. That comes later. That comes later. So steps to manage the issues are: step number one, an unidentified event has occurred. That is step number one. An unidentified event has occurred. That's an issue. Issue has occurred. Step two, you put it into the issue log. Issue log. Step three, you do the root cause analysis. You do the root cause analysis. Why you were unable to identify. Step four, you raise a change request to handle that if it is needed to raise a change request. Step 5, you implement the response that is agreed. Step 6, you update the issue log. Step 7, you get the lesson. Since issue has resolved, you get the lesson from the lesson learned and then implement it. And step 8, you put it into the lesson learned repository. B. It is never F. I do not have the F option. So you are saying F. What do you mean by F? F is not even an option. Paneet, it's not E. Plan a workaround. You first step is the asking question is asking first step. Okay, meant to handle and identify if it occurs. Naveed, the first step is to put it in the issue log. We need to talk, Naveed, about the risk and issue, the confusion you are creating. You need to understand how the risk is different and issue is different. They are not the same thing. And the step one is always put in the issue log. Okay, guys. This was question one, and did I answer you, Shoaib, Suleiman, about the steps? These are the steps. Let's go to question number two. Please answer question number two. This is a good question, and I hope everyone gets this one right because this is straightforward question. I really liked, Namita, what you said. Uh, as EMV is positive, go ahead, A. Go ahead, it's a positive risk. You see, we just need to calculate probability into impact and see what is the probability, what is the impact, and if it is a positive, if overall the impact become more, we go ahead and solve this. How we will basically do that? $5,000 multiplied by zero point 0.6, okay, plus $600, that is minus, it's a negative one, into zero point 0.4. So 5,000 into zero point 0.6, what will be that? You minus that, and the answer normally comes at positive. So that is the right answer. So Ali, your answer is coming negative. Everyone is coming positive. Your answer. Okay. Let's solve the next question, guys. Now this will clarify. People were asking the example of avoid risk. Nadeem, how it is transferring of the risk? Okay, Usha is guys. When you put A, B, C, D, you see what happen. And this is for not just for this coaching call. Whenever you are in the coaching call, some people have lag while for the YouTube, so that becomes confusing. So I'm confused. People putting B, B, A. Thank you, Usha, for avoiding. Prashant, eliminating, avoiding the risk. What does change the plan mean? Change the plan mean you are changing the entire plan, project management plan. Okay. Why not Amit B? Avoiding is the best strategy for B. Because Kaisar saying B, Nadim, it is not B, change of plan. I will go with not mitigation, brother. So, important thing to understand, when you change your entire plan, you have avoided the risk. The risk was that, like, if you go onto that road, you can get an accident. You change the plan, you did not went to that road. So that is avoiding the risk. Mitigation would be you just still followed the plan but modified some part of it. That will be mitigation of that. It is not mitigation, it is not transfer, it is not escalate. Please understand, especially for transfer, it is the most easiest thing to identify. Whenever the risk is transferred, you have to pay premium to anyone, so it is not transferring at all. Okay ji, last question, question number 4. This is a good one. Okay. पानी दे दो. This is a good question. I'll see how many people can answer this. Chimzi, which question you are answering again? Where you find the constant? Mustaq, you are getting very good. We need to talk about your exam. You are getting very good. Prashant is saying C. Derry, you are getting very good. Usha, well done. Okay, very good. Okay, let's solve the question. It's a lot of confusion here. Which of the following would help the project manager the most? A project manager is preparing for a meeting. Now, the purpose of the meeting is identify risk that are associated with the project. So, risk workshop, we called it as a risk workshop. Okay. As a part of the preparation, the project manager is looking for a document. He's looking for a document that captures a list of factor that could benefit or constrain the project. So the question is saying all the people who are saying that it can be risk register, we are looking at the list that can benefit or constrain the project. Constrain is limit the project. The other name of assumption log is actually constraint log. So assumption log or constraint log is the thing that we need to do. That is a list that can benefit or constrain the project. Risk register is not that. We haven't reached to that process. We are in the identify risk process. This thing is telling you, Chinzi, if you put a detailed description that risk register is both negative, we are looking for limitation, constraint. Negative, straightforward, bad. It is not a limiting thing. So I hope that makes clear to that. So the answer is assumption and constraint log. We don't have a constraint. I put it removed from the option because that would make the answer obvious. This is not the answer. This is not the answer. This is not the answer. Last question, guys. And this question is a special question. You have to choose four options. One thing I highly recommend, please, whenever you do the question, whenever you are doing question, please do the root cause analysis of the question. Do the root cause analysis, like get a lesson learned from that particular question. What one lesson you learned from that question? Please do put that lesson. Okay. A, B, C, risk register, not yet. Please, everyone, do make lesson learned registered. A, B, C, G. A, B, Mushtaq saying A, B, F, G. What the people are saying. Which of the following artifact will be updated as a result of a regulatory change? There's a change. So what will be updated? During project execution, the project manager learns a new government regulation that will impact her commercial building project. Specifically, regulatory compliance will now require the addition of fire suppression system. The risk had been identified during initial planning and contingency reserves were allocated. So risk was identified, it was properly put in the contingency. The project manager submit a change request which is approved. Which of the following document will be updated as a result of that? So four things that need to be updated. Cost baseline will be updated because the cost will increase for fire suppression system, that's for sure. Scope will be updated because you need to do that. Okay, guys, risk register need to be updated, na? That the risk register is there, you update the risk register because of that, because the risk has occurred, you need to update that. Change management plan, no. Change management plan will not be updated. Activity, it was identified, it will not be updated. Configuration plan, no, it is not updating the product. Change log, of course, whenever a change is there, change log is updated. And that's all about of today's this thing. One more thing, this is the mind map. If anyone need the mind map, message me, I'll share it to you as promised in the I put it on LinkedIn. If anyone wants the risk mind map, it basically gives you everything in one thing: risk register, risk report, identify the risk, plan the risk, qualitatively, quantitative response, etc., etc. So that's ends over today's session. So guys, it was really the best session I had. We went up to 90 minutes. It is so. Thank you very much for everyone who stayed with us and who learned with us. If you have any question right now, you can ask. I'll stay for 1 2 minutes more, and later on, if you had any question, put it in the comment box. Once the meeting is ended, please you can put it in the comment box, and I will of course answer all your questions. Server the cost baseline, because the budget is updated there, so and the reserves are there, that's why it is updated. Why do you change cost when you identified it? Okay. uh, Ali, I did answer that question. Same question is asked by Ali Khan. Okay, how can you know that the initial velocity of the sprint is basically estimated velocity, Chinze. We team says that this will be the initial velocity. We calculate, every team member says we can complete these many story points, and we add it, and that becomes the and estimated velocity of the first sprint. I hope, James, that makes sense. So guys, if anyone has any question, I'll wait 50 more seconds. Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you from LinkedIn. I hope the session was productive, and now you know everything about this thing. Guys, do share uh, these sessions with every single person whom you can. Any similar sessions were held? Yes, every session we have every week this session. So you can go to the my playlist, look at the pathway to PMP, pathway to PMP. Okay, so and look at that playlist, and you can basically we have four session before that. This is the name of the sessions, that see playlist, pathway to PMP. We have stakeholder communication, agile, and this is the fourth session, and plus a lot of more material is there. You can look there. Who asked? Muhammad. Do look at there. Okay. Thank you for productive. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for joining. It's always an honor. If you haven't taken the PMP training, you can contact me at the number given below. Our batch program is starting on 17th of June. So if you join, you can have the access of a pre-training material and can prepare even before the exam. Our program management is started. You can also join that, and you can always join my one-to-one program. Thank you very much, every single person, for joining. It is always an honor. Best of luck for everything, and become certified PM. And once you do tell me. I would love to record your journey. Bye bye. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Sasriyakal. Good morning. Here again for another pathway video. And this time it is all about quality. It, it makes me so happy to see that the thing which started as maybe one video, okay, people are having difficulty in agile, so let me make that video, and then it became an entire series, and now this series is becoming one of the most popular series all over the world. The people who are watching, I am getting comments from every single corner of the world. So I'm extremely happy with every single one who have joined. I'm honored that you guys took out the time on weekend and spent with us on this particular thing. I just want to highlight one or two things. Next Sunday we will not have the pathway video because my batch program is starting on Friday. So either we will have the next pathway after 2 weeks once my batch program ends, or we will have it on Thursday. So I will leave it up to you. You guys comment me, you want to have the next class that is on scope on Thursday, or you want to have after 2 weeks. So I will be looking forward towards that thing. And adding that into the context, if you haven't taken that training so far, now the batch program is going to start on this Friday. So this is a great opportunity for you guys to join that program and to become certified PMP in 1 month or so. It has been a great weekend in Dubai. I met with Linuan on a day before yesterday. Yesterday, I met with Srinivas and I had a Indian dosa. I have to tell you that was a fascinating experience. So everyone, especially people from those from South India, they know what does that mean. And if you haven't had that dosa, I would highly recommend wherever you are, you can, I am sure you can get those things. And it was very, I'm pure non-vegetarian. I only eat non-veg things, but that dosa was like something very good. And I'm gonna eat it maybe this week again. I love that thing. So thank you, Linwin, for that thing. Hi from Ghana. Okay, hi Chimji, hi Satya, hi Suleiman, hi Abdul As. Masala dosa, yes, masala dosa. Thank you for adding that. Okay, guys, so let's work on it and let's start doing the thing for which we are here. One of the most important thing in this topic in this series is your interaction. Your interaction is the key of this series, and I need more and more interaction from you guys. I need more and more input from you guys. Hello Sabah, how are you? Hello Zahur, hello Jeremy, hello Aga, Assalamu alaikum, walaikum salam, hello Derry, how are you? I need more and more interaction from your side because this makes this session as a more important thing. Hi from South Africa, John Sherberg. Hi Carissa, good to have you from South Africa. So, when you heard the word quality, what do you mean? What do you think? What does the quality means? What is your definition of quality? And I need interaction from every single person. You are watching from LinkedIn, you are watching from YouTube, uh, wherever you are watching. So please put it in the chat box. What do you think? What is quality in your point of view? What is quality? Put it in the chat box. What do you think? What is quality? What is quality? Put it in the chat box. What do you think? What is quality? And let's take it from there. What is your definition of quality? How you define quality in your project life, in your normal life? So put it in the chat box. Okay, 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 okay. What else? Who else? Okay, 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 okay. So let's see. Sulaiman saying to satisfy the customer need. Sagar saying fitness for use. Jeremy saying no defect is in the best shape and optimal condition. Very well said. The feature of a product that define excellence. That's very good, Derry. Within time, budget, and fulfill customer requirement and satisfy them. Time and budget. Okay, okay. And that's another way to put it. That in a very good way. How the things have been aligned and how these things will work. Not bad. Efficiency, high functionality. Okay. Meeting standards. Now that's something I will be talking about a lot. Meeting the standards of the quality. Okay. Quality is directly proportional to customer satisfaction. Now that's a very interesting point of view. Customer satisfaction and the quality, and how do you correlate both quality and the customer satisfaction in this point of view? Okay, quality for me is achieving the result as per customer wants with no defect. Okay, according to high standards and specification. If we, that's a good point. Quality is high performance, Aisha. Usha, quality is delivering product performance as per standard. Now that is something that is very important. Aga what said, I really loved it. It's a standard which is required. Samriddhi meeting the set standards. Now what Samriddhi said, I would put it that that is one of the best definition of the quality. Whatever every single person has said is right, and none of these are wrong. Every single thing is right. Quality is what you agreed to the customer. This is the first thing. Quality is what you agree to the customer. Quality is what the customer pays for. But what he pays for, first of all, you agree with them. So if you agreed that you are gonna give a product that will last for like 5 years, so your product should last for 5 years. If let's say you buy a watch, now this watch says that I can go into 100-meter depth of water and it will have no issue. It will work for like 5 years. It has no cells. It works with your pulse, so it will work. So that is a quality thing. So if it follows that thing, if it happens, actually happens, so that is measuring the quality. It meets the standard. If it does not, if it does not fulfill your requirement, then the product is of bad quality or less quality. Now, most of the time we see quality is correlated with dollar amount, quality is correlated with the money. I wouldn't say it is 100% right thing. Sometimes something is inexpensive, uh, less less money, but okay. Samriddhi, expensive watch. Thank you, Samriddhi. Interestingly, one of my student gave me this. Okay, so it is possible that your product is inexpensive in the market, but you agreed to provide high quality. You have to provide that. Whatever you agree with the customer, whatever you agreed with the customer, you have to provide that. That's an interesting point to put into that. Whatever you have agreed with the customer, agreed with the client, that becomes your quality standards. You need to fulfill it. If whatever you agree with them, that it is possible, it is 100% possible that at the end of the day that things cost you more than what you planned, but you have agreed to that. So we will say that that is the agreed standard, that becomes the quality. So if I say quality is the degree to which set of inherent requirement or characteristic fulfill the product, it is quality. Most of the time we want conformance to the product requirement, we want adherence to the requirement, there is no deviation for the agreed standard, and we don't have to do rework. Whatever the quality you are following, one thing is for sure, we want zero defect or no defect. Now, in order to meet the quality, various things have various. We have standards. Standards are a documented, established model by authority or a customer. So one of the most famous standards we have ISO standard, ISO 9000 series, ISO health and safety standards. Then you have OSHA standards for health and safety. You have AA, AAA centers for the aeronautics. Then there are some regulations. It's interesting and it's important to know the difference between standards and regulations. So regulations are basically requirement imposed by a governmental body. Standards was not by a governmental body. ISO is not a governmental body. You follow it or you don't follow it, it does not matter that much. It can decrease the selling of your product, it can decrease the accountability of the product, but if you don't follow regulation, because regulations are what? Regulations are imposed by the government, then your product can be cancelled. The government can impose this thing that we will not work. So requirement regulations are requirement that given by a government, and they are checked to the compliance. For example, if I give the example of this bottle, so let's say that uh, according to the government standard, if you want to sell this water bottle, thus there has to be a seal, plus there has to be a plastic cover, and you are selling a water bottle that is without seal. You may say that water is good, you can taste the water and you can pass every single test, but if the seal is not there and government regulation says that the seal has to be there on the water bottle, then you don't meet that regulation. So if you don't meet that regulation, your product will be banned or it does not pass the compliance. So compliance is another interesting thing in quality. So we will discuss that also in detail in the business environment. Compliance is basically uh, it's kind of an audit that you have to pass, and if you don't do, you can fall. You can fall. Compliance can be of two, three types. One or the two most important compliance is quality compliance and health and safety compliance. So guys, so far we have discussed three things: definition of quality, what is quality, what is standard, ISO standard, and regulation. Is it clear or not? I need your proactive actions in the chat box. Is quality, standard, and regulation, are they clear or not? If you have any question, please put in the chat box. People attending from the LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, please put it in the chat box. Is it clear or not? Okay, utilizing time in a manner which gives you relevant output. Ashar, I wouldn't say that that is the right definition of quality, but we can explore that because time is another factor that we need to work into that. Quality is expensive. Quality is not expensive. It all depends how you agree to those requirements and how do you fulfill those requirements. That can become expensive or that can become the cheap in those areas. That needs to be done. Okay, so let's start with the PMI quality thing. The first thing in the quality, as with every thing that in PMI we do, that is we make a quality management plan. Quality management plan, also known as QMP. Quality management plan will defines what are the standards that you are going to follow, what are the regulations that you are going to follow. So it basically describes the activity and the resources necessary for the project management team. That the project management team, what resources, what activities they are gonna do to achieve the objective or the standard set by the quality. All plans can be formal or informal. You tailored it according to the requirement of the organization. So we review the quality plan and we set the standards, and once the quality plan is approved, we get it to the client, we get it from the sponsor change control board, we approve it. There is few benefits why do we need quality management plan. Many people are confused, why do we even need to make the quality management plan? So when do you make a quality management plan? So now your decisions are based more on a accurate information. Okay, we have these standards, so we are going to follow these standards, so let's work into that. It is focus, and you can actually avoid cost overrun and schedule delays, things like that. Two important tools that you utilized while making the quality management plan: one is benchmarking, and second is cost of quality. Both of these tools are very important. So let's Okay, should standard be level up first when we reach quality? Yeah, standards. Let me explain a little bit about benchmarking for real and cost of quality. Then you can add on it, and then we can see how we can work into that. Okay, so when we are talking about the quality, let me share my screen. Okay, so benchmarking. So basically, what is benchmarking? Benchmarking, it is a very famous uh, tool that we use in civil. We benchmark something as this is the C level, this is the other level. So similarly in quality, we benchmark some standards. We benchmark some standards. Most of the time these standards are like ISO standards, and we say that we are gonna follow these standards. Okay, or we are gonna exceed these standards. We compare this our own quality with these standards and with these guidelines, and we say we are gonna surpass them, we're gonna follow them. Now it is not compulsory that you benchmark the quality standard set by ISO. That is not a compulsion at all. You can have your internal standards. Okay, like ISO standards are most of the time are generalized. Many organization, many countries have their own standards, and you need to follow them. A new standard that is coming in Europe, that's an interesting one. I read it from the news. Now they said all the charges for the mobile, for the laptops, they has to be USB-C type charges. USB-C type charges. That's a new standard set by Europe. The entire community is setting a new standard. Now, what does that mean? That the Lightning or the different charger used by the Apple cannot use that. If that standard is actually approved, then Apple need to make a charger that they uses. For example, I'll show you. Now this is a charger that is being used by Apple, Lightning charger for my Mac Pro. So now this charger cannot be used because they have changed the standards. They, if they want to sell it in the Apple, in the Europe, they need to follow those regulations, those standards. So we can benchmark the regulations, we can benchmark the standards, and those should be reflected into your quality management plan. Guys, benchmarking tool is clear. It is very important. It is very important. It is, if it is clear, put in the chat box that the benchmarking is clear. And for those people who haven't liked this video as of now, please do like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube, and more and more people can watch it. So please do like this video if you haven't liked it as of now. Okay, why my video is going. Okay, it is clear. Okay, Daddy, thank you. Now, one thing I want to add here, and that this is an important thing. So let's say you are starting a state of art, a new project. State of art basically mean a new project. You are starting a new project, okay, that has never been done. So there are no standards available. You cannot benchmark in that area. So what to do in that area? You go to experts. You ask the experts. You get the expert judgment and see, and experts will tell you which standard to use and how to work into that. So before even doing benchmarking, expert judgment is a precursor of the benchmarking. So that's an important thing that you need to follow, how we work into that. The second tool that we basically work into while we are working with the quality, the second tool is basically is COQ, cost of quality. You see, many people mentioned in the chat box that the cost, the time, the things, quality will cost you. And we need to mention that cost. We need to get that cost approved. And all those costs will go into the cost management plan. Cost management plan. So this cost of quality entirely goes into the cost management plan. So what does the cost of quality has basically? It has cost of conformance, money money spent to avoid the failures, like training. We do the training of the teams, we do non-destructive testing, we do appraisals. All those things are the money spent to avoid the failures. Non-destructive testing, appraisal, trainings, understanding, doing the checklist, and use all those tools to avoid failures. Then we have cost of non-conformance. Cost of non-conformance, money spent because of failures. Now, money spent because of failures can be classified into two parts. First, rework within the organization, like destructive testing can also come into it. Destructive testing, you do that particle, that thing is destroyed. Okay, so and plus warranty cost, the cost that you made a product and you sent it to the client said that this product is not right and you need to change that particular product, and that cost comes under the warranty cost. So rework, uh, destructive testing, warranty cost, cost of conformance, cost of non-conformance. This is a very important tool, and if you get a question from the quality in your exam, there's a high probability that you will get a question from cost of quality. Please put in the chat box that cost of quality is clear or not. Please put in the chat box. So now your quality management plan is ready. You sent it for the approval for the organization. Once the quality management plan is approved by the your organization, so your quality plan will be implemented. In addition to quality management plan, this is happening in the plan quality basically. Na? So you also made quality matrices. What is quality matrices? Quality matrices is basically nothing but a KPI matrices, key performance index matrices. What are the things in your quality that you are going to measure in your product? What are the key performance thing? Maybe SPI, CPI, a number of non-destructive testing, how the life cycle. So whatever you are measuring there, you put it into the quality matrix, and that becomes your matrix, and you measured it throughout the project. So guys, now we are ready with the quality management plan. The quality management plan is approved, and we are ready to work into the quality management plan. If you have any question in so far here in the manage quality, please put in the chat box. Otherwise, I'll move it to the further. Same goes for the LinkedIn people. If you have any question, please put it in the chat box, and I will be more than happy to answer any of your queries. Okay, so Faryal put it a question here. Should standards be level up when the first then we reach the quality? It is not compulsory to level up the standards. It again goes back to the benchmarking and the cost of quality. Both factors really play a great role. What kind of standards you are going to follow? If your organization, if your client is willing to pay for a level up standards, then you need to do that. Otherwise, I don't see why we should give a very high quality when we are getting very low amount of money into that. So now the thing is that if you know don't have a question, which I don't see any, now the quality standard is set. The quality standards are agreed with every single person. So now we start working on that product. Now let's say we were making a bottle. This is our case study. The quality standards are agreed. We are gonna follow the ISO standard. It should have a seal. It should have a hand easily grab this bottle, etc., etc. Now your product is going to be made. KPI is used for what? KPI is key performance index. They are put it in the quality metrics. They are used to measure whether you are following the quality plan or not. I hope Jim, it is clear. Okay, so now you are working into the quality thing. Now your product is being done. So you make a quality team. We called it as a managed quality or quality assurance. Some author called it as a managed quality, whereas some author called it as a quality assurance. Both managed quality and quality assurance, both are the same thing. We use it for the same purpose. There is no difference between both of them. So some author can say managed quality, and some questions can say quality assurance. Both have same meaning. What does that mean? While your product is in manufacturing, while your product is in manufacturing mean is in production, is being, you are working on your product, at that time make sure that the right standards are being done. Let me give you an example from the food. I'm a foodie person, so I do love to give the example of food. Let's say you are making a pizza. So you agreed with the standard that I'm gonna follow these standards while making the pizza. And your instruction says that the temperature for the oven should be this. Manage quality will be making sure you have the right temperature, right standards, and you are following all those standards. So how do we make that we are following the quality? The one of the biggest tool that we use in manage quality, and manage quality is all preventive action before the problem really occur. We are working into that. One of the most important tool we use is audit. Audit is checking the effectiveness of the process. Are we following the right process or not? Audit is, one more time, please put in the chat box, what is audit? Audit is checking the effectiveness of a process. It is all about the process. You are following the right temperature, right parameters or not. You go and check. In the civil, we check whether we concrete has that much strength or not. So we do the audit. Audit can have multiple tools with it. One of the tools we use in audit or as a general is checklist. So what is checklist? Checklist is straightforward, we go. Okay, checklist is straightforward, we go and we see, okay, these are the list of things, 1 2 3 4 5 6 10. Is it present? Yes, no, yes, no. That is a checklist. And we make a checklist on daily basis. For example, I whenever I woke up and I make my checklist. This thing I need to follow. Have I done it at the end of the night? At the end of the night, have I done it or I haven't done it? So that is as simple as we can say checklist. So we discussed two tools just now, audit and checklist. I hope checklist is clear to you. One other tool that is used in the managed quality as well as also used in control quality. We'll come to the control quality into in a while. Is control chart. I will use it both for manage and control. What is control chart? Control chart is nothing but you set a limits on the parameters. Okay, you set a limits on the parameter. This is mean whatever the parameters you can have. Like let's say you set the temperature should be maximum 300 celsius. It's too much. Maximum 100 celsius up to 50 celsius, I'm not sure. By the way, if you know what temperature we put it for the pizza oven when we are cooking it, anyone knows, do put in the chat box. Let's say we put it 50 degree to 100 degree. So that are the control limits we put it in there. In general, because this follows from the Six Sigma, and Six Sigma is one of the methodology that we utilize to check the quality. We have plus 3 sigma and we have minus 3 sigma. Sigma is Six Sigma or sigma represent the quality standard, which says that out of 1 million opportunities, out of 1 million opportunities, only 3.4 defects are allowed. And if your process has only 3.4 defects out of 1 million opportunities, then we called it as a 6 sigma. If you have more defects, 5 sigma, 4, 1, 2, 3. I don't know any organization that actually has achieved 6 sigma. But this is just like pursuit of happiness, it is pursuit of quality. Let me give you example of Six Sigma one more time. We made 1 million bottles and we check them, and out of 1 million bottle, only 3.4, mean let's say 4 bottles have some issue, all other 9999999 bottles had no issue at all. So then the process is called Six Sigma. Coming back to the control charts, so you set a limit, 3 sigma minus 3 sigma or whatever the limits you agree. If all the points are within the limit, okay, within the let's say within the limits, we say that the process is normal. But if there are abnormalities, how do we check abnormalities? Okay, how do we check abnormalities? Oh, yes, I need to press it. How do we check abnormalities? There are two ways in which the process can be abnormality. First, 7 point rule, and second, any point that goes out of the limit. Let's say any point that goes out of any sample that goes out of the limit. For example, we set a length, the bottle should be 1 meter. 1 meter is too much. The bottle should be 1 feet, but it is 1.5 feet. So that goes about the limit. Or we set the length, minimum it should be like 10 inch, but it is 5 inch, so that is below the point. Any point that go outside, we say that out of the limit, out of the control, then your process has a problem. And what do we need to do? We need to do RCA. I'll come to the root cause analysis in a while. Let me explain this. So if there's a problem, you need to do RCA. Second is 7 point rule. 7 point rule is if continuously 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 point rule or rule of 7 are on the one side of mean. If continuously 7 points are on one side of the mean, either upside or downside, it does not matter. So your control chart has a problem. Your process has a problem. Okay, so control chart can have two issues: either anything goes out of the limit, or the second thing is any goes 7 point above the limit or below the mean. So guys, we discussed audit, checklist, control chart so far. If there is any confusion here, please ask. Quality is more about tools and tools. If there is no issue into that, please put it in the chat box, I would love to know. Okay, so now, let's talk about root cause analysis. Now, there are two different tools we use for root cause analysis. The first one is 5Y. The purpose of a root cause analysis is to get to the bottom of the problem, to get, as the name says, root cause analysis, to get into that why this problem occur in the first place. The first one is 5Y. We literally ask sometime why this problem occurred, why, or we can use 4w plus h, like we keep on asking why this happened. For example, I am late for the job. Why you late? Because there was too much traffic. Okay, there was too much traffic, but why didn't you leave early? I didn't leave early because I slept late last night. So why did you sleep late last night? I went to the bar with my friends. Why did you went the bar to the friends when you knew that today tomorrow you have to go to the office? Because there was a we just planned this on the Sunday night. Why did you plan on Sunday night instead of weekend night? On weekend night, basically I planned it but I missed it. So in this way you go to the root cause analysis. Why? Second is basically fishbone diagram, also known as Ishikawa diagram, root cause analysis diagram. You make a fishbone. Here you place a problem, whatever the problem is. On the face of the fish you place the problem, and You check the effects. Okay, cause effect, and you also use 5 why on every cause why this occur. Mostly we put people, process, environment, equipment, and other things to the root cause analysis. Okay guys, so these are some of the things that you need to understand. So we discussed audit, checklist, control chart, and root cause analysis. In root cause analysis, we discussed 5 why, and we also discussed fishbone diagram. Fishbone diagram. Now, I need your confirmation that everything so far what we discussed is clear and there is no issue. Please put in the chat box. Everyone, please put it. There are more than 30 people watching at YouTube and like 15 people, 10 to 15 people on LinkedIn, other mediums. I need everyone that it is clear or not. Okay, audit, checking effectiveness of process, checklist, yes, Puneet, present or not present, control chart, parameters. There is a dhaba wala in Mumbai. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Maybe someday Satya will go there, both at that dhaba wala. What does he serve basically? Outliers, sound, sign points, clear. Okay, thank you everyone. Okay, so now since we are checking the quality of the tool, there's a quality while we are making the process. There's an important tool that we call as sampling. What does sampling means? Now sampling is one of the most important tool that is used all over the world, especially in the manufacturing industry. Let's say there are 1 million bottle. Okay, they are 1 million bottle. Now I cannot check 1 million bottles. I need, like, if I check 1 million bottle, how big team I need to check the 1 million bottle. In order to avoid that, what do we do? We check some of the bottles in it, and we say that okay, if these meet the quality standard, then the rest of the thing meets the quality standard. That is called as sampling. So sampling is used in every single thing to check whether they meet it or not. So we have two type of sampling. When we check the sampling, that sampling is of two type. One is attribute sampling. Attribute means 0 1. When you check the something, either it pass or it fail. There is no variable sampling. Variable sampling is rated on a continuous scale. Okay, there's a tolerance. If the product is within this limit, it pass. If it does not pass the that limit, we say that it does not pass. So sampling, check sampling. What is sampling? Sampling is check to ensure that the deliverable meet that criteria. It is used both in manage quality and in control quality. So we have attribute sampling and we have variable sampling. So sampling is actually kind of a used all over the world to check that. And some organization also basically use statistical sampling. What happens in the statistical sampling, since you are choosing a sample of it, so we say that okay, I will check after every 100,000 bottle, I will check one bottle. Okay, I will check one bottle. So that is statistical sampling. You are using the sampling by using stats. So I hope that sampling is clear, guys. I hope sampling is not an issue for anyone. So now, so we have discussed check sheet, a checklist, audit, inspection, and now, so let's talk about control quality. Now your deliverable is done. Your deliverable is made. Manage quality or quality assurance bus while deliverable is being made. Now your deliverable is done. You want to check it whether it meets the quality standard or not. If it meets the quality standard, the deliverable is called as verified deliverable. You have verified the quality or the characteristic according to quality management plan. For that, we do sampling, we do inspection. Inspection is actually checking the quality standards, whether it meet or does not meet. Now it's an interesting thing. The client is not here. You are internally checking the quality standard. If it meets the quality standard, good. If it does not meet, then you take a corrective action. A big difference between quality, manage quality, that is quality assurance, or control quality. Manage quality is preventive action. Control quality is a corrective action. Now you are measuring whether that thing is there or not and take a corrective action. Okay, so that's an important thing, difference between manage and control quality. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about the tools. Then we used check sheets. Check sheets are basically tally sheets. We check how many defects are there: one, two, three, four, five. Then we use histogram. Okay, histogram. Histogram is a frequency distribution, a simple graph. Let's say there's a defect. We say, okay, defects of water is not clean, defect that the bottle size is big, the fact that the bottle size is small, it is overheat, etc., etc. So you just make a frequency distribution chart of a different thing. That's a histogram. There's a special type of histogram that is used to prioritize what are the defects in your what are the defects that you have in your programs, what are the defects you have. So that is based on Pareto principle. Pareto was named after Victor Pareto, an Italian guy, which said 20/80 or 80/20 both is same. He basically checked in Italy 80% of the land was owned by only 20% of the people. 80% of the land was owned by only 20% of the people. And then remaining 80% of the people has only 20% of the land. It means vital few. Few are very important and trivial many. There are many trivial people. Even if today you check, like, oh, there are like 2000 billionaires, those 2000 billionaires has like more than 80% of the wealth as compared to the remaining 7.7 billion people. So that is 20/80 principle, Pareto chart. Vital few, trivial many. What does it do? But it separates the important things with the less important thing. For example, when I say in PMP exam, the most important is stakeholder communication, team, then agile. So I am putting your importance on those important topic so that I am putting Pareto at a high level. So you focus more onto that. So let's say Pareto is basically made in this way. First, the most important, then the least important, then the least, and then the least, and then the least. So this in this way, you are checking the productivity of Pareto chart and making it which are the most important, which are less important. So guys, any questions so far? If you have any questions so far, please put in the chat box. I keep on asking because I want to make sure every single person understand what we are discussing. So today, after we will do two more things. First thing, after going to the everything about quality, we will also solve five questions, and plus I will tell you how to manage that time. So many students are asking how to manage their time. I'm also gonna share it. So stay till the end. So that if you want to know how to manage that time. Difference between 5Y and fishbone. Fishbone in fishbone, basically we make a fishbone and there's a cause and effect. We are looking at the multiple variables at one time. Uh, and whereas 5Y is a specific tool where you ask 5Y and putting why this thing occurred. Chimji, is it clear? Okay, so now let's go to the other tools. Then we have flowchart. Flowchart is basically it shows the sequence of the process. This thing come first, this thing comes second, this thing come third. If you want to map your thing, so that becomes a flowchart. First thing, second thing, third thing. Now I am doing PMP, then I'll do this. So flowchart basically shows the sequence of the process. Sequence of the process. Okay. So sequence of the process is shown by the flowchart. Then we have another tool here, and that is called as scatter diagram. Scatter diagram. There's a lot of tools in quality actually. Scatter diagram. Scatter diagram is basically a correlationship correlation diagram. Correlationship, it is checking the relationship between two variables. What will happen if we increase one variable along the other variable? Let's say I love to give the example. If I eat more, my weight will increase. If I eat more, my weight will increase. If yes, we say that there's a positive correlation. If I eat more, but I'm lucky my weight decreases. I would say there's a negative correlation, positive correlation, and negative correlation, positive correlation and negative correlation. And but if I eat and there is my weight does not increase, I said there is no correlation. There is no correlation. So scatter diagram for you guys. I hope this is clear. Is it? Then we had the next one. Next one is which one is the next one? Flowchart. We discussed check sheet, checklist, and I kind of forgot. Yeah, DOX, design of X. So in quality, we keep on changing one parameter of the design. We change one parameter of the design and keep all other parameter constant. And what why does we do that? In order to check how one keeping one other parameters changes. And we basically looking to optimize the design. We are looking to optimize the design. So guys, I guess these are all the quality tools. I just want to put one more time. Manage quality is all about identifying the improvement in the process and suggesting the improvement. It basically get the feedback and improve the process. We identify approaches how we can avoid the non-compliance. It is all also called as quality assurance. You do the random audits. You use different surveys and questionnaires. Another tool of quality we use to check. In control quality, the team checks or inspect the deliverable, and we get verified deliverables. These verified deliverable means they meet the quality standards, and then they go to the client. Okay, so we use questionnaires and survey, checklists, sampling, and design for X, root cause analysis, in which we use cause and effect, and 5 Y diagram to understand that. We use flow chart for sequencing. We use scatter diagram, control chart, Pareto. All these are tools that we use. So that's all about quality. Now I will explain the journey of quality, journey of deliverable, to make the sense of quality, how the deliverable moves. If you have any question, please do ask. Cost of conformance comes in plan quality. Like you put it into the plan quality, but since we are making sure in plan quality that the quality product are according to that, so cost of conformance will come in managed quality, because we are doing training, appraisals, and everything else. uh, and cost of non-conformance, rework, all those things, of course that will goes in the control quality. Can we use Delphi technique to control quality? So your basically Delphi technique is to get the anonymous consensus on it. Control quality is all about making sure that the deliverables meet the quality standard. We want to make it public. Yes, for the negotiation, Delphi technique can be used, but we need to check the standards. We need to check the agreement. That should be open. Okay, DOX is a tool or technique. So two people ask what the DOX. DOX mean design. Okay, design for X, also known as what happened. So let's say, let's take the example of airport. So I will make a on design, I will make different design for this airport, just to see which design is the best. So first I will change this parameter while making all other parameter constant. Then I will change this parameter, all other parameter constant. So we keep on changing, hit by hit and trial, keep on changing parameters to make sure we are following the proper, we get the best way towards that. Is it clear? Anyone else with any question from quality? Please do ask. Any question from quality? Please do ask. Okay, so I guess that's it for the trial and error. Yes, DOX, in DOX we use trial and error just to see which of the design will matter, which of the design will be the most optimized design, the best design to be used. Okay, guys. So let's go with the journey of deliverable now. Okay, it will be a half journey of deliverable. The remaining half will be further clarified in the scope topic. So the purpose to do work is to get the deliverable. That is as simple as we can do. So if I start from the start, we get business case, benefit management plan. Once they approved, we make project charter. When the project charter is approved, we make a project management plan. Now we start working or start implementing project management plan and in direct and manage process. That's a process in which deliverables or the work is actually done. We produce deliverables or the actual work or the things whatever you are working. Deliverable can be software, construction house, your call on what you are working. Once deliverables are produced, while the deliverables were being produced, while they were being produced, we manage the quality. We make sure the deliverables, all the audit and process are followed. Once the deliverable is produced, they goes to a process known as control quality. In control quality, quality team with the project manager check according to quality management plan whether the deliverable meets the quality requirement or not. If it meets the requirement, the deliverable we say that is called as verified deliverable. It is called as verified deliverable. If it does not meet the quality requirement, then we need to take a corrective action or a defect repair. So for that, we raise a change request. We raise a change request. These verified deliverable further goes into validate scope, that will be the scope topic in which client check the deliverable. Now client is checking the deliverable. Here the client check the deliverable, and when the client check the deliverable and sees it match the requirement or not, if it matches, it is called as accepted deliverable. If no, then there's a change request. Now client is not checking according to quality management plan. Client check according to scope baseline, but that will come later on. Then these accepted deliverable goes to final product and we shift it to them. So that is the entire thing about journey of deliverable. So I hope everything is clear so far. If there's any confusion, please ask. Okay, how quality is used in agile approach? uh, Quality is actually one of the principle, Mashkar, in of agile is to make sure that we continuously work in the quality. That is the reason why basically we want to have high value, high risk item in the start. This is one of the reason why we want high value, high risk item in the start. So there are two, three ways how we work into that. First of all, the daily stand up. What are we doing in the daily stand up? We are checking our deliverables, what is being done. So daily stand up is more like a managed quality. While your deliverable, while your software is being done, we are working onto that thing. So that is near to the managed quality. Sprint review, where the client is checking your deliverable. So it is more towards the validate scope or working into that the client comes and check into that. And we try to build the quality in the agile. I hope that is clear to you. And plus we use definition of done to make sure that that definition of done is a checklist to make sure that the quality is in there and the client has acceptance criteria for that thing. I hope Bashkar that is clear. If that is clear, put in the chat box. Okay. Verify is equal for the team. Validate customer. Yep. Derry, you are right. Quality is built in the agile. Yes, we try to build quality in the agile. We focus more on agile for the quality to build. Okay, let's see what do we have here. Okay, so just want to make sure. Okay, let's go to the slides. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. I do make slides, and guys, if you need these slides, I can share it with you. Feel free to ask. Okay, so pathway to, I hope this is visible. Let me see. Yeah. So pathway to PMP, we discussed what was plan quality. Okay, plan quality, and we discussed quality management, quality metrics. We also generate in managed quality, we are generating quality reports that is telling us how what is the status of the quality, managed quality control, verify deliverable, journey of deliverable, CO. You see, this is checklist. This is actually my checklist. At the end of the class, I want to make sure that I have delivered every single thing in there. Benchmarking, seven tools of quality. We did discuss seven tools of quality. I'll give you a framework. What are the seven tools of quality soon? Okay, sampling, we discussed it. So we discussed inspection, audit, checklist, check sheet, DUX, brainstorming. Brainstorming we do in order to get the ideas. What are the ideas that we use to use brainstorming? Affinity. We use affinity to categorize this product and this, and this. Flow chart, control chart, Pareto, scatter diagram, 5 why questionnaires and surveys. Okay, this is again cost of quality, because this is so important. Cost of quality, cost of conformance, money spent during the project to avoid failures, prevention cost, like build quality product, appraisal cost, training, etc., conducting testing, non-conformance, internal failures, rework, money spent to after the failures, external failures. So this is more of a managed quality, I would say. Okay, this is control quality, both of them. This is control quality. Someone asked, Linu, I guess you asked, and this is more of a validated scope. It went to there. Okay, so all these three, the first three one are prevention, appraisal, internal failure, well, prevention, training, testing, appraisal, rework, internal failures. These warranties are external failure. This is the journey of quality. You make a quality management plan, then you make sure and verify the deliverables and get it done. Okay. So guys, any questions so far, please put in the chat box. Otherwise, we are gonna solve the questions related to quality. 5 questions. Okay. So Satya is asking, in managed quality, we also do test evaluation. Yes, we do testing, and that is happening there to check whether this match there or not. So that is the part of it. Yes, Satya, 100%. Okay. Gee, anyone else with any question they want to ask, they can put in the chat box. So let's go with the tools of quality. Uh, I will go through 7 tools of quality just to show you what are the 7 tools. They are very famous actually, also in Lean Six Sigma. So cause and effect, flow chart, check sheets, control charts, histogram, Pareto diagram, scatter diagram. These 7 tools are known as uh, tools of quality. Okay, I am sharing the PMI slide. Do answer me these 2 questions. Like you have my number. My number is not on the screen. Okay, let me share my number. I forgot today. Okay, my number and my email address is with you guys. So you do answer me this question, these 2 questions. This is your assignment. What are these answers of this question? Why project manager want to build quality, and what is COQ? Okay, so let's start with the 5 questions of the quality. Difference between manage quality and control quality. Now I'll come, Derek, I'll come to the questions. Put the question, whatever the questions you have. I'll come to the questions after solving 5 of these questions. Okay, guys, the first question on your screen right now, you have 70 seconds. Okay, guys, so let's see what answer we got. D, 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 D. Aga, why A? I need a justification. Aga, why do you think the answer should be A? And guys who haven't liked this video so far, we have a lot of people. Please do like this video so that this video can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Okay, you want to check we are following the process or not? What will you do? You are the project manager of a construction. You have noticed that some of the team members are not working. Organizational audit is not your job. First of all, organizational audit is not your job because you are working for a project. Okay, that will not be there. Senior management review, no. Customer audit, no. Quality audit, where you are checking the process whether we are following the process or not. So D will be the right answer. Okay. Next question, guys. Okay, let's see what people has here. Salaman D. Mohsin, good evening. Good to have you, brother. C. Continuous quality improvement. D. Guys, why you are not giving justification? I don't see any justification from anyone. Without justification, the questions answers are like more of them become useless. So you need to give the justification. Na? Which of the following is not a goal of a quality assurance? So quality assurance mean manage quality. Ensure appropriate quality standards have set up for the project. Okay. Verify that the project result comply with the relevant quality standard. I'll mark this one. Okay, that is not the goal of quality. Ensure continuous quality improvement. Okay. Confirm that the project conform to the quality policies and procedures. Okay. Satya, you are saying that all options are mandate quality requirement. Don't we set up the standards in the manage in the plan quality? What do you think about that? We set up, ensure appropriate quality standards have been set up. This is not the job of quality assurance. Quality assurance is a managed quality. Okay, standards we set in the plan quality. We work in the plan quality and we set the standards in the plan quality. KRC, ensure quality improvement. We identify the root cause and work into that. Quality standards are set in the plan quality. So your right answer is A. Guys, I want to highlight something here. Like when you are working on it, when the quality standards are set, they are set in the plan quality, benchmarking, cost of quality. So how the answer can be C? The relevant qualities, it is not certain which standards are being talked about. So standards, if we don't we set standards if we in quality in plan quality? What do you think about that? I would need your input. Yeah, sure, if I'll explain. So let's go with it. So ensure quality standards have been set up. The purpose of quality assurance is to check whether the quality standards have been met or not, or whether we are following the quality standard. The purpose is not to make sure that the standards have been set. The plan quality, where we make a quality management plan, that process purpose is to set the right standard. That purpose is to set the right standards. Okay, thank you. You got it. Okay, guys. Let's go to the next question. I hope everyone get the right answer for this one. Now clear. Derry, what is not clear still? Got it now clear. Pareto, Pareto, 80-20, Pareto, Pareto, 80%. Which tool will you help? Which will help you in this case? You are working in an operational organization, and there have been reported a lot of errors in the past month. You want to know to prioritize which issue should you focus on. Your goal is to target a big issue, then you will go for the other issues. So while I was making this question today, I made it too easy. I shouldn't have put this thing. Yeah. So matrix is not the answer, flowchart is not, SWOT is not, Pareto is the simply the straightforward answer. And I guess everyone gets this one, that Pareto is the answer while doing this one. So let's go. Okay, guys. Next question. This one will be interesting one. Please do like the video, yeah. Still, many people has not liked this video. Please do like it. Okay, so expert judgment, expert B. I knew that many people will get uh, benchmark D, B, D. I did explain if we today while I was doing the questions. We only no. The question says you are making a call. This is the state of art project. Mean this has not been done before. This has not been done before, so if it has not been done, so how you are gonna use benchmarking? You are not sure which standard you can use for the project. You are not sure now, so how you are gonna do benchmarking, guys? When you are not sure, how you are gonna go do benchmarking? When this is a state of art project, there is no benchmark for this. How you are gonna do benchmark? I explained it by explaining the quality topic. We do with the expert judgment. I specifically make this question and explained it while I was explaining the topic today, because this is an important thing. Whenever there's a requirement you want to get, whenever you want to know something new, the best tool is to go to the expert judgment. Is it clear to everyone? This question was important because I explained it, not from Zen point of view, I wouldn't say, but because I explained it before. No? Is it clear to everyone? Okay, guys, last question for today. Then please do stay after that. I want to explain how to manage time in the PMP exam. That thing I will explain with every other video also, because that is becoming more and more important. The exam questions are becoming lengthy, and many people are complaining. Like the number of failing ratio has increased. And God bless us, we haven't had any failures so far. This question is also very confusing. I know that. Let's see what answer you get. Let me rephrase this question for every single person. What has happened? The client has rejected a deliverable. So client rejected the deliverable. As you did the root cause analysis, when you went to the root cause, you find that it actually does not meet the quality standards. It does not meet the quality standards. So what process needs improvement? If something does not meet quality standard, why it was shown to the client in the first place? If I go to the journey of deliverable that we just discussed, if you looked here, if you looked here, it has to meet a it has to meet the quality standard, then it becomes a verified deliverable. So there's a problem with your control quality. There's a problem when someone is checking the deliverable and they are not making sure it makes it goes with the agreed deliverable or not. Why was this shown to the client in the first place? This mistake, this problem should have been captured there. So the answer to this question will be your quality control needs improvement. Six Sigma will only tell you that it is out of the way. Manage quality. No, 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 no. Manage quality will make the right deliverable. Benchmark the ascendant. No, you need to make the quality as a proper thing. So, guys, these were 5 questions that I wanted to discuss with you. If you have any question, you can ask now. Otherwise, I want to explain how to manage time. Okay, in PMP exam, we will go to that entire PMP exam. If anyone has any question about anything, about quality or anything else, they can ask now. Derry did ask the question. I want. Derry, what was your question? Difference between manage quality and control quality. Manage quality is a preventive action. Control quality is a corrective action. In manage quality, we basically make sure that right processes are being followed. In control quality, basically we make sure that deliverable damage does not go to them. Okay. Mohsin, which quality video you want to see? You want to see journey of quality or this same video? This same video, if you go back, we discuss the quality topic. See, control quality did not went well. Yes. Bashkar, we already had a session on Agile. If you go to, you are watching it on a LinkedIn. If you go to the YouTube, on my series Pathway to PMP, we already had the Agile session a few weeks back. So you can watch that, and that it was the same like session. It will give you everything that you need to understand for that. Let me share the link of Agile one with you so that you don't have any. Okay, guys. Yeah, this is the link. Here is the link for Agile one. Okay, so if they were managing quality, they would have caught the issue. Yes, they you are 100% right. If you are 100% right, but the problem that we had here, the problem does not belongs to manage quality. The problem belongs to control quality. Of course, if every time we manage quality, it always solve the problem. But this problem directly correlated the control quality, a deliverable missed from there. Okay, so journey of quality is another important video as he's mentioning Mohsen. Mohsen is one of my certified PMP. Let me also share the video of journey of quality with you guys. So every single person who's watching the pathway videos also do watch the journeys videos. Journeys videos are 15 to 10 minutes. It is like even shorter than these videos in which we explain this thing. Okay. So since no one has any questions, so we'll talk about how to manage that time. Managing the time is one of the most important thing that we have in the exam. If you manage the time properly, you work it into the positive way. How do you implement ISO in a company? You hire ISO consultant, and then you basically make sure what are their limits. You work into that. Okay, share the link, please. I did share the link, the Bashkar, and you can also go to my YouTube channel and get for that. Okay, so let's work into time management. Time management is one of the most important thing for PMP exam. So you have 230 minutes for your PMP exam. 230 minutes. It goes 3 hours 50 minutes. Okay. When you go to the exam, you give exam in center, you give exam in home. I recommend you go and give the exam in center. So when you go there, you have 7 minutes for the tutorial. Tutorial is basically how you uh, tutorials is all about how do you basically manage the exam, how to use the software, etc, etc. Don't skip, watch the tutorial, relax yourself, take a deep breathing exercises in the tutorial. After you have watched what is deep breathing exercise, and do it 3 times. Do it with me. I feel relaxed. Do tell me, after doing deep breathing exercise, how do you feel? Do that in the tutorial, so you relax yourself and you will 100% relax. Then your timer starts. The timer will start running here 2:30 to 29. You start from question number 1. So till question number 1, you reach to question 60. When you press next, the exam will ask you, do you want to review? I don't recommend reviewing the question, but that's your call. I don't recommend reviewing it. Let's say you reviewed it or you didn't review, then you went and the exam will ask, do you want to take a break? Yeah, take a break. Then you will have 10 minutes for the break. These 10 minutes are not included in this thing. If you don't take break, those 10 minutes are lost. So do take a break. 10-minute break. You took a break, you came after the break. Now you will start from question 61. You cannot go back to question 1 to 60. That's done. The exam is in three portion: 1 to 60, now 61 to 120. Once you reach question number 120, again exam is going to ask you, do you want to review? Your call. You want to take a break? Take a break. Go for a break. In the break, do deep breathing exercise, water, have a water bottle with you, eat chocolate there, relax yourself, do the deep breathing exercise. Once you come back, now the third version for you. Question number 120 to 180. Once you are done with the 180 question, you pressed end or the timer is ended, and the exam will ask you, do you want to do survey? And after that, it will show, congratulations, you have passed the PMP exam. Now, important question, my recommendation, how to manage the time. Since exam is managed according to the question and time, so I recommend in the first section you spend 75 to 80 minutes. What does that mean? Your clock is moving in the negative direction, 220, 229, etc., etc. When the clock reaches 155 to 150, you must take a break. You must reach to 60 questions. Let's say you have reached 150 minutes and you're on question number 55. Hurry up, read the last line option, read the last line option. These 4 or 5 questions, even if you get wrong, does not matter. You want to have a proper time for other 120 questions. So you go a break and take a break. Let's say you took a break at 150. When you come here, your timer will start from 150. Again, you need to book 70 to 75 minutes for the second section. This means for the last section, you must have 70 minimum and a best case scenario 75 minutes. And when you reach the last section, please complete all the question. Let's say you're running with the 5 minute, last 5 minutes, you don't know the answer. Pick the answer, any answer. Pick the answer. It is better not to than not giving the answer. There is no negative marking. So 80, 75, 75 is the rule that I recommend that you do for your PMP exam. So that's all from my side today, guys. We discussed today everything about quality. We solved 5 questions. I shared how to manage the time. So I hope that has added value into your PMP journey. So if you want to join our program, my program is starting this Friday. We still have 7 seats left. So if you want to join, you can join that program and you will become certified in 1 month or so if you follow our roadmap. Or at any time, you can join one-to-one mentor program. You have my number, you have my email, so you can contact with us and we will make sure you become certified PMP. So that's it from our side. If you have any question at any time, ping with us. Like always, it's an honor when you join us. And again, we are live with one more episode of Pathway to PMP. This is the best thing I have done for PMP world, in my opinion. Previously, we had journeys videos that has helped hundreds of people joining our program or preparing it for themselves. Now, this pathway, the feedback I'm getting from so many people is that this is one of the best thing in the market. So I will request each and everyone watching now and watching it later that do share these videos with every single person who is preparing for PMP. My goal through these videos is to reach as many people as possible. My goal with these videos is to touch every single soul who wants to become PMP. And my goal with these videos is to help every single person who wants to become certified PMP. Welcome back if you are a returning person here, and if you are a new person, welcome to this. So guys, if you haven't liked this video, do like it so that this video can start coming into the algorithm of the YouTube. So that is an important thing, the videos, whatever the videos you are watching. Now, do put in the chat box your name, where you from, and when you are planning to give PMP exam. So Selva, I really appreciate that you came like 30 minutes even before and waiting for the session. So, Selva, good to have you from Mexico. Suleiman, thank you very much joining from UAE. Suleiman, I will be flying tomorrow morning. So, see you maybe in the next week. Hello, Suku. Welcome, Suku. Good morning, Usha. Usha, you are doing just awesome. Satya, you were able to do this. Welcome. Hello, Ali. Good to have you, Ali Khan. Hello, Ali Hassan. Thank you, Usha. Thank you saying that. Hi, Shah. How are you? Hello, Shoaib. Hello, Rajveer. Hello, Vihan. Hello, Puneet. Good to have you. Interestingly, more than 8 students have cleared in the last week's session of team till now. And they did mention that we were watching the videos, and that things actually keep me motivated. Those things, when I receive messages, I receive email on daily basis that by watching your videos, by using your program, by using your mocks we cleared the PMP, so that do motivate me on daily basis. And these are those students that have not registered in my program, and those students who are registered in my program, we are recording those journeys. I have been a lot busy in the last week, so I did not record a lot of journeys, but we will be coming back with 158 PMP as of now. We will be moving forward with you guys. Amna from Qatar, so from Karachi, Bilal from Pakistan, Ya from Ghana, uh, from Lahore. So all over the world, we have people joining for this procurement topic. So let's start it. Let's talk about procurement topic. So guys, this session, SN from UAE. So this session's supposed to be a very interactive session. This session, the purpose of these sessions is to learn, and you can only learn when you interact, when you immerse yourself. So I highly recommend wherever you are watching, if you can basically come at YouTube so that you can interact more. YouTube have more features for interaction that will be great for you.
Basically come
So
at you.
I'm sharing that link here, especially people joining from LinkedIn. What does your mind says when you heard the word procurement? Define procurement for me. Put it in the chat box. When you heard the word procurement, what do you think what is meant by procurement? Do put it in the chat box. What do you think is procurement? Now, procurement is one of the topic that every single person on the planet is doing on daily basis. Procurement is something that is not limited to PMP perspective, the entire supply chain. You see, right now, the world after post-COVID world, and even during the COVID, the biggest problem was procurement. And those organizations which have managed their procurement well have prosperous. Uh, Amazon, and all other organization which has managed their procurement very well. They basically they did a very good job. So Suleiman is saying to buy for project, okay, to acquire. uh, Chimji is saying how to outsource something you don't have internally. Okay, now that's an interesting concept. I will keep adding few things. It is not compulsory that you outsource something that you don't have. It is possible that you have something, but you get something more cheaply from outside and you want to get that thing. So that can be procurement. Getting the materials and the people you need to complete a project. Derry, I love your comment about the people. Most of the time when we talk about the procurement, people consider that only getting the material is procurement. No, no, no. You see, there are four types of things we need to do: manpower, material, machinery, okay, and money, of course, to acquire it from the bank. That also come under the procurement particular domain. Suku is saying a process to obtain goods and services. Very well definition, Suku. Acquire resources. Yes, resources are Usha four type. Okay, Silva. Activities to plan, manage, acquire. Oh, very bad definition, very well. To purchase for the project. Manage resources, not Rajveer. Manage resources is not procurement. In order to procurement, you need to get it upside. Manage resources is a very big topic. Like when we say manage resources, if it is people, it can be team topic. If it is something else, it can be something else. But manage resources does not come under the pure procurement thing. I would not agree 100% with that, that manage resources is procurement thing. Okay, doing what is best in the project in terms of cost, scope, and schedule. Everyone is saying the right thing. Sheikh Usman, good to have you, Sheikh. Getting resources to complete the project, acquiring good and resources. Everyone have their own definition, and everyone is right. So first few things I would say, 4W1H. We need to understand what to buy. Do write it down what I'm saying. What to buy, how much to buy, when to buy, where to buy, why to buy. Okay, what to buy, when to buy, how much to buy, where to buy, and the most important thing is why to buy. The first thing, the first step, now we'll move from step by step in a flow way to understand the procurement. The step one is what to buy. There is something, we'll look at this. For example, this ballpoint, should I make it in in my company, or should I buy it? Or even in the ballpoint, and this riffle, the company that make this uh, cage does not make this riffle. So you decide what to make in this pointer and what to buy it from outside. Now, what are the factors that leads to your buying decision? Do put in the chat box what factors do you consider that leads to your buying decision. This analysis is called as make or buy analysis. So there are various points that we consider, and on the analysis of those points, we decide, okay, we are going to buy this thing from the customer. We are going to buy this thing from the outside. We are not gonna make it. What are the things? Yes, make in house or outsource. Yes, cost is one of the most important factor. If we make it inside, will it be inexpensive as compared to outside? I will try to give example to correlate it. Now Tesla, previously it was producing everything from within the US. Now the Tesla has the biggest factory of the batteries in China, because that is more inexpensive. That's a better thing. Then quality can be an important factor. Then cost, skills, do we even have the skills to make that thing or not? Okay, so supply risk, confidentiality, core activity, cost, value, a lot of things, right? Urgency, well, Kevin, I really liked it. Something you can get from the outside, very urgent. As I said, I am traveling tomorrow to back to Dubai, so I want to have a dinner exactly as soon as this call end. So I am ordering it outside because if we make it here, it will take more time. So urgency, performance, price, these are all the things, whatever you are putting, guys, all these things led to make or buy decision. So I'll make a flow chart as we move forward, so that can help you to understand. So the first step is that in the make or buy decision, we decided we are in the make or buy decision. Okay, we decided we want to buy. Okay, we want to buy. So what are the factors that led us to buy decision? And now this buy decision can be all the thing: cost, quality, warranty, speed, skills, etc., etc. Now we want to see, before even make to buy, we discussed 4W plus 1H. What to buy, where to buy, when to buy, why to buy. These questions make to buy answers what to buy, and then how to buy. Let's explore the other one, from where to buy. The second thing is where to buy. Okay. Now, let's say again, I will correlate my own example. Let's say I'm traveling tomorrow to Dubai. I will. It's a non-stop flight. So let's say I land in the Dubai airport, and I had a connecting flight. I have a 6 8 hours stay at the Dubai hotel. I will, every single time whenever I have a connecting flight, I will go to McDonald's and have their Mac burger, because that is a source from where to buy. We are discussing where to buy. That is a source that I have a past experience. Okay, I know the cost, overall cost of it. I like the quality, taste, reference. That thing has a past relationship. Qualified vendors, if you can say that. The right term for by PMI is from where to buy is qualified vendor. Who are the qualified vendors for you? Or we can say that source selection criteria. How do you set your source selection criteria? Okay, so let's say you eat burger. So which shop you like to eat burger, which restaurant? Do put in the chat box. We'll get a different answer. And one first put this, from where you like to buy that burger, and then put uh, why you want to buy it from there. For example, if I'm traveling, I'll buy McDonald's. If I'm staying somewhere, I like Howdy more, or Howdy is not available, then Hardee's. These burgers I like that because of the taste, quality. The burger is huge. I can feel it. So these are the reasons. Why do you want? What is your source selection criteria? Vendors, thank you. Why vendors, Derry? Why vendors? What do you like? So something about vendors. So that's one way. Ravi, why KFC? Why do you like from the KFC? Vihan, why Burger King? So everyone will have a different reason. Someone will have taste. Uh, I like what you said, Puneet. One of the biggest reason people go at McDonald's. McDonald's does not serve anything the best thing in the market. That's my personal opinion. But they have consistency. They are quickly, things like that. So that becomes your source selection criteria. You get the source selection criteria. Now two things are there. The first thing is, we decided what make to buy. We make source selection criteria. With the help of a source selection criteria, you make a list of qualified vendors. You may have a previous vendors, but you make a qualified vendors. It can be past experience, someone else referred you. That becomes a list of qualified vendor. For example, if I want to eat somewhere, uh, if I'm traveling to US, now Daddy is from US, I'm gonna eat Wendy's because she recommended, or I can eat Burger King because Vihan recommended. I got a list of qualified vendor in just 2 minutes. You guys gave me that McDonald's, KFC vendors, and then if we look at that, we get 3 votes on McDonald's. Okay, so the Burger King, we get 2 votes on Burger King. So I can look into those things. We get a list of qualified vendors who meet those who meet our source selection criteria. Now we go to the third thing. Third thing is more important in the context of your project, and it takes more understanding on that behalf. Let's go to whiteboard back. So the second thing we made, source selection criteria. Okay, so we had source selection criteria, we discussed that thing in detail. Now the thing is that, is your scope fixed or is it variable? We are trying to get which type of contract we are going to work with, which type of contract are we going to work with. So if your scope is 100% fixed, okay, if your scope is 100% fixed, you know that, okay, this is going to be my scope. The example is when you are making a house. Okay, you are making a house of 400 square feet. You know it will have two rooms, one kitchen, one bathroom, a little bit garden, and the rooms will this size, this size, this size, everything. You know that in detail. So we call that scope is fixed. Okay, we don't want to make a scope as a variable. The scope become fixed. We call the contract that we use as FFC, firm fixed priced. Okay, firm fixed price. We are not going to move the price. Now here, since we have said that the scope is fixed, so risk on buyer. If you are buying the services, if you're buying the services, you are a buyer or a client. Normally we call it a buyer, is very less, but the risk on a seller or a vendor is very high. Why? If he does not deliver it within that cost, within that time, within that quality, he is gonna suffer, because so scope is 100% defined. Okay, let me just expand this example to explain the other contract. Now, let's say the purpose why you are building a house was to rent it out, to rent the house, and while the contract you had with him was 1 year. All the while the he's making house, you got some tenders. They said we want to live in your house or rent it out. So you go to your seller, the buyer go to seller and say, hey seller, I know that the project is of 1 year, the project is of 1 year, but if you can complete it in earlier, let's say 10 months, I will get this much amount of money extra. I will give you some money to you. A percentage can be decided, or some amount to it. So what you are doing, you are changing your firm fixed price to fixed price incentive fee. Fixed price incentive fee. You are giving him incentive. If he complete the if he complete the project earlier, you are going to give him that particular incentive. And if he could not complete that project earlier, that he will not get that incentive. In some case he will be liable for something more money or things like that, but at least if he complete it, he will get that money. This is called fixed price incentive fee. These two contracts are clear: firm fixed price incentive. If it is clear, please put in the chat box, yes, it is clear. And for those people who have not liked the video, I see only 19 people have liked. Please like it so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Clear? Okay, let's go to the third type of contract. Now, third type of contract, in when the scope is fixed, is fixed price economic price adjustment. Fixed price economics price adjustment. Now what is happening in the economic price adjustment? When you have a long contract, 5 year, 10 year, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, whatever the contract type is, due to inflation, and right now the world is suffering from a lot of inflation because of the petrol prices all over the world, the load of the price can go more on seller or buyer. So in order to adjust the inflation, in order to adjust the inflation, we have this specific type of contract in which we adjust according to inflation, economic price adjustment. So in exam, whenever you heard the word about inflation, it always mean that you need to use economic price adjustment contract. That's an important thing. Firm fixed price incentive fee, economic price adjustment. So these are the contract we use when the scope is fixed. If there's any confusion, please put it in the chat box. Otherwise, put it is clear. Okay, clear, clear, clear. Thank you. Now, when the scope is not clear or the only high level scope is there, I love to give the example of, let's say your air conditioner is not working or your car is not working. You went to the electrician or you went to the mechanic, and the mechanic says, hey, now your timing belt is not working. I will replace that timing belt and you will pay me the money for timing belt, plus you will pay me this my fee. So we call that cost reimbursement. You are reimbursing the fee. Cost reimbursement contract, or also called as cost reimbursement plus fixed fee. The fee is fixed. Let's say timing belt is $100 and he will charge you $20. So you will pay him 100 plus $20. $120. Okay. Now it's an interesting thing. Since your score, you only say that your car is making knocking. There's a knocking sound. It is possible after changing the timing belt, still the sound is there. Then he says we need to change that. You will pay him for him that. And since the scope is not clear, the things can go into seller's way. So here the risk is more on buyer, okay, and the risk is less on seller. Okay. Now, let's say you are traveling with a family. If this is on the last, it is on the last type of contract. Is it risk is on both or only on seller? You see, risk is still more when the scope is satya, when the scope is fixed, but now it is less on seller. It is still on seller, but it is less as compared to firm fixed price contract. I hope that makes sense to you. So now, let's say you are traveling with the family and your car is making knocking. You said to the mechanic, "Hey mechanic, okay, I am willing to pay you this amount, but if you can do my work earlier or if you can complete the work in a less time, I'll pay you some extra money." Okay, what you are doing? You are giving him an incentive. Okay, you are giving an incentive. Then you get a cost reimbursement plus incentive fee. So incentive fee will be agreed how much you are gonna pay. Let's say you said him in addition to his fixed fee, you are gonna pay him $5. Okay, now you have to pay him $125. $125. If he completes earlier, you get it. If he does not, you don't do it. Interestingly, this is the same thing if you go to a restaurant and you could not get that table. You say you go and handshake with him and give him $10. That's also kind of an incentive. Okay, you are giving him an incentive to get something for you. So the third type, when the scope is not clear, is award fee. Cost cost reimbursement plus award fee. Now, award fee is like tip. It's like bonus. You ate at a restaurant and the service was very good. You gave him the tip. So tip is always like this. Let's say the $100 was the uh, okay, the same thing. You gave him some extra amount of tip. Tip is not defined in most of the restaurants. So that is like that. Your organization gave you one bonus, and that bonus is not agreed. They just the bonus is based on the performance or on the willingness of that. So that is award fee. A very important difference between incentive and award fee is that incentive is a written thing, it is a legally bound. Once you agree to the incentive, you have to pay them. Award is like you like someone's work, you pay them extra money. That is not written anywhere at all. So difference between incentive and award fee. So guys, so far we have discussed six contract: firm fixed price incentive fee, fixed price economic price adjustment. Then we discussed cost reimbursement, incentive fee, cost reimbursement, award fee. If there is any confusion, please do ask. Then when we want to have rental services, we want to rent something out, then what type of a contract to use? We cannot, the scope is defined, but we don't want to pay for the overall thing. At that particular moment, at that thing, we we do basically, we use the contract known as time and material. Time and material, you pay them for time and their material. That contract is used widely in the construction industry to get crane, to hire jeeps and other equipment. Whenever you rent a generator, I rented a generator few weeks back, so I paid them daily basis. So that was for time and material contract. Let me put it something very clear: the risk on the seller is maximum on firm fixed price. The risk on a seller is minimum on time and material. And opposite of that, the risk on a buyer is minimum in firm fixed price, and the risk on a buyer is maximum on time and material. Total assumption contract. Satya, there can be multiple type of contract. There can be. I'm not saying there is no contract of this type. There can be those contract, but it is not into the scope of PMP as per se. Okay, it is not in the scope of PMP. So all the contract that we just discussed, these contract are the part of predictive contract. In Agile also deal the procurement way on the Agile, on the predictive part. Agile use this type of contract, but Agile can have a multiple type of other contracts like incremental delivery contract. You decide them, okay, make this thing. Once that delivery is done, then you provide them thing. Incremental delivery contract. Or Agile can have a contract cost per user story, cost per feature, cost per work price. So Agile is open for the contract because one of the values in the Agile is regarding that. So, guys, if you have any question, please ask. Otherwise, please put in the chat box that everything is clear so far, or just put clear. Clear, clear. Can you time and material, Salman? Time and material is a contract when you want to hire rental services. At that particular time, you use time and material contract. Like you get a crane, you hire it for a week or a month. That becomes a time and material contract. So, guys, now what are the things we have at our hand? Cost performance index. Okay, so which is riskier for the buyer? The cost is entire riskier for the buyer, but the incentive one is more riskier. Okay, so okay, so let's go to the next. So guys, we discussed so far make or buy. We discussed type source selection criteria. We discussed uh, contract types. We also get independent estimate for the consultant. You see, we want to know beforehand what should be the price, estimated price of this thing, so that when we ask the sellers to give us the price, we don't have any fishing there. So we get independent estimates. What are the prices? What should be the prices for particular thing? So here we are getting the independent estimates of a particular thing. What should be the price of something? After that, we write procurement statement of work. Okay, we make procurement management plan that defines how the procurement entire procurement is going to happen. We make a procurement how the structure is going to do, which phase we are going to do, and we write procurement statement of work. Procurement statement of work is the most important piece of a work that you have in your hand right now. Procurement statement of the work will define uh, what type of contract you are going to do, the timeline, the cost, everything. And then once the procurement statement of work is written, then you send it out as an advertisement. You ask for bidding, send it out as an advertisement, that all every party gives you the bid. Advertisement is there, then you get a bidding on it. Okay, you get a bidding on it. And once you get a multiple bids, we hold bidder conference. Okay, we hold bidder conference. In bidder conference, basically all the sellers come there. We explain them what are the requirement, and the one of the purpose of the bidder conference is that all the sellers comes at one place. We can answer them every single question, and we have transparency in the process. So once the bidder conference is done, everyone gives their quotations or price. One more thing that we discuss, RFQ, request for quotation. When we ask only for price about something, that is called request for quotation. RFI, request for information. When we want to ask the detail about something, we say that request for information, and then finally we ask request for proposal. Proposal is a detailed explanation of price, and everything is written in the request for proposal thing. So we get quote or the price or a preliminary agreement. We get it from the sellers, from the selected seller. Then the negotiation starts happening with the sellers. The negotiation start happening with the sellers. Very important thing in the negotiation domain. Very important. Project manager does not take part in any kind of negotiation in which money is involved. Project manager does not take part in the money negotiation. He is in the procurement process. He is sitting there in that meeting, but he is not discussing that. We have a procurement manager who discuss about the money thing, and project manager is there to discuss about the scope, quality, to make sure he's getting the right thing. But for the money thing, in order to avoid bribe and those things, we have procurement manager there who work for that particular thing. Okay, so once agreements are done, agreements are shortlisted, they are finalized, we send it to the management for approval. And once agreement is done, it is the final thing. Before getting the agreement signed, whatever was procurement statement of work, that is the most important thing. But now, once agreement is done, agreement is the simply the most important document here for every single thing that you need for your procurement thing. So now you can say the first area when we make procurement statement of work was plan procurement, where you get bidder conference, get all the proposals, and sign the agreement is called manage procurement or conduct procurement. Guys, everything that is written in the agreement, seller should produce or seller should give it, and he's liable to give that. We'll discuss a little bit more about when deliverables start coming. If anything is not clear, please put the question. Otherwise, we'll move forward. Kindly explain the last point regarding agile. So Sardar Amir, basically in agile, normally we do the contract in the same way as we do in predictive way. We want to do the procurement in agile in the predictive way. But if we want to do a different type of contracts, we have cost per work package, cost per user stories, cost per incremental delivery. These type of contracts can be there. Okay, understood. How we can learn all this? What do you want to learn, Puneet? I did not understand this thing. Okay, please write. Time I did explain one more time. Okay, how to outsource something that you don't have internally. As we discussed in the start, you make your source selection criteria. What do you want to have? Look at in the market, and what is your source collection area? Minimize the contract and work with them. Okay. So when purchase order is issued in the process, and are they prerequisite? Aga, purchase order is issued after agreement is signed. This is important thing. And in agreement, we have terms of contract. When will the first purchase order will come? When the second purchase order will come? When the third purchase order will come? So we work into that. Are there prerequisite? And of course, every organization tailor their contract according to their own requirement. Okay. Who will select contract type? Contract type, if the scope will define it. If your scope is clear, the contract will become clear. Okay. If the scope is not clear, then it works in that way. So it's that simple. Okay. It is the job of project manager actually. If we talk about the job, procurement manager is more only to make sure the money is there. Now, let's say that delivery start coming. The delivery start coming. So you want to do audit. This is very important from exam point of view. Audit is checking the effectiveness of the process, how effective your process is, how effective your process is. If you want to do the audit of the process, it is very important. It must be mentioned in the contract that you can do the audit of that company. Otherwise, you cannot do the audit of that organization. Audit must be mentioned that you want to do the audit of that organization. It must be mentioned in that particular contract. For example, one of the way that organization do have conflict, in many underdeveloped countries there's no restriction of age, or even underage 18 people are working, but many multinational companies don't allow that. They have a policy that we cannot allow the underage workers. So it must be mentioned in the contract, otherwise you cannot audit them. That's an important concept. Is it clear or not? Please put in the chat box. Second thing is inspection. Now, let's say you ordered iPhone. Inspection means checking the deliverables, validating it according to your agreement. Okay, the length is same, the design is same. I ordered the gold color. I got the gold color. So is it or not? Inspection. You do the inspection. If you agreed what the deliverable is good, if, Vihan, I would highly recommend. Can you clarify the question about what a person is a decision maker? Uh, it will be great if you can clarify your question. What you a decision maker about what which thing? That will be great. So now you do the inspection of the product. You look at the product. If you agree, good. Procurement is closed. You pay them. End of story. You close the documents. If you don't agree with them, you got the product. You don't agree with them. So now there's a conflict. How to handle a conflict and procurement is important. So first, you the product come to you. You inspect them. Okay, you do the walkthrough, or walkthrough of the product is also called an inspection. You do the walkthrough or inspection. You say yes, okay, close the procurement. If you disagree, you try to have a win-win situation. You try to resolve this thing by discussion with them. That is step one. If you can, by doing the meeting and doing the negotiation, to get the win-win situation. If you cannot do, then you do what is written in the contract. What is written in the contract. And if the contract is silent, you go for the alternate dispute resolution. And alternate dispute resolution has two part. You get a mediator, a third party person who try to get a negotiation between you, both of you. And if you failed in that, then the last resort is go to the court. Go to the court. Guys, understand this thing. Going to the court is not good for anyone. It costs money. We don't want to go to the court. We avoid going to the court at every single thing. We want to avoid the court. We don't want to go to the court because it will cost money. It will cause the waste of time, things like that. Okay, so that is important. So this is a procurement summary as an overall the flow of the entire procurement. If you have any question, ask me. And now we are going to slides, then we'll solve five hard questions of procurement. If you have any question, do ask. Okay. Okay. If you don't know how bad code, now that's a different thing, Daddy. Let's not discuss that thing. Okay. Another good example, actually. Okay, guys. So let's see. This is the now before that one of my favorite. Like I highly recommend look at the journey videos. So this is one of the first journey videos that we have ever made. How do we look in the procurement? First, you make or buy decision, then you select the contract type, source selection, then you make a procurement statement of work. This is procurement statement of work. You advertise the opportunity, you held the bidder conference, evaluate the proposals, shortlist the sellers, negotiate with the sellers, select a seller, agreement, the product comes to you. Do the inspection and audit. There is a no dispute, Good. If there's a dispute, resolve that as we discussed. Close the procurement, update the documents, and you send the documents for the updates. This is called as journey of procurement, the entire flow of procurement. So we discussed make or buy, contract type, procurement plan, statement of work. Agreement has multiple components, warranty, how the warranty will be claimed, waiver, if you waive your warranty, different section can be there, how to do the audit, inspection, source selection criteria, independent, qualified vendor, bidder conference. What I have written? I don't know. Single source. Sometimes for one product, there's only one single source. So he's the person you can only get that thing from that person. For example, if you want to get a Apple charger original, only Apple can provide. This is called sole source. Only person that can provide. If you prefer to go to someone, that is called single source. How to handle contract? Letter contract is a preliminary contract and definite contract. Some of the parts of the agreements now it depends from organization to organization, can be procurement statement of work, some timeline dates milestones can be there, how you want to have a reporting, it can be a part of the agreement. Pricing, what is the price you are paying, and the terms, when will you pay per quarter, the entire will be upfront, how you want to pay them, how you can do inspection, and how the quality will be done, what are the warranty and other things, how the incentives will be given, or how the penalties will be handled, is there any insurance for the contract, how approval will be done, general conditions, if you want to add changes in the contract, we have a contract change control system, the changes can be constructive changes, you want to terminate the contract, how the termination can be done, all those things goes as a part of the contract. And another way to put the entire contract journey, we are currently in a court for a project, yes, as and then you know how interesting that topic is. Okay, do you audit in the middle of the contract? If the contract allows, you can audit, and then you can audit at any time. The audit can be quarterly audit, depending upon the organization to organization. The audit can be at any time. Okay, who has the authority to the final contract? Now the authority will be defined by project management plan. Generally, sponsor has that authority, or sometimes the procurement manager has that authority. The cost part, if we work into that. Okay, guys, let's solve five questions. Okay, the question is on your screen. You will have 70 seconds. Please solve the question and put the answer in the chat box. What do you answer? What answer you think will be right? And guys, if you haven't liked this video as of now, please do that so that video can start coming into the algorithm of the algorithm. And if you are new to channel, do subscribe it so that you can learn everything about PMP for free. What do you think is the right answer for this? Okay, so D A, the both parties A. Sharif said D. So let's solve the question. Which of the following best describes an objective of a contract negotiation? What is the purpose of the contract negotiation? The purpose of the contract negotiation is to get agreement on both parties. You are witnessing a procurement negotiation of a project that you will manage. The negotiations are carried out by your company's procurement manager. You notice that a seller trying to overprice by including numerous hidden charges. What is the purpose of the procurement negotiation? Arriving at a reasonable mutual price? Yes, it is. I'll hold this answer. Undercutting, no. Creation of a plan, no. The plan is created before. Identification of all risk, no. Risk, it is done in the risk management plan. So straightforward, A is the answer. Okay, so majority of the people have given the right answer. Yeah, we are not discussing the question does Sharifullah, the question does not ask you about the money thing. The question but the question is asking which of the following best describe objective of a contract negotiation. It does not ask what the project manager should do there. It is asking the purpose of the contract negotiation. The purpose of contract negotiation is always the A option. Okay guys, next question with you. Okay, let's see the what is the answer of this question. Okay, so C, B, Sardar Singh, C, B. Oh, we are getting different answers. B, C. Okay, let's see. What tool and technique are you using to ensure all parties have a mutual understanding of work in progress? Okay, as the project manager responsible for design and installation, okay, you lead walkthrough of the project with the buyer and the main contract. Okay, what technique you are using? It is not claim administration. Claim is all about handling that. It's not audit. We are left with B and C, data analysis, analyzing the data and seeing how much work is done, how not done. Basically walkthrough is an other synonym of inspection. So the right answer in this particular question is inspection. B is the right answer. Next question guys. Okay, B, A, B. I need more answers, guys. Okay, B, A, B, A, B, B, B. Guys, always put the justification. Aga, Usha, Rajveer, Silva, Paneet, uh, Behan. If we justify, always give the justification here. Why do you want? Why you are saying this answer? What should the procurement department do next? You are the project manager of a network replacement. Okay, you plan to hire a contract to replace the cable. Okay, the work has to be completed to minimize a zero disruption. Okay, due to complexity and the risk inherent, you believe it is necessary that the firm with a significant experience. Okay, you contacted the procurement department to develop a list that has the capability to do the work. You developed a list to do the work. What did you do? Prepare a package, no. Negotiate, dispute, take the quote. D is the last thing. I would go with the C option. C is the good option. Okay, guys, last question for today. Straightforward question. C, 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 C. Which type of contract is most commonly used when specifications are defined? Fixed price, also known as lump sum contract. So that's it, guys. And guys, do like this video and do share in all the platforms so that other people can also learn this. Other people can also get these things, how these domains are, and they can also learn. So there are two things. One is product. Product is like you can say from need assessment when you plan you want to do something. From need assessment, then you make a business case, benefit management plan, then project charter, then actually execution of project. When the project is closed, then it is operation, and then one day it is terminated. This is product life cycle. The entire life cycle of product, what we are considering it. This is called as entire product life cycle. Whereas in PMP, the scope of PMP starts from here. Once the project charter is made, once the project charter is made till the project is closed. This is product life cycle. We have project life cycle. But product life cycle and project life cycle. But project is made so that it can transition into operation. Product is a bigger thing, project is a smaller or a subset of it. But project is something that deliver values and that starts your project actually. So both of them are extremely important. The scope of PMP is more of a project life cycle. However, when we collect the requirements, when we gather the requirements for the entire project, for everything, that is for both of them, for product and project. What do? We collect the requirement for the product because it will have all the requirement. As project is a subset of it, it will have the requirement of a project itself, it will have the requirement of a product itself. So when you collect those requirements, automatically everything gets covered inside it. So one of the most important thing that we need to do here is to collect the requirement in PMP, particularly in predictive PMP. And the scope area we are going to cover in this class is entirely predictive. Agile is entirely covered in the Agile pathway video. You can watch that. This will only focus on the predictive life cycle. But if you have any question about the Agile, I can answer that at the end of the class. So project life cycle and product life cycle, two things. If they are clear, please put in the chat box. They're important. I need to know that that is clear to you. If that is clear, then I will move forward. Please ping me. Please put in the message that this is clear. Then I will move forward. Product life cycle and project life cycle. and both life cycles are clear to you, all of the people. That is important thing. That's a differentiation factor that will start from there. Okay, KR is clear, clear, Jigar. Okay, thank you. Hmm. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we have a requirement management plan. Requirement management plan will tell you how to collect the requirement. What are the ways to collect the requirement? There are so many tools and techniques that we use to collect the requirement. The first technique, always the first technique will be to collect the requirement. CR here means collect the requirement. Okay, collect the requirement. So once you are collecting the requirement, the first thing is you always go to expert or subject matter expert and ask them what requirements can be for this project. You know it, you don't know it. The first thing is you go to the subject matter expert, ask them what are the requirements in the project that we need to cover. We go to SME, collect the requirement from subject matter experts. Then the other technique is that we can gather the a subject matter expert 8 to 12 subject matter expert focused on a topic, and we called it as a focus group. Like focus group is a gathering of a subject matter expert from 8 to 12. This session is led by the facilitator, and actually we also do brainstorming inside it. Like brainstorming is an idea generation technique. What happens in brainstorming? There's a storm in your brain. You want like there's a storm in your brain, and you pick the ideas. The light bulb move in your brain. So ideas are generated in brainstorming, and ideas are random. So once ideas are generated, you can categorize the idea by making mind mapping or affinity diagram. Like what is mind mapping? You can make any kind of structure, flow chart also come under mind map. Affinity diagram is just categorizing it by the names, by the size in a different way. So expert judgment can be used to collect the requirement. Focus group, if people are more than 8 to 12, we can have a workshop. Facilitated workshop, we call it. Same structure, brainstormings, ideas are generated, categorized, and sometimes we also vote them through voting in those workshop to see which ideas are more important in those workshop. So we cover expert judgment, focus group, and facilitated workshop. Then we can also review the documents. We have a lot of documents at our hand. Project charter that is giving us the high level requirements. Then whatever the lesson learns are available. Maybe business case, benefit management plan can be looked at this area. We review the document to analyze what are the requirements are there and how those requirements can be utilized. So that can be a good way just to put into that what are the requirement in what are the requirement we have, and work into those requirement, and we categorize those requirements into a different way and see how those requirements are, and we are working into that. So document analysis another way to get the requirement. Then we have prototype. Prototype. Puneet, I'm coming to that. Just wait. Prototype. Prototype is basically we make something, we show it to the customer. For example, let's say I want to make an airplane. I make two airplanes and then show it to the customer. Okay, which type of like aeroplane you need, or maybe even I just make one of the aeroplane and clarify my requirement, and in second iteration I make the other document there. Or we can just make design on the computers to show them, hey, these are the prototypes and what are your input about these prototype, just to collect and clarify the requirement. Then, as Paneet said, story map or storyboarding. This is mainly used in Agile. Story map or storyboarding to basically make minimum viable product. Minimum viable product is a product that has a minimum requirement and it is used for the exactly marketing purpose. Then value stream map. In Lean, we can use value stream map. Value stream map basically map what are the value added tasks, what are the non-valued added tasks in your project. We categorize both value added task, non-value added task, and the purpose is to get leaned about it. Remove non-value added task from the object and only get the value added task. Then we have a context diagram. Context diagram. Context diagram is basically a diagram which shows the entire environment, how something is interacting with every single thing. For example, if I talk about the context diagram in this domain, let's take the example of ATM. I really like the example of ATM. You are putting cash in ATM, you are taking out the cash from ATM. You are also getting the bank state from ATM, getting their pin. The ATM is also connected to the internet, giving the data, getting the data. ATM is connected to the bank servers, and ATM is also connected to the government server where the government can work into that. So that's the context diagram. Different diagrams working a different way, the different purpose of each diagram. So these are all the tools and technique that we utilize to get the requirement. Any confusion in these tools and technique? How do we uh, how do we collect the requirement? Any confusion in that? If it is not confusion, put yes, it is clear. Put something in the chat box. This is clear. Please put in the chat box. It is clear. So Abdul Samad, context diagram can be utilized in this way, that we look at, okay, construction site, how workers are gonna use this construction site once the construction is built, how the executives are gonna use this construction site. If there is a like uh, VP or government bodies like Prime Minister have to come to that building, then you need to make a helipad for that. For normal people, you have a different way. From the executive, you have a different way. And if there's a your construction site can have a fire, how the fire resistant will work. So each will have a different thing and different work into that. Please always clarify the question, like value stream mapping and context diagram. What is your question, Chinze? I'm not clear about that. Just put their name and put a question mark. Always remember 4 hours of communication, right information, right time, right people to have the right impact. When you put just a question mark, how, what we understand from there? Okay, then context diagram I explained. Abdul Samad, value stream map is a diagram that we use. We map the entire journey of the project. For example, I like to give the example of that. Let's say I go to McDonald's to get this coffee. Let's say I went to the McDonald's to get the coffee. So how basically in drive-through I go? First, the step one would be I will be in the line. Okay, I go there. I'm waiting. Then I will give order. Then again waiting. Then in the next I will give money. Then again waiting. Then in the next one I will get my order. What is happening? I am waiting and getting my order. Waiting. So value stream map the entire process. It is mostly used for process, but can also use for the project to identify the improvements. How we can improve, how we can improve these things. How, what are the ways into that? There is difference between context and flow chart. I did explain those context diagram. Is it clear? Now I have explained this. If this is clear, please put in the chat box that this is clear. Okay, once you have collected all the requirement goes into like project requirement, product requirement into two documents: requirement documentation and requirement traceability matrix. Let me first talk about what is RTM or requirement traceability matrix. Requirement traceability matrix is kind of an Excel file. It's kind of an Excel file that has the entire detail: who collected the requirement, what was the requirement, like who asked the requirement, what was the exact requirement, what was the success criteria or KPI of the requirement, what is the status of the requirement, how the requirement will be fulfilled, what will be the priority of the requirement. Each and every single detail of the requirement is is basically taken out in the requirement traceability matrix. We look at the requirement traceability matrix and we put every single thing into requirement traceability matrix. This is the beauty of requirement traceability matrix. It will be used throughout the project, having every single thing in your project, and as you move forward you will update it. It will be both for project as well as product. Whereas I would say requirement documentation is considered as a subset or the superset of RTM. It only classifies the requirement into various types. Which of the requirements are functional requirement, non-functional requirement, stakeholder requirement, quality requirement, etc., etc. It classify project requirement, product requirement, all the requirements. It classify it into. For example, functional requirements are the requirement that should be present in that. Without that, you cannot make it MVP. Non-functional requirement can be a security requirement. I like to give an example like my this Mac Pro has a touch sensor. Like if I touch it, I can open it. Similarly, with the iPhone, I never use it. I don't logged it. Those are the security requirement which I don't need it. Those are non-functional requirement for me. Capacity, things like that. We classify the requirements into the requirement documentation and we put all the requirement into requirement traceability matrix. Now, according to requirement management plan, by following the requirement management plan and through various tools and technique, what we have done, we have collected the requirement, put it into the requirement documentation and requirement traceability metrics. The next thing is filter out the requirement, separate the product requirement and the project requirement, because we are focused more towards the project requirement. I would say that let's make a funnel here. All the requirements are there, and here we put the scope filter. We put the scope filter. Like we see the product analysis, we break down the product and see what are the things that we need to do in order to achieve the best product. How do we do value analysis, like value engineering? Or in simple word, we have collected all 10,000 requirement, we put the Moscow on them. What are the most important requirement, should requirement, could requirement we can have through it? All those requirement passes through the filter. All those requirement, those were in the requirement traceability matrix, passes through a filter, and if they passes it, they becomes the part of the project requirement, and we capture them into a document that is called as project scope statement. Now, this is a very, very important document. How we are collecting the filtering the requirement is defined by scope management plan. We have two plan, requirement plan and scope management plan. Now, we have a project scope statement at our hand. Everything that is in our project, assumptions, constraint, what we are gonna make, what we are not going to make, everything should be here in detail. There's a big difference between the statement in the project charter and in the project scope statement. In project charter, in two line, let's say we have written, I need a house of 2000 square feet. Okay, that is the project's there is a statement of the charter. It's here in project scope statement, I will put it, I need a 2000 square feet house with four rooms, having four air conditioner, having these many lights, having these many washrooms, these tiles, these color, each and every single thing, as much as detail you put it into the project scope statement, and we get it approved it from the sponsor, show them that are they fine with that. So we have our project scope statement at our hand. If there is any confusion with the project scope statement, please put in the chat box. Any confusion so far by anyone on any topic, please do ask. Now we have project scope statement at our hand. The next thing is break down the work. Break down the work, decompose. The right term is decompose the work and make work breakdown structure. Make work breakdown structure. Let's say for deliverable bars, We want to make Burj Khalifa. I used this case study in my last batch. Burj Khalifa. So, what will be the WBS? We have civil work in it. We will have electrical work. We will have mechanical work. We will have plumbing work. We will have HVAC work. Okay. Civil, a further breakdown, excavation work, maybe scaffolding work, I can put it, maybe concreting work, etc. etc. Scaffolding, a further breakdown into, I'm just breaking it down, and this further, as we will divide it to as small as manageable part. We will divide it to smallest part, and we can give it number 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. So just to differentiate, I will put it here. Since this is 1.1, I will call it 1.1.1, 1.1.2, 1.1.3, 1.1.4. We have taken this, further elaborated it. I will put it 1.1.2.1, then to 1.1.2.2, 1.1.2.3, 1.1.2.4. I break down this one. So this will be further breakdown, and we keep on dividing this thing unless we get the last thing. These numbers, these 1.1.2.4, whatever the number, these number are known as code of account. Each number represent the work we are gonna do, how we are gonna do, and this entire structure, this breakdown of a structure is called as WBS, work breakdown structure. In order to understand this code, because of course it seems difficult to understand these codes, we use code. In order to understand this, we have WBS dictionary. WBS dictionary will have each dependability, explaining each and everything in detail. What does this code of account mean? What does this code of account mean? Now, this highest level, we can call it as a deliverable. This is deliverable. This is called as management account. The highest level range, 1.1, 1.2, is called management account, and the lowest level of WBS is called as work package. Management account, work package. Okay. Management accounts are basically known as control account. Some author called it management account. Some author are called them as a control account. And the lowest package is called as work package. Work package, by a rule of thumb, should be an effort of 8 to 80 hours. You should divide the WBS into smaller part so that the effort should not be less than 8 hours and should not be more than 80 hours. That's a rule of thumb. Every organization have their own WBS structure. In between this control account and this work package, we have a level in which the planning team divide the work according to them. We call them as planning package. So highest level control account, the lowest level work package, in between we have planning package. Any confusion till here, please ask. Any confusion till here, please ask. Please, if this is clear, put in the chat box this is clear. If there's any confusion, please ask. Yeah, sure. Okay, clear, clear, clear. Activity is further divided once we divide the work package, that in scheduling is there. Here we don't have the work package. In scope, we don't get activity. In scope, the lowest part is work package. Yeah, you can say the work package is a combination of activities. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so it is clear, we can move forward. So where were we? Yeah. So now, what do we have at our hand? If I look at there, we had project scope statement, WBS, WBS dictionary, We have code of account. WBS has all those things, code of account, work package. This combination is called as scope baseline. This combination is called as scope baseline. Now we get it approved from the change control board or sponsor. We get it approved from change control board or sponsored. Once it is approved, we cannot add anything. We cannot add anything, we cannot remove anything. And at the end of the day, the client will check from the scope baseline, nothing else. Because scope baseline is agreed with the client or with the sponsor, they will check from this scope baseline that what we have made is according to them or not. They will accept it or they reject it. Scope baseline is the most important document. Everything must be there. Baseline is clear. Put yes, it is clear. I need 22 yes. Everyone, please put the yes there if this is clear to you. Now, we have made we have made this. We have made scope baseline. If client wants anything, they have to raise a change request. They have to raise a change request. The change request goes to change control board, and if the change control board approve it, then the scope baseline is updated after doing detailed impact analysis. We'll cover that in journey of change request, or you can watch the journey of change request. But they have to raise change request. If without raising a change request, client keeps on adding scope. If without raising a change request, client tries to add something, that is called as scope creep. That is called as scope creep. If without going to the change control board, client tries to add or does add something, we called it as a scope creep. It's an important concept. Client is trying to add something without going to change control board. It is called scope creep. So now, if we deliver, we over deliver to the client, something was not even asked, something was not even asked, we add extra features in the final product. If we add extra feature into the product, this is called gold plating. Gold plating. Important difference, because people get confused about that. Scope creep is client is trying to add something without going to change control board. In gold plating, we are adding something without even client asking. Scope baseline needs CCB. Of course, once you make the initial scope baseline, your scope baseline should be approved by the change control board, by the sponsor, or by the client. They need to be approved. They will check it. Okay, whatever we requested, everything is there. Now go ahead. Yes, good to go. That is important to know. Of course, it needs to be approved. So now scope creep and gold plating. So once your scope is done, throughout the project, the team delivers on the scope, and you are monitoring the scope, making sure the scope is within there. You are controlling the scope, and then there's a validate scope. Oh, I already have this. Then there's a validate scope. What is validate scope? Validate scope is a process. Validate scope is the process in which client accept or reject the deliverable. Client accept or reject the deliverable. So how the deliverable goes to the client, let me show you in the form of journey of deliverable. So deliverable is made in execution. As soon as the deliverable is made, it goes directly to control quality, CQ. In control quality, according to quality management plan, the quality team, not the client, quality team check the deliverable, inspect the deliverable, whether the deliverable meet quality management plan. That's it. If the deliverable meet quality management plan, we get verified deliverable. Verified deliverable mean only one thing. This is approved by quality. End of story. Nothing more, nothing less. Verified deliverable means this is approved by quality because it meets quality standards. Nothing more, nothing less. And if it does not meet, we raise a change request, and preventive, corrective, or defect repair can be taken on those things. It goes to change request, repairing, and those things. These verified deliverable, these verified deliverable then goes to client. In this process, validate scope. I wanted to make it diamond, but it's okay. Let me try to make it again. Yeah. So this goes into validate scope and client inspect here. Here, client is inspecting. In quality, team was inspecting. Client inspect it according to scope baseline. And if they say, okay, deliverable is good, we get validated deliverable, or also known as accepted deliverable. Here we are getting accepted deliverable. Here a client is accepting deliverable if it meets according to scope baseline. If it does not meet, we get a change request, corrective action, preventive action, or a defect repair needs to be done. Then these accepted deliverable goes to close. Please put the justification why C is the answer. Jigar, Darita, Yogesh, Mario. Please put the justification. Okay, now let me solve this question. A client, while inspecting the deliverable, has rejected it. Okay, what will you check to make sure deliverables were according to a requirement or not? Project scope statement. Although the project scope statement do contain all the details about the requirement, but the client has not agreed to the project scope statement. Quality report, no. Scope management plan, no. The straightforward answer is scope baseline. And I did mention that, Yogesh, I did mention that we need to work on Muthu. How could you put A? How can you put the A answer there? Yogesh, I did mention that quality reports is something that we need to work into that, and we work into the context to see how those quality reports can work and what are the things in those quality reports. So I hope the answer is clear to everyone, and if it is not clear, of course, you can always ask. Okay, we still have 5. Okay, so the project manager has developed a strong relationship with the customer. During a discussion, the customer requests a small change in the scope. How should the project manager have responded? Refuse and explain that the no change can be made. No, that is not true. Scope can be changed, but there's a way to that. Confirm the changes will be placed in the backlog. No, we cannot put the changes like even in the agile, the customer have to request product backlog and then it works into that way. Ask the customer to provide the change in the writing so that it can be that can be the answer. Instruct, we cannot instruct anyone. That is not the answer. Okay, you are collecting the requirement. You want to use the tools that will link the requirement with all the affected environment. So we know that the expert judgment is asking the expert. Context diagram can be value stream mapping. Just identify the value added task, remove the value added task from there. Focus group is not there, so context diagram is the answer. Okay, in which process client verify the deliverable. If you were listening to the journey of deliverable, you know that control quality is the place where basically team checks. It is not where the client check. Although the word is used verify, but we're talking about the client. So client check in that validate scope. Last question for today. This multiple requests is unable to organize a session. Means people are busy. The key stakeholders. Now the questionnaire is used when you have a large audience and you want to get the requirement. The bad thing about the questionnaire is that if you send 100 questionnaires, only 20 to 30% people will fill here. We already had that problem. Why we want to have the problem again? So the best thing is to schedule an interview session and work with that. B is the full. Okay. So today's topic is basically schedule management. And yeah, okay, that's good. That you can see the white screen. That's good. That's good. So schedule management is the topic today, and we have covered before schedule scope. And in scope, the last thing was work breakdown structure. We had work breakdown structure, and in work breakdown structure, we had work package. I hope you remember this. What we did, what was a work package? We basically divided deliverables into smaller parts, smaller manageable parts, and those parts were called as work package. Now we will be working on those work packages. We will be seeing how those work package can further enhance us and can work us. Guys, we have done 8 episodes of this series. All those 8 episodes are extremely important. WBS work breakdown structure was extremely important. Today we will be working with the schedule, and the purpose will be to make schedule baseline. So we'll go to that flow. It will be through multiple steps. The first thing that we need to make is schedule, or some author says it schedule, some people says it's schedule. Both of them mean the same thing. So schedule management plan. Now, this is an important thing for your PMP exam, because actually schedule management plan will be a differentiator. Schedule management plan will be something that will be differentiate what you are doing. Schedule management plan will be something that tells us whether you are using agile methodology or you are using predictive methodology. So here the we entirely have different thing. Let's say if we have agile methodology, we can have iteration, we can make a product backlog, we can make a product backlog, or if we have a Kanban system, we can work on pull based system. Pull based, also known as on demand based system. So this is the basically system we have for the agile, if the thing is towards agile. But we will not be talking about agile in our discussion. We will be more talking about predictive. In the entire discussion, we'll be looking at the predictive domain. What are the things in the predictive life cycle we can work on? What are the things we can improve in our predictive life cycles? Okay, so predictive, if we go towards the predictive domain, and we'll see how that predictive domain can help. There are multiple things that we need to look at our predictive life cycles. The first thing is we'll make schedule management plan. Now the schedule management plan will define the methodologies, which method it should be, and then schedule management plan will define which software to use. Okay, I would like to know about you. In your organization, which software you are using for scheduling? It can be IT organization, it can be predictive organization. Which software are you using in your organization for scheduling? Which software, guys, you are using in your organization for scheduling? Put it in the chat box. Primavera a name, okay. Primavera, yeah, that's another software. Primavera is one of the most famous software in the predictive environment, and the counter it is used is my MS project. And some organization also use Gantt chart. And if you are working in an agile organization, it can be Jira or something like that. It can be other software depending upon the organizations that you are working. It can vary from organization to organization, of course. Okay, so first, which software to use, how to use, that will come. Okay, you make a schedule management plan. It will be defined what is the tolerance of that. Some historical information would be there. You send your schedule management plan for approval from sponsor or from change control board. Once your schedule management plan got approved, we are good to go. We'll take from where we left in the scope. Work package. We'll decompose the work package. We'll decompose the work package and we'll get three things: activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list. Activity list is list of activity A, B, C, D, E. How do you define those activities? The number of those activity. Activity attributes will have all the details of those activity, the dependencies, the relationship, the duration about that. Milestone. Milestone is a special thing. Milestone is special duration in the project. It has basically, what is the duration of the milestone? Let's see what your knowledge. What is the duration of the milestone? Put it in the chat box. What is the duration of the milestone? Put it in the chat box. Zero. Now milestone is like cutting the ribbon. The duration of milestone is zero. They are important activity like start of the project, end of the project, or sometime in between. So milestone itself does not have any duration, but it is an important thing. Payments are linked to the milestones. Payments are worked with the milestones. So milestones are very important. You identify the milestones and you manage these milestones. Guys, while you are watching, please do like this video and do share in your WhatsApp group so that the people can start joining it. People can start working on it. It's an important topic for the understanding. Okay, now you have activity list. There are two important things in the activities that we need to know. First of all is precedence relationship. The precedence relationship between those activities. There can be four type of relationship: finish to start, activity A finishes, and the activity B starts. Finish to start. The example would be like, if you want to fill your PMP application, first you take 35 hours training. Once that training is done, then you start uh, pulling your application, fitting your application. Or the example can be the foundation has been completed, then you can start building the structure. So that's another finish to start. The activity A here, the activity that come before, is called predecessor, because that activity is coming before. Predecessor. Predecessor is someone that has come before you, like your father, your mother is your predecessor. Successor. Activity B is called, it is coming after, it is called successor. Like your son, your daughter that will come after you, they are successor. Predecessor and successor, two activities relationship. Then we have start to start relationship. Now here both activities are starting at the same time. You start your turn your AC on, the compressor gets started, they're almost starting at the same time. Start to start relationship. Then we have finish to finish relationship. That's kind of a very interesting relationship. We don't know when those activity has started, but we only know this thing: those activity ends at the same time. Finish to finish relationship. I love to give the example of that, like let's say you are traveling on a long road, and suddenly during the time you feel you want to listen to the music, you turn your LCD on and you started listening to the music. You reached a petrol pump, you stopped your car automatically. You stopped the car, the predecessor activity stopped, the successor activity automatically got stopped. Finish to finish. finish to finish relationship. So finish to start to start, finish to finish. The fourth type of relationship is opposite of that, start to finish relationship. Now here, in order for the successor activity to finish, in order for the successor activity to finish, the predecessor activity has to start, opposite of finish to start. I love the example of shifts. If you are working in the shift, in order the night shift to end, the day shift person has to come. So this activity is specifically used when there is some kind of a overlapping between two the activities. Handing, taking over, things can come in these activity. This is the most used relationship. Of course, this is basically only used when you have a certain kind of overlapping in that particular purpose. So this is only used when you have a overlap. So guys, these four relationships, are they clear to you? Please put in the chat box. Are all these four type of relationship clear to you, or you are unable to understand any of these relationships? Please put it in the chat box. Clear, clear, clear. I am still saying as some internet issue from my side. So I turned my video and removed myself from the screen. Do put in the chat box. My voice is also clear, na? Just wanted to make sure that there is no distraction. That please, Kevin, Farhan, Gurjeet, Abdullah, put in the chat box. Thank you. So now this is called precedence relationship. Okay. Now then we have dependencies. Dependencies, or sometimes called as dependabilities, dependability. So there can be two type of dependencies: internal and external. Dependencies within the organization, dependencies outside the organization. Both of these type of dependencies, we need to look at what type of these dependencies are there, internal or external. Both in internal within the organization or external outside the organization, we have two things to work with: that mandatory dependencies, also known as hard logic. Mandatory dependencies, hard logic. Like, in order to start the work, it is for both internal and external. Hard logic, mandatory dependencies. In order to start the work, you have to get the permit. It can be internal, it can be external. Both of them are mandatory dependencies. The second one is discretionary dependencies, soft logic, also known as soft logic, preferred practices. Now you are not constrained how you want to do something, and there are good practices that you can follow. Now the call is your, whichever practices you want to follow. Hard logic is compulsory, whereas soft logic, that is discretionary dependencies, you have a preferred practices. These dependencies are clear. It can be internal, it can be external. Internal, hard logic, mandatory dependencies, or soft logic, discretionary dependencies, preferred practices. And same for external. If that is clear, please put in the chat box that this is clear. It's an important topic. You need to understand that dependencies among the different relationship in the activities. Please put in the chat box if this is clear to you. Okay. The next thing. Now we had an individual activity. Activity A. We are in the topic of the scheduling. So we want to know what is the duration of each activity. There are multiple techniques, and this is an important topic. Like two topics are very important in the scheduling, and one of them is this one. Okay, duration. The first one is analogous estimation. I like to read it analogous. It means actually same, same. Let's say you have done something in the past. You made a house of 200 square feet. 6 months. It took you 6 months to complete. Now, same type of dimensions, same type of uh, same type of design you again need to make. Same type of dimension, same type of design you again need to make. Let's say again we need to make 200 square feet. How much time it will take us? Please put in the chat box. The dimensions are same, design is same. We again want to make same kind of house. How much time it will take us? Since the parameters are same in the past, we will put it 6 months or same. So this is called analogous estimation. About the same time it will take you, same as before, analogous estimation. Now for this estimation, everything has to be 100% same. So what if we change the dimension? Now it becomes 400 square feet. It is double. So the time will become double, right? Or it is half, 100 square feet. The time will become half. What we are doing? We are doing statistical relationship. This is called parametric estimation. Parametric estimation. So important thing to master in this particular thing is that we are still we are still using the past information. We are still using the past information. But now we are using a statistical relationship of the past information. So that was a critical information in this pertinent topic. So analogous and parametric, is it clear? Put in the chat box. Difference between analogous and parametric is clear or not? Yeah, we can Hamza call it as a top down estimation. Okay, then we have a 3 point estimation. In 3 point estimation, instead of single point we have multiple point. We have optimistic, that is called as best case scenario. If everything goes according to our plan, what will be the time that it will take to complete a certain thing? Best case scenario. Pessimistic, that is worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, if everything happens against you, what will the duration? And most likely, generally how much time it will take. So we have 3 points. Optimistic, oh this is not w, first p. Optimistic, pessimistic, most likely. There are two formulas to play with these 3 points. It can be triangular distribution, optimistic, pessimistic, most likely, divided by 3, or it can be beta distribution, also known as PERT, program evaluation and review technique. The formula become optimistic 4 most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. So with the 3 point estimations, we get 3 points, and we can have a two different type of estimation techniques. Optimistic, pessimistic, most likely divided by 3, or optimistic plus pessimistic plus 4 most likely divided by 6. Now, if the in the exam, if you got a question and exam clearly mentioned that we want to use triangular distribution, then you will use this one. If exam does not says which one to use, automatically you will use this one, that is beta distribution or part. Okay, then the last estimation technique is bottom up estimation. Bottom up estimation. So we made the work breakdown structure as something like this. Okay, PERT is more accurate, Amza. Among the both, PERT is more accurate. Okay, so bottom up estimation is would be estimating each thing at the bottom and then adding them outside. This is the most used technique in our real life. We want to go somewhere, we will calculate, okay, this much will take this much time, this much will take this much time. So total time will be this. For example, today I wanted to do this thing and then I have a schedule class with my one-to-one student. So I wanted to see how much time it will take. So I estimated, okay, this much will take this much time for this. And I scheduled my next call with them after that. I estimated each of the scheduling topic and then how much time 5 question will take. And because after all of this, we do solve 5 question in the end. So how much time it will take to solve the 5 question. So that's an important thing that we need to understand. That's an important thing we need to master. I hope this makes sense and this is clear to you guys. The four estimation technique, any of the estimation technique, if confuses you, do let me know. Guys, if you haven't liked this video, do like it and share it with your teammates who are also learning about PMP. It's an important topic about that. Okay, now we know the relationship between the activities. So let's say there are two activities, activity B A and activity B. We know the duration of this activity, let's say it's 6 week, it is 4 weeks. We know it can be finish to start, start to start, start to finish, or start to start. For type of it, let's say it's a finish to start. You build a foundation, now you want to build a wall. Most of the time after building the foundation, there is a delay. There's a delay when activity B can start. Activity A has been done and there's a delay that B can be start. Finish to start can look like this. But if there's a delay, let's say 2 weeks delay for the activity to start, this delay is called as lagged. We say that the activity B has actually lagged. And in schedule, we show that finish to start plus 2 week. This is lagging. The activity has lagged. Now, this is when the activities are lagging. What if two activities, activity A and activity B, were supposed to start like finish to start, as this is being shown, instead of B starting after A, it started a little bit before. For example, you are once you have written the entire book, you are supposed to show it to the editors or the authors to review it. But instead of doing that, what you did, you gave him the first chapter and they are editing as you are completing it. What you have done? What you have done? You have leaded the successor or the second activity. You have leaded the successor activity. So that is called as lag and lead in project management or in PMP. I hope that makes sense. Please put in the chat box this is clear or not. Now we have all the information about the activities. So let's say we are like this way. Activity A, B, duration. Okay, let's say you have activity and successor relationship. So between them and duration. Okay, so activity, oh, relationship and duration. So activity A, the predecessor was start. Okay, then activity B, the predecessor was A, C, A, D, both B, C. Okay, duration, let's say 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, 2 days. This is kind of a map I am making here just to showing you that activity relationship. Yeah. Now what we are gonna do, we are gonna cover critical path method. I'm going to give you the shortest way to do a critical path method, because the long way is not important and you are not going to get any question in the exam about that. If you want to watch the how to calculate the critical path method video, I'll put it here in the link so that you can watch it. But in the real exam, you are not going to get any question on the critical path method. That is not as per se important. So let's say we make a diagram for there. Start, the first activity is start, then A. From A we get B and we get C. Then here we get D. The duration of A is 5, B is 4, 3 is and 2. So this method of connecting the activities, this is called as activity on node or precedence diagramming method. This process in which you connect them is called activity on node or precedence diagramming method. This diagram itself is called as project schedule network diagram. Just a fancy name to say a network diagram. As a general, you just need to remember this is a network diagram. Now we want to know what will be the duration to complete the work. If you look at the path clearly, you have two ways: A, B, D, and A, C, D. Two paths are there. 5 plus 4, 9. 9 plus 2, 11. 5 plus 3 plus 2, 10. Now, the longest path is called as critical path. This will be the duration of your project. What I did, I just add this, and and this, and this. The one which has more duration will become the critical path. The critical path is the longest path in the project that when you complete it, it will all the activities in the project would have been completed. The longest path in the project, when it is completed, everything else in the project would be completed by then. Now there can be shortest path from this. Like if you go from ACD, it will be short path. But what will be the problem? The problem will be that all the activities would not have been completed, right? All the activities would not have been completed. So that's an important concept to master. Critical path is the longest path. When it is completed, everything else is completed on the project. Now the difference between this 11 and 10, the other path, is called float or total float. Float or total float of the path is basically the amount by which, if you, why don't you write down what is critical path? I explain the definition. Anyone can write down there. The definition is important. Float is the amount of duration by which an activity or a path can be delayed without delaying the critical path of the project. For the float of this path is 1 day. This is the total float of this path. And if I say individual float, the C has 1 day of float. This activity A has no float and D has no float. Now, important concept. This is a critical path. Critical path have what float? Put in the chat box. What is the float of the critical path? Put it in the chat box, please. The critical path has zero float. What does that mean? All the activities must be completed on time. If one activity is delayed, the entire project can be delayed. That is basically the concept of critical path method. If that is clear to you, that is more than enough for your PMP. Now you get the critical path, you show it to the management, and that becomes your schedule baseline. That becomes your schedule baseline. Now you also create a Gantt chart with it, and a milestone chart, different type of charts are created with it along the way. But schedule baseline is the most important thing. Mostly project schedule, Gantt chart is called as the project schedule in the most of the project. Now, I love this thing. What is the first question your management will say to you as soon as you show them your uh, schedule baseline or your path? What will be the first thing that the management will say to you? What will the first thing the management will say to you? The first thing that the management is will say to you is that, can we compress it? Can we make it small? Yes. Can we compress it? Can we make it small? So we have two schedule compression techniques. We have two schedule compression techniques. One of them is crashing. What happens in crashing? We add resources. We add physical resources. So this does decrease the duration, but what is the side effect? The side effect is disadvantage is it increases cost. If cost is not the issue, if the cost is not the issue, we always we always do crashing. If cost is not the issue, we always prefer to do crashing. The second one is fast tracking. Fast tracking. In fast tracking, the activities that are in series, you make them parallel. The activities that are in series, you make them parallel. That's an important concept to understand. Activities that are in series, you make them parallel. Now, what happens when you do that? When you make series activity parallel, the risk is reduced. We don't want to do fast tracking. We don't want to do fast tracking if crashing an option. This is the number one priority. This is a number two priority. Is crashing and fast tracking clear to you? Please put it in the chat box. Isn't the float and total flow are different? Yeah, it is different, Amza. It is different, but I don't want to go into detail of critical path. Then, of course, calculating the critical path is entirely different thing. What I'm sharing here in this particular thing is the concept that you will be needing to pass the PMP. Of course, that's why I said if you want a detailed one, you can watch my video of critical path. How do you calculate the critical path into that? And then we also have a critical chain method that we can work into that. But for now, for the PMP, just understand float is the amount by which an uh, activity can float or activity can delay without delaying the critical path. I hope that makes sense. So guys, crashing and fast tracking is clear, or is there any question that you would like to ask on crashing or fast tracking? Please put in the chat box. Is crashing or fast tracking is clear? Okay. Can crashing also includes concurrent execution of activity instead of series activities? Then it will be, Kevin, it will mean then you are doing crashing and fast tracking simultaneously. If you do like increase the resources plus you make activities those activities that was series, you start doing them parallel, then that means you are doing both of them, crashing and fast tracking. You are doing both of those activities concurrently, and yes, that can be done, and that has been done in multiple projects I have facilitated. But the problem is that then the risk will increase and the cost will increase. So that's your call if you want to do that. Now, what happened in a lot of the projects, we get scarce resource. Scarce resource are very important, and we cannot use all the resources. we have to manage our resources. So we have two techniques in which both of them called as resource optimization technique. Sorry for that. Resource optimization technique. One is called resource leveling, and the other is called resource smoothing. In resource leveling, we look at our resources, we look at our resources, and important thing, manage schedule according to the resources availability. We manage the schedule according to the resource availability. So when we manage there is a schedule according to the resource availability, there is a chance schedule can increase. The baseline can be revised. The baseline can increase in resource leveling because you are managing your schedule according to the availability of those resources. Resource smoothing. Resource smoothing is basically managing of a schedule with a constraint, and the constraint is that the schedule is fixed. You cannot increase your schedule. Your schedule is fixed. You do whatever you want to do in between. You want to do uh, makes activities parallel, let go some activities, whatever you want to do, you do in between, but the constraint become that your baseline is fixed. Whatever you want to do, you do it in between. So guys, that was it, everything you need to know about. Okay, so Kevin is saying B. Please justify why your answer is B. Shwet A. Narendra Patel saying B, as cost is not concern. Cost not concern. Second cost. Okay, crashing. Okay, let's see the question. Midway into the project execution, you have been asked to shorten your duration by 3 weeks. We want to reduce the duration to meet a new deadline, but deliver all planned functional. Scope cannot be reduced, schedule need to be reduced. Resources are available and the cost is not as a great concern. So we discuss when the cost is not concern, we try to crash the activities. That can be the answer. Remove external dependencies. The question is not talking about external dependencies anyway. Reduce project scope. Nope, that cannot be done. We said that deliver all functionality. Level resources. The question is not asking about anything about leveling the resources. Eliminated, eliminated, eliminated. So A is the right answer, and almost everyone has the A answer. One person had a B answer. I don't know why. Do justify why do you think B is the answer? Please put in the chat box the next question. Okay. Pre-assign the resources. Only one person has answered. Okay, I'll solve the question. What is your best course of action? Our team has just completed estimates for both activity duration. We estimated how much the activity will take and how much the resource will take. Tomorrow morning, you need to present a preliminary schedule. We want to present a schedule to the stakeholders. So, what will you show? Pre assign the resources. Okay, pre assigning the resources can be, but how that is gonna help? Okay, we want to show something to them. Okay, this let's put is this, apply resource optimization. The question does not say we have a problem in the resource. I wouldn't agree with that at all. Present the schedule network diagram, the network diagram that we seen. Okay, present that. Yes, that can be an answer. Develop the schedule management plan. D has nothing to do with that. So A is eliminated. C is the only reasonable answer. I liked what Kevin put it that C is the only reasonable answer in this pattern question. So C is the right answer. Let's go to the next question. So guys, I put this question today at LinkedIn. Many people are getting wrong answer for this question. So I thought let's discuss this question here. Okay, the project is supposed to roll out a new service to thousands of users. The project team wants to consider and prepare for various possibilities that may occur during. What technique can the project manager facilitate to help them with the preparation? Understand this question one more time. What the question is asking. The options are what if, critical part, fast tracking. The question is asking about various possibilities and situation that may occur, things that may or may not happen. Risk analysis. How can we see what are the things that can happen? This can happen, this can happen. Critical path method is a scheduling technique. You want to get a schedule, what is the way to get the duration? Fast tracking is parallel technique. Sampling is you already have something, you get it, select from that. What if scenario? What if this happen? What if that happen? Start. Can hear you. Thank you, Gurjeet. Always good to have you. Okay, guys. So now, first of all, the most important thing that we have discussed so far is that we know there's a triangle. Okay, scope, schedule, cost. From the scope, we made scope baseline. We made scope baseline, which defined each and everything that you need to complete in a particular time. Everything that you are going to complete in the project must be written into that, into the scope baseline. Then we made schedule baseline, the timeline for each activity, when that particular activity is going to perform, when that activity is going to actually occur. And today goal is to make the third baseline, cost baseline. These three were considered as the most important constraint in the past, and they are basically considered as triple constraints or iron triangle, if you may say. So, all these constraints are very important to understand. We are done with the scope baseline and schedule baseline and the cost. These three are connected. In the scope baseline, we made work breakdown structure. This was the work breakdown structure. Okay, and the lowest part of work breakdown structure is called as, let's say this is the lowest part, work package. We divided the work package further into activity list, activity attributes and milestones. From the activities, we made project schedule network diagram or the critical path. Let's say C, D. Let's make it easy. Not we made a project schedule network diagram, and when we added that, we get a critical path. So this was a critical path for us. And the critical path, or the when you add the schedule baseline, that is basically your schedule there. Now we will estimate how much each activity cost, and then we will add how much each work package cost, how much each planning package and this control account cost. And we will get our cost baseline and project budget. So this will be the agenda for today, and then we'll be doing the 5 questions regarding those particular topics. Okay. So, guys, if scope baseline and schedule baseline and the previous topics are clear, put it in the chat box. Or if you have any question, I don't want you to have confusion while moving later on, put in the chat box. If it's clear, put yes. If any confusion, ask the question. Okay. So guys, the one of the most important thing whenever you are starting anything, it can be hybrid, it can be predictive. The first thing is that we need to have a plan, cost management plan. Cost management plan basically defines how you are going to manage the cost in your entire project. It is going to manage and share what are the most important parameters about cost. It is going to share what is the tolerance that we are going to have in our project. How much threshold. Tolerance is always in a range, plus minus plus 10%, minus 10%, and thing like that. Threshold is most of a time is a number 1000, 2000. How much threshold your project is going to have, which type of a governance body you are going to have in the project. We will discuss more in next week class regarding the governance when we cover the pathway to PMP business environment topic. So more will be covered in that particular topic. And a very important thing is considered how you are going to do funding in your project. The project will be funded by self, you are going to fund it by yourself, or some banks are going to fund. For example, when students come to me for the training, most of the time if they are doing self funding, they never ask the receipt or invoice. But if their company is funding them, they always ask me, like, can we have your invoice? And of course we do share the invoice and things like that. So that does play who is funding your project and how the project is going to be funded throughout the way. Then another important thing that comes there, which currency you are going to use. This is a very important thing that plays a role in your project, that which currency are you going to use. And for example, my project, my program, which is going to start on 19th of August, the batch program online or the face to face at Dubai. Let's say 19th of August, my batch program is starting, and the cost is $499. I live in Dubai, or so in Dubai the currency is AED. I have students, a lot of students from India. The currency is INR, or from Saudi Riyal, or from Pakistan, PKR, or Bangladesh, Taka, and US, Australia. But I use the currency dollars. I have decided in my cost management plan that my currency is going to be dollars throughout the way. And the reason for having the currency dollar is to be have an international way so that everyone can correlate. And similarly, if you pay to the website, like we do accept the conversion, like you can pay us into by converting the amount into the currency on whatever way you are. And even when you go to my websites, we on my website we have two platforms you can pay through, by of course by debit or credit card, PayPal and Stripe. Now that's an interesting thing, we decided only to use these two. Why? This is the number one platform, people know about it. Dollars, people know about it. If the Bitcoin becomes a thing in the upcoming years, I will be accepting also Bitcoins. So this thing must be mentioned in your cost management plan. What type of estimates you are going to do, that must be mentioned in your cost management plan. For example, when you are starting something initially, you have rough order of magnitude. It can be minus 15 to plus 25, or minus 75 to plus 25, depending upon the organization to organization. First you have rough order of magnitude, then you have definite estimates, that is mostly plus minus 5, depending upon the tolerance of the organization, depending on the OPS of the organization. You look at the organization lesson learned, how past the budget has been made, what were the practices in the past to make the budget. Those practices are very critical, very important for your particular project, and you need to use those practices how you can do. Once the cost management plan is made, now the cost management plan is done. What is the next step we do? Put it in the chat box. I would love to know. Once the cost management plan is made, what is the next step that we do? Put it in the chat box. Estimate activity. Okay. What else? Now it is a very interesting thing, Prince Jose. You shared an interesting thing, but once the plan is made, you need to get it approved. That is the first thing, especially when we're doing predictive in the change management phase. Once the plan is made, we need to get the plan approved. Otherwise, the plan is not gonna work. So we need to get approved plan. And once the plan get approved, the plan can only be changed by change control board. That's an interesting thing to put into the context. Now we have a cost management plan. Now, Prince Jose, we go towards the estimating the activities. So now we will estimate each activity and their cost. So we have some estimation techniques which we discussed last time in the scheduling, but just for the context, I will go through them one more time. The first one is analogous estimation. Analogous estimation says that if you have made a house of 200 square feet, I'm even going to use same example. It cost you $2 million in the past. Now again, you want to make a house of 200 square feet, same design, almost the same location. It will cost you same, approximately same. So when the uh, parameters are same of the past, it's the same as something as we have done in the past. Past and future things are same. We use analogous estimation. What we have done in the past, same thing we are going to do now. So this is analogous estimation. Guys, analogous estimation is clear to you or not? Put it into the chat box. Put it in the box. Make this box more interactive. The more interactive this box is, the better it become. Okay, clear. What about other people? We have a lot of people. I need more interaction, guys. Put it for the moment. Okay, good for y'all. Now the next one is parametric estimation. Parametric estimation. Now in the analogous, we have same things. What happened in the past, the same thing is happening now. That was analogous estimation. What we made house in the past for 200 square feet. It cost was $2 million. What if we make now 400 square feet house? What will be the cost of that? Put it in the chat box. Now we have doubled it. We have simply doubled it. Okay, doubled it. So the cost become double, $4 million. Or if we made the cost half, 100 square feet, so it will become $1 million. $1 million. Okay, so the biggest difference, and mostly students do get confused between analogous estimation and parametric estimation. So just want to point out it one more time. Analogous use same parameters, same data as past. Parametric estimation use multiple statistical relationship. 1:2, 1 is used here, 1:3, 1:4, double, triple, 4 times. That is parametric estimation. So guys, are you clear with analogous and parametric estimation? Many students make mistake into that. I hope that is clear to you. Okay. Yeah, I just explained main difference between that. I hope, Carolyn, that is clear to you. Okay, then we have 3 point estimation. 3 point estimation. Optimistic, the best case scenario. Pessimistic, the worst case scenario, the bad thing that can happen, or most likely the best thing that can, or generally that happens. Optimistic, the best case scenario. Pessimistic, the worst case scenario. Most likely the general scenario. With the 3 point estimation, we use two type of estimation: triangular distribution, optimistic, pessimistic, most likely, and we take average, or beta distribution. Optimistic, 4 most likely, plus pessimistic divided by 6. This is, yes, pessimistic, we can say the worst case. Everything bad will happen, Patel. Everything bad, whatever we think the bad can happen, that is. Optimistic, everything good can happen. Most likely, generally, it takes. Optimistic, pessimistic, 4 most likely divided by 6. This is beta distribution. Beta distribution, or we can call it as a PERT, program evaluation and review technique. In the exam, if the question comes from that, for the estimation technique, and it is mentioned use triangular distribution, you will use this. If it is mentioned use PERT or beta, you will use this. If nothing is mentioned, you will still use this one. I hope that makes sense. The next is bottom up estimation. Bottom up estimation is basically moving from bottom to top. Moving from bottom to top. How we move? Let's say this is WBS. Okay. This is work package, and then it has activities A, B, C. We calculate this, add to this. Once this is added, it is added. We are moving from bottom, add each thing and goes up. Bottom up estimation. Bottom up estimation is the most accurate estimation, and it is the most used estimation in the project. It is like you are going to a trip, and how do you estimate? Okay, this will cost this, and you add it and roll it up. Bottom up estimation. Some author call it as a rolled up, but bottom up is the PMI way to say. So we discussed analogous, parametric, 3 point. 3 point has triangular beta distribution and bottom up estimation. So once we have estimate of each activity, now we have the estimate how much that activity cost, how much that activity gonna work into that. Now now we, once you add all the activities, we want to get a cost baseline. But a very important thing plays here. In project, risk occurs. In project, risk occur. Our goal in the project is to identify as many risks as possible. And if you have identified a risk, we put a money aside for it to handle that risk. That money is called as contingency reserves. If that risk happen, we are going to use that particular money for that particular purpose. So contingency reserves are going to be used when we are working into the project and want to use that particular thing. So contingency reserves will be used. So once we are adding the cost of all the activities, how do we basically make activity cost is actually equal to cost of activity. Cost of activity, let's say activity plus the reserves needed for that, the risk identify, contingency reserves. Contingency reserves for that activity. So activity A is basically cost of that activity and contingency reserve for that. So if we talk about the work package, let's say work package has three activity A, B, C. So all activities plus their contingency reserves. Uh, Yes, change request can be used for defect fixing, change request and cost. Yes, change request can be used anytime. This and contingency reserves can also be used for this thing as long as contingency reserves are used for identified risk. A very important thing, defect fixing is more of a management reserve that will come later. Okay, work package, all the activities, and then control accounts. Control account is a combination of all work package. So all the work packages, let's say 1 2 3 plus their contingency reserves. And cost baseline is a combination of all the control accounts. That's it. And of course, the control account has the contingency reserve. So if I put it in a simple way, cost baseline is the cost of all activities plus their contingency reserves. This is cost baseline. This is cost baseline. Guys, if cost baseline is not clear, please put in the chat box. Contingency reserves can be used. Yes, yes, yes. My mistake, because I always say CR as a change request, and I was writing CR as. Thank you, Princess. So cost baseline is clear to everyone. Please put in the chat box. This is the most important concept. Hmm. Okay. Now, what about unidentified risk? In order to tackle unidentified risk, we have management reserves. Management puts some money depending upon the organization to organization, plus minus 10%, 20%. So that becomes project budget. Your project budget is cost baseline plus management reserve. Your team only knows about the cost baseline. Mostly when the project manager does not know about how much management reserves are there. Your project budget is cost baseline plus management reserves. Pembroke write it in this way: activity cost plus contingency reserves is equal to work package. This is activity. Okay. Work package plus contingency reserve is control account. Control account. All control accounts is equal to cost baseline, and cost baseline plus management reserve. This is basically project budget. No, this is a project budget. We should, this is Patil, very important. Call it the terminology of PMI. What is the terminology used by PMI? Warranty expense from where we can allocate. Now that depends, that is cost of quality. COQ. COQ consists of cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance. And warranty basically come under the cost of non-conformance. So that should be estimated in the activity cost. That should be in the contingency reserves, that something can damage. Are we being so naive that something cannot damage? Okay. So this is cost of quality in Prince Joe's. Okay. Now we have cost estimates. We have cost baselines, or we have project budget. Again, we send it for approval. Once the baseline is set, now we are good to go. Now comes, we want to measure how we are doing. So we used earned value calculation. Earned value calculation, a very important topic. If you are going to get something in the exam, I'm sure this is something you will get in the exam. So let's make a graph. Time and dollar. Planned value is your planned work till today. Till today, in the terms of dollars, we convert the work into terms of dollars. Is a planned work. What you planned till today is a planned value, planned work. What you actually did is earned value. Is earned value. For example, there are, you want to make four walls. Okay, that is your complete work. So till today it was planned to complete these two. This was planned value, but actually you did one and a half. This is your earned value. So at any time we want to see how we are doing at schedule, we calculate schedule variance. Schedule variance is earned value minus planned value. Earned value minus planned value. Okay. Earned value which you actually did, planned which what your plan. If it is equal to 0, we say that what we planned and what we actually did are same. So we are on schedule. We are on schedule. If it is positive, we say that we are ahead of schedule. We did more than what was planned. We are ahead of schedule. A very good thing in the schedule to have. If it is negative, we are behind schedule. Ahead and behind. A bad thing in the schedule. We are behind schedule. Not a good thing to have. Schedule variance. Guys, if it is clear, put in the chat box that schedule variance is clear. In the organizations, in the softwares, we don't like minus. Instead of minus, we convert it into divide. Earned value divided by planned value. Same thing, convert minus into divide. So now earned value, if it is 1, if it is equal to 1, we are on schedule. If it is less than 1, we are behind schedule. If it is greater than 1, we are ahead of schedule. On schedule, behind schedule, ahead of schedule. I hope that makes sense to you. SPI and SV, very important things. I hope they are clear to you. Okay, so now this was how much money you actually spend on this. How much money you actually spend on working is basically the actual cost. Actual cost. So we get cost variance, earned value minus actual cost. If we do more work than planned, yes. If we talk about Caroline about the graph, if we do more work, then this earned value will be above here. Okay, I just made it another way to understand. Okay, yes, you are right. 100% you are right, Caroline. Okay, so cost variance, just like that, if it equal to 0, you are on budget. You are on budget. If it is positive, you are within the budget or under budget, you can say. If it is negative, you are spending more. You are spending more. It's a bad thing. Okay, it's a bad thing. So similarly, if we put cost performance index, earned value divided by actual cost, if it equal to 1, we are on budget, within the budget, or and less than budget, out of budget. Okay, over budget or out of budget. Guys, these two are SPI, CPI are the things. Under budget mean we are within the control. Na budget, under budget, yeah, within the control, within the limits. We are within the limits and we are close. Okay, so guys, AC is equal to Umair. You are still doing excellent. I am happy to see. Okay, yeah. So positive CV indicates the project is uh, below budget. A positive cost variance say that we are within the budget or below budget. A negative is more of a over budget. You can, the right term is over budget to put it into that. Okay, under budget if it equal to 1 uh, or less than 1. If greater than 1, it is over budget. Okay, so let's see, guys, so far any question, do let me know. Clear. SPI and value behind schedule. Umar, love to see your message. In estimation, how much percentage of contingency reserve we need to keep, and this is defined by your cost management plan and your risk management plan. From organization to organization, it can vary. It can vary. There is no fixed percentage as per se. Every organizations have their own percentage in the estimation. Okay, guys, let's go now to the next thing. Okay. Mhm. So now, mhm, let's look at the complete budget of thing. Once more, the same picture: planned value, actual cost, earned value. Okay, as we discuss it. Time is here, dollars is here. The entire budget and entire work is known as BAC, budget at completion. Budget at completion. This is entire budget, entire dollars, entire work. Budget at completion. At any time, at any time you want to see how much work is remaining, it becomes budget at completion. how much you have done, how much you have done. Budget completion minus earned value. At any time you want to see how much money is remaining, you calculate budget at completion minus actual cost. Okay, so you get the budget remaining, you get the fund remaining. Now we know that whenever we do estimation in real life and in the project, we always go, the budget always keep changing, and we want to calculate the new budget. What is the new budget in your organization? And we want to calculate that. The new budget is called as EAC, or estimate at complete. How do we calculate? The money you have spent so far plus the new estimate, how much work is remaining. Actual cost plus estimate to completion. BAC includes management. Just no, 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 no. You see, when we are talking about here budget, it is basically cost baseline. As I said, the team does not even know about that. It only includes contingency reserve. If I re-estimate incorrect initially, I want, you cannot use management fund without, if your estimate, and that's what we are talking about, brains Joes. If your estimates were not correct, you need to raise a change request, and once the change request is generated, then it has to be approved. Then maybe you can use even a management reserves from there. Contingency reserves, if you have put contingency reserve for that particular thing, like let's say you put uh, $200,000 for the rough estimates you are doing. If you have put the contingency reserve for that particular purpose, then you can use, otherwise no. Okay, so estimate at completion become actual cost plus estimate to complete. This is one formula, and the most used formula for estimate at completion is budget at completion divided by cost performance index. Budget at completion divided by cost performance index. These are two formulas that we use. Guys, chances are very rare you will get a question about that, but if but still, if in the exam someone asks which is the most used formula or the important formula to use for estimated completion, this is the formula. You may need to write it down. This is an important formula. We do have one more thing in the project that is called as to complete performance index. That is inverse of, actually TCPI is inverse of CPI, opposite of CPI. Okay, how that I will tell you. It is work remaining over fund remaining. Work remaining over fund remaining. You see, if your work is more and fund is less, if your work is more and fund is less, means if it is equal greater than one, it's a bad thing. If you get a question about in the exam that says your TCPI is greater than one, so what does that mean? It means it's bad for project. You have less fund and more work. You have less fund and more work. I hope that makes sense to you guys. You have less fund and more work into that. Any questions so far? I guess I need to turn this off. My net seems a little bit out. Yeah. Guys, are you able to hear me? Okay, let's then get to it. Okay, so to cost performance index we are working in. Okay, thank you, because for me my screen was actually stuck, so I needed to ask you guys. Okay, so this was TCPI. This is all about, actually you need to know about the cost thing and everything into that. To cost performance index, SPI, CPI. The most important thing I would say in this particular topic or in the pattern topic is more of the topic that is related to CPI, SPI. If you can manage the CPI and SPI, that is very important for your exam. If you have any question regarding this topic, please ask now, or otherwise, then we will solve question answers. Okay. If the fund remain, what happened of the fund remaining? That does happen a lot in the cases of the contingency reserve. Sometime, sometimes uh, the contingency reserves are left. So contingency reserves are gone back to the pool of the contingency reserves. Okay. Okay. BSc, no, I answered this. If I re-estimate initially, Prince, I have already answered this question. Okay, I've seen question on that. Okay, please redice play. You can actually scroll the YouTube back. You will get the same slide because with the YouTube you have that benefit. It will always stay there. Okay, I have come to know that at the end of the project, SPI, yes, SPI is the planned work and earned value you actually does. At the end of the project, planned value should be, of course, all the works should be done. So planned value becomes earned value. Pa- Ankit, you're 100% right. There is no doubt into that. Okay, guys, let's see what the entire work. If you have no questions, let's solve the question answers. Okay. Guys, if you haven't still liked this video and if you haven't commented on it, please do that so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Okay, TCPI does come into the mocks. You should know that. No? Once if it is in the PMI material, you should know. We covered this funding limit. Oh, I missed funding limit reconciliation. That's why I made this checklist for me always. I want to cover. Okay, funding limit reconciliation. So funding limit reconciliation is a very interesting concept. So funding limit reconciliation states something like that. So how do you basically use your budget in the project? How do you actually use your budget in the project? How do you use basically you use in part by part funding limit reconciliation. You use the budget part by part. You provide this thing, then next thing, then next thing. Whatever the work is done, you reconcile it with the budget and then you work into that way. So that is a funding limit reconciliation. I hope that makes sense. Let's see what else we have. Financing, I discussed estimation technique, earned value, how to measure progress, on SPI. Sorry for that. SPI CPI is for that. This is one of a good mind map. I loved it. If you want mind map, you have my number coming there. You can ask me. I'll share it with you. Okay, guys, these are the questions. Do take a screenshot of that. You have my number and my email address. I need answers of these. I want my sessions to be more interactive so that I know you are learning something. So please do these questions. So let's all work being performed across multiple continents. Nowadays we do suffer that thing, exchange rate inflation. That is interesting thing that is happening all over the world because of recession coming in US and the dollar is going up and down. So that's a very important case. Poor product quality, no, that is not, we cannot say like that. It's more of a perception. If you pay, you can get a good quality anywhere. Global demand fluctuation, no, that is not that. Communication issue, no, people all over the world can speak. We are talking about the cost risk. Communication has nothing to do with that. I'll eliminate that. Exchange rate and inflation, and yes, all of you are right. Very well done. Let's do the next question. Okay, B. Which equation should the project manager use to calculate the estimate at completion? EAC. A project manager was successful in his ability to obtain the three most skilled craftsmen with this company to join the project team in completion of large industrial turbine overhaul. The skill and experience of the craftsmen have manifested positively. The team has been able to complete the project work faster than defined in the schedule at a better cost. The project manager expect the current condition to continue. Now, it is those cases when the budget is going in a very positive direction. So we want to calculate which formula we are going to use. This is not the formula. This is all these are actually formula of estimate at completion. This not this one, but all these are the formula of estimate at completion. But now we will use this one, and this is the only formula. Okay, let's calculate this question. Which estimation technique are you going to use? You are running a multi-year project. Your BAC budget at completion is your SPI is 1.2. So SPI is greater than 1 means you are ahead of schedule. That's very good. And your CPI is also 1.2. That is CPI is greater than 1. Your sponsor has asked you to reduce the schedule. Which technique are you going to use? Schedule reduce. We need to reduce the schedule further. Resource smoothing and resource leveling are not schedule compression technique. They are resource optimization technique. So engineer S.A. Ahmed, D is not the answer. They are resource optimized technique. We need to compress schedule compression. Schedule compression has two technique, crashing and fast tracking. Whenever you have money, whenever the budget is not the problem, which this is the case, you always go towards crashing. Why don't we do fast tracking? Because fast tracking increases risk. We don't want risk in our projects. So that's why we will go towards crashing, not fast tracking. I see everyone putting a analogous estimate relies on which of the following technique? Vendor bid, no. Reserve, no. Project management software, no. Previous experience, expert judgment. Yes. I'm very happy, guys. You're getting right answers. No reserves analysis, no Prayal, no, no, no. Analogous does not rely on reserve analysis. We are checking the past experience as we have done now. So we will do reserve analysis. We will not do reserve analysis because analogous is what you did in past. I gave example, and now you are gonna do same thing in now. So that is expert judgment or lesson learned history. Okay, your project cost variance is this, which mean you are positive, so it is within the budget. Okay, and SPI zero point 0.8, so within the budget, yes. Ahead of schedule, no, 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 no. Over budget, no, 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 no. Within the budget, yes. Good. And behind schedule, yes. This seems the right answer. Within the budget, ahead of schedule, ahead to the no, no, no. Okay, so guys, these were the five questions as promised. So, but I always like to give a bonus. So let's go for one more question. Last question for tonight. Okay, what action should you take? Your sponsor has sent you an email questioning why the project budget and cost baselines are different. He insists you made a mistake in your calculation, that you promptly adjust the two number so that they match. Guys, we discussed that. Cost baseline is all activities plus contingency reserves, whereas project budget is cost baseline also management reserves. It's a different thing. You have to include management reserve, so it is different. Sponsor does not know that. It is okay. You need to educate him, politely inform the sponsor numbers are correct. It is normal to be different. Yes, that can be the answer. Increase the cost baseline. Why? Compare the budget. Why? Decrease the budget. Guys, this is very groups wherever you are so that other people can also join. So let's start with the business environments. It will be an interesting journey, and I will try to cover it in one or the entire thing. So let's work into that. The word business environment means we are talking about business value. Now, what is business value? What do you think business value? Put it in the comment box. What do you think that this can be considered or this can be categorized as business value? Put it in the chat box. What is it for you business value? What do you mean by business value? So business environment covers 8% of the PMP exam, and this talk about only one thing. What is basically the value that we are going to have in this project? Now, business value can be classified as two important things. Yes, Suleiman, money. It can be classified as money. Everything that we do in the organization is basically this is time and this is value. Okay, let's say in the terms of dollars, uh, first it was 1 million, you want to go to $100 million. So you do projects to increase your business value. That is straightforward what we need to do. Now, some projects want business value upfront, some projects want business value incremental in parts, and some projects are okay, we can get the entire value at the end of the project. Basically, that's one of the way when we look at the agile and predictive. Predictive, the entire business value is given to you at the end of the project, whereas in agile the business value is given at every single iteration or every single release. So how do we identify the business value and how the projects are started? Let's talk about that. Now, how projects are started, this is a very big question. What do you think how projects are started? Please put it in the chat box. How projects, Patel, return on investment, that's a good one. How projects are started, or if I can put it, why projects are started. If we put go back to that, guys, this business environment basically will cover the fundamentals also of PMP. Not able to see the screen what you are writing, guys. Are you able to see the screen? Basit, are you logging from mobile or laptop? Rania and Patel, please do put in the message. Are you able to my see screen or is it just with the Basit? Are you able to see my screen or not? Please put in the chat box. Requirements for yes, able to see the screen. Basit, you need to come from mobile. You need to come from the laptop maybe if you are from logging from mobile. Okay, why projects have started need assessment. Why? What is need assessment? If we talked about need assessment, what is need assessment? What is need assessment? How needs are identified? Because this is very important to understand from where the project is originated. What was the purpose of that? Generally, organization wants to improve themselves. A customer can ask from the organization, hey organization, we want to generate this particular thing, so let's work into that. uh, there can be a legal requirement, a new rule, new compliance requirement can be that can originate a project. Your organization is getting obsolete, you want to do that. Maybe environmental requirement that you want to have the projects, or your CEO has asked some internal requirement, maybe process improvement you want to do. For example, let's say, and continuous improvement, you want to continuously improve yourself. For example, I am continuously learning, like I spend a good amount of my time on daily basis, that 1 hour only on book reading. I'm a very vivid book reading. Then I watch a lot of videos, 1 to 2 hours daily I spend on my improvements, on my craft, reading articles, different thing, continuous improvement. I have made a project, okay, I need to do this thing, this much study in this particular time. So that's my projects. Every organizations have their own different projects, different need assessment, whatever the reason was. Now, on the basis of those need assessment, whatever the requirement was, we create two business documents. Two business documents. Business case and benefit management plan. Business case and benefit management plan. Both of these documents are very important. Let's talk about both of these documents one by one. Why don't you put in the chat box what do you think when a business case, you heard a business case, what do you mean by that? And when you heard a word benefit management plan, what does that indicate for you? Do put in the chat box what does that mean to you. I'm gonna come back to this slide. This is very important, but for now I'm gonna go back to the business case. So what is business case for you? Business case is the money thing, is the economy part, is the benefit to cost, or some organization use cost to benefit. Whatever the terms your organization is using, if your benefits are more, if your benefits are more and your cost is less in both ways, then you are going to do that project. If the benefit is less and cost is more, you're not going to do project. One of the things that can cancel your project even during the project is that the cost becomes greater than benefit. This can be one of the reasons. Now, please understand this does not happen in governmental projects. Please understand this does not happen in environmental or legal project. But as a general, if the cost becomes more than the benefit, your project is no longer valid. Your project is no longer important. I am not saying, guys, what does the business case and benefit management plan is for you? Put in the chat box. I want to know your insight also. Gurjeet, Suleiman, Basit, Patel, Caroline, Rania, put in the chat box. Whoever is live and watching this, put in the chat box what does that mean for you. Benefit to cost. Now, this is one of the things that we used to measure in business case. In addition to that, there are also other financial measure like payback period. Okay, I'm gonna invest my money. Let's say I'm gonna invest my money, $1 million. How much time it will take to get my money back? How much time it take to get my money back? Pay back period 1 month, 2 month, 1 year, 2 years. Less payback period is always good. If I spend my $1 million in a project and I get back in 3 years, that is always good as compared to the project in which I get my money back in 5 years. So payback period less, always better. Then we have ROI, return on investment. Now, return on investment is one of the most used uh, cost terminology in the world. I am investing this much money. How much will be my return? Higher, greater return on investment, the better it is for you. Higher return on investment, the better it is for you. Then we have, oh, this was third, net present value. Net present value, for simple terms, just consider cash flow. What does that mean? Income minus expense. Cash flow. Your income minus expense. Cash incoming minus cash outgoing. Zero is okay NPV, but the better NPV you have, more positive NPV you have, the better it is for your particular project. If your NPV is less, it is not good for your projects. So NPV should be positive. The more positive the NPV, the better it is for your project. The less NPV, the bad it is for your project. More NPV you need. Similarly, we use IRR, internal rate of return, for understanding. Now, this is a quite interesting concept. If we did professional business analyst class, I will go that into detail. But for now, you can consider it as a percentage of cash inflow minus percentage of cash outflow. Percentage of cash inflow minus percentage of cash outflow. This is IRR for you. We also have another thing that we measure the cost, opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is basically the cost of missed opportunity. The opportunity you did not utilize, the cost of that pertinent opportunity is called opportunity cost. So some of the financial measures, don't try to memorize. There is nothing that you need to memorize for PMP. Try to understand the context of that, and that will be good. Guys, I want this session to be more interactive, so I need this chat box to be more like putting the answers there. That is very important. So Rania is saying business case a result of feasibility that profit. Very well said. Very well said. Patel, what do you think? Okay, you are giving mechanisms of different. Okay. So guys, what is benefit management plan for you? Put it in the chat box. What is benefit management plan for you? And do like and share this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm of it, YouTube. And if you haven't subscribed as of now, do subscribe this channel so that you can also get every single thing. We are putting 2 to 4 shorts, then almost daily one YouTube video for you guys. So do subscribe it. And next is benefit management plan. Now, there are two things. One is tangible and the other is intangible. Tangible means which you can see, measure, things like that. Intangible is brand recognition. In business value, brand recognition is very important. For example, if you see this mouse I have in my hand, this mouse is almost, I guess, 400 dirham. So it is 400 dirham, which is almost, yeah, $130. I can get a mouse of $10, but this Apple particular mouse is $130. I can get a better mouse in $20, but it is not a brand value. This logo this logo has a brand value. That is intangible thing, something that you cannot measure by directly cost influence. The brand recognition, all those things, every single brand in the world is has intangible value. Like, what does this arrow means for you, or as they say, swoosh mean for you? Okay, what does that mean for you? If you are aware of this arrow on your shoes or on your shirt, this can be Nike, and those shoes will be 10 times or 5 times more expensive than the same other brands or local shoes. Why? Intangible value. So, business case mostly deal with the tangible things. Benefit management plan is working more towards the intangible things. So we identify what are the benefits we have, especially intangible benefits. Who will be the benefits owner? What are the target benefits? Risk in those benefit? What are the assumptions we are having? All those things, and we get it for approval. Go back to our main slide. Once business case is ready and benefit management plan, both of these are called business document. Once both of these are approved by sponsor or by governance board, I'll come to the governance board in a while. Then we'll move to the next document, that is project charter. Now please understand these activities till here. These are pre-project activity. Pre-project activities mean before the project. Project manager can be the part of the organization while these things are being made. It is also possible he is the one who made it. But till the approval of project charter. Project charter is a formal document that authorizes the project. Till the approval of a project charter, it does not get the designation of project charter. It gets the designation of project charter once the project charter is approved. So these are called pre-project activities. Both of these documents need to be approved to move forward. This is called as phase gate review. What is phase? Phase phase is basically collection of logical or sequence of steps. For example, you want to make a house, drawing, designing of the house is a phase. Once that phase get completed, then you move towards to construction of the house. That's another phase. Then you move maybe towards the painting of the house. then maybe towards other things. So you divide the project into multiple phases. The project can be of single phase, everything is covered in one phase, or it can be multiple phases. And in multiple phases it can also be sequential phases, like one ends the other starts, or it can also be parallel phases. So guys, is the concept of phase clear to you? Please put in the chat box yes or no. Please put the concept, if the uh, clear or not, please put in the chat box. Okay, clear phases, clear phases, clear phases. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, now phase is clear. Okay, now the question mostly comes, who is approving it? Who is looking for it? There is a there is a committee, there is a board that is called as a governance board, who is overseeing your project, who are looking at your project. They are approving or rejecting the project depending upon the requirement of the organization. Depending upon the requirement of the organization, they are approving the project. If they see, okay, let's say we have two projects, they will look at the business case of both project, benefit management plan, and from one those two projects, they will approve one of the project. It's a board of mostly senior management that's look after and give go ahead. Then at every single phase, this governance board, or you can also ask see them as a steering committee sometimes. Steering committee, any term can be used for them. They look after and see, okay, how to do, how not to do. And sponsor is mostly the chairman or the head of that particular board. So governance is a structure which oversees the entire project, program, or portfolio. If it's a project, it's a project governance board, program governance board, portfolio governance board. This governance is clear. uh, it's a committee, it's a structure that looks after this thing. Is the project manager involved in the, he can be, if he is the part, or Patel is asking, is the project manager involved in feasibility study? He can be involved in the feasibility study or cannot be, depending upon the organization to organization, may or may not be the part of the feasibility study. So governance board is clear. We have discussed business case. We have discussed benefit management plan. We have discussed phase. We have discussed governance board and steering committee. Is this clear? Please put it in the chat box if this is clear. So let's talk about the, if this is clear, guys, put in the chat box. Clear, clear, clear. Okay, thank you. If you have any question, you can ask at any particular time. Then we create project charter. Now, project charter is a document. Project charter is a document that is the most important document in the project. It gives authority to project manager. Okay, now you can use authority to use resource, that can be manpower, material, machinery, money. It gives the authority that now you need to work on this thing, things like that. Okay, Faryal, you need example of what? Can you please put it in the context? What are you asking about? Example about the what? So project charter will have all the information. Who has what we need to do? High level scope, high level risk, high level schedule, high level quality, high level compliance requirement, quality requirement, everything will be at highest level, it will be approved. It can be 1 page to 5 page, depending upon the organization, which organization you are working. Once the project charter is approved, now we are in the game. Now we can start working on that. Now we can start working on that. Assumption, yes, yes, I would. Yeah, Patel, assumption also constraints. Along the project charter, another document is created that is called assumption log. This is known as assumption log or constraint log. It is created actually along the project charter. The purpose of the assumption log or constraint log is to have all the assumptions in the project. For example, when I put this video, okay, I'm gonna do the pathway series in the start. It was my assumption now that I will complete it. I will complete this series or not. Assumption can be true or false. Now there were constraints in between. I want to conduct these sessions on Sunday, but in two every month, Saturday, Sunday, I have a batch program. Like next after next week, my next batch is starting. If you want to take training, you can join that. My batch is starting. That's a constraint for this series. Then today's India's Pakistan match, I have received message from more than 15 students. Sir, can you postpone this thing? I said no, because after 2 weeks, after next week, I have a batch. I cannot limit that constraint. I want to do that. Okay. So assumption log and constraint log. Guys, please put in the chat box project charter and assumption log, constraint log is clear or not. Then I'll explain process groups. Then we'll go to next thing. Governance decision in case we have one member who do not agree with the decision. So one of the important thing is that Faryal, if a team member or a governance member does not agree with you, we need to look at who is that member, what is his power. If we need to have a collaboration techniques the same way we talk to the team member, try to convince him, try to understand why it is like not clear to him, what are the things that he's having issues with. We talk to him, get his consensus, same way as you manage the stakeholder. Let's say if sponsor is not agreeing and every other parameter is right, sponsor is just resistant, then you can convince him utilizing the CEOs or other powers. There are various tools that we can use. Who provides the assumption? Project, everything after project charter, project manager made. All the stakeholders provide the assumptions. Also the lesson learned register and everything else in the past, they provide the assumptions log. Okay guys, so let's look at the now few other things. Now three things. Now in the when the project started, the project can be divided, your project can be divided into five process groups: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. They don't happen like one is and the other, they can be overlapping. In initiation, only three things happen: project charter, assumption log, and you identify the stakeholder. Only three things. In planning, you plan about everything: how to manage the risk, how to manage the schedule, how to manage the cost, how to engage the stakeholder, how to manage the communication, how to do, how all how are answered in planning. In execution, we implement. In monitoring and control, there's a variance analysis. We compare plan versus actual. If there is a change, we manage those particular changes by raising the change request, and their plan can be updated. And then closing, everything closes in that. Five process group: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. Initiation, tell the start the project. Three things happen in that. Only three things. We get the stakeholder register, project charter, assumption log. Planning, you get all the plans. Execution, you implement all the plan. Monitoring and controlling is all about monitoring and getting the variance analysis, changing the plan, and of course closing is all about closing. So these are the five process groups. We do that throughout the project. Okay, so let me go to the, yeah, next thing. Now an important thing, taking your organizational project, there's a framework called as, like, this business environment is actually a combination of multiple topics. uh, so one topic I just explained you how projects are started, what are the things. Now another way to see how the projects are started, looking at the organizational project management framework, also known as OPM framework. Organization have strategy. Now that strategy can be to increase the business present, to increase the tangible value, to increase the intangible value. Those strategies are given to portfolio. Portfolio decides how many programs and how many projects we need to do. Oh, projects, sorry, let me repeat. Okay, how many programs and how many projects we need to do. Program and projects give value. Those values transfer to the operation realize the value and share to the organizational strategy, hey, how we are working. And this is basically both sides. Okay, this is a cycle that keep on working. Once again, projects, they are unique, they are time bound, like 1 month, 2 month, even 10 year. Unique, time bound, they create deliverable. Once project is created, those deliverables are transferred to the operations. Operations are ongoing, repetitive, keep on happening. Making this first mouse is kind of a project. Making a million of these mouse is an operations. Program is a collection of related projects. Since it's a combination of related projects, so program is also temporary. Program is a collection of projects, temporary projects, so it is also temporary. Portfolio, it's a combination of projects, program, sub portfolio, and operation. Since portfolio has operations, so it is continuous. Organizational project management framework. If you heard the word in the PMP, OPM, or also known as organizational project management framework, always understand we are talking about this particular thing. If you have any confusion here, please put in the chat box. Any confusion so far, please put in the chat box. Or if organizational project management is clear, please put in the chat box, it is clear. And guys, do like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Yes, clear. Program, Asra, program is basically, program is a collection of related projects. Program is a collection of related projects. Since the collection of related projects, it is also temporary in nature. Like you are sending someone to the moon, you design the shape, you do particular things, all are temporary. No, Suhail, I mentioned that portfolio has portfolio is a combination of projects, program, and operation. Since operation is a part of portfolio, so this is not temporary, it is permanent. So is it clear? Organizational project management framework, also known as OPM, organizational project management framework. Okay, in planning, the most important thing we create is project management plan, how to do each and everything. One of the most important, and you will get the question about this thing in exam. Guys, if you have any question till far, you can ask, is compliance. Compliance is a very important thing, and people are getting 4 to 5 questions on compliance. I put today 2 to 3 questions regarding compliance. Compliance can be legal requirement. There is some kind of a legal requirement you must follow. For example, if you want to travel from one country to another, you must have a passport, a valid visa ticket. These are the legal requirement. Then there are environmental requirement. Then there are quality requirements. All those things are classified in compliance. Then there is a bribe compliance, procurement compliance. What type of compliance do you have in your organization? Please put in the chat box what type of compliance you have in your pertinent organization. Put it in the chat box. All compliance are classified as risk, and I will put it as a negative risk. Paryal, which type of compliance you have? Government or regulation, regulatory compliance. Yes, Patel, very well said. All are negative risk, that are threats. We identify the compliance, we put it into the risk register. What does that means? Data privacy, government security, legal. Well done. Thank you very much. We identify the this as threat. We have a statement. This is a compliance requirement in risk register. We rank it qualitatively if needed, quantitative also if dependent. We put planned response for that particular compliance, and then we also put owner, risk owner of that particular compliance, who is going to handle this, how is this going to handle, and of course there are trigger for that. So compliance are handled as a risk into the project, quality requirement every type, and there must be a risk owner or a compliance owner who is going to handle every single compliance in your project, in the pertinent project. This is very important, guys. So we have a compliance requirement. Every project must have a compliance requirement. Once yes, Patel, compliance is classified as negative risk. It is never positive. Amit, labor law, health and safety. Thank you, Amit. Very well given list. All these compliance are classified as negative risk. Okay, so guys, so far if you have any confusion, I am just checking my net is working or not, because for me, I'm also checking on my mobile. My screen actually froze, so I wanted to make sure you can hear me. If you can hear me and see me, please put in the chat box. That will be great. I don't know why my other screen is saying that. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe some issue with the mobile. Okay, so going back to the, it is clear. Yes, you are all. Thank you. We have a trigger, a very important thing. Every compliance requirement must have sign off, also known as authority. Who has the authority to approve that that compliance requirement has been completed? This is a very interesting thing. Most risk don't have this thing, but compliance requirement do have this thing. Most of the compliance requirement needs sign off. Which stakeholder need to sign off, need to approve this particular requirement? This is a very important thing in your compliance project. Who needs to sign off in any particular project? What are the sign off requirement? What are the requirements that we need to fulfill in your particular project? So compliance is clear to you or not? Guys, if compliance is not clear, please put it into the chat box. If compliance is not clear, please put it in the chat box. Compliance, you will get 3 to 4 questions in the exam. Compliance is very important. Now, compliance is clear. Measure of the compliance, every compliance measure is different. Like if you want to measure compliance, each requirement will have a different type of measurement that we can do. That's why we have a different sign off. Everyone will have a different sign off in each compliance requirements. Now, coming back to the next topic. What is the next topic? Okay, looking at continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. Now, continuous improvement, what do you say compliance? Yes, I said compliance is a negative risk. Okay, continuous improvement is a very important thing in the project. In Agile, we do sprint review. We do sprint review where we show the requirement and retrospective for our continuous improvement, to look at that what are the things that we need to improve in our projects. We work into that. What are the continuous requirement we work into our every single project? Okay, this is the requirement that we need to work on, and we handle retrospective for those particular things. Sprint retrospective for sprint, agile retrospective for the entire project. Sprint retrospective for the each sprint, and agile retrospective for the entire project. In normal projects, what do we have? We have in predictive, this means agile. In predictive, we have lesson learn meetings, and throughout the project everyone adds lesson to the lesson learn. This is the lesson, this is the lesson, this. Throughout the project lesson learns are being added, but finally at the end of the project the lesson learn register must be updated, must be full, and then it goes and become the part of lesson learn repository. That's a very important part into the project. Patel, in case of hybrid, we handled uh, the lesson learns in the terms of predictive, and if it is needed we can do both of those things. Like we do retrospective at every project, and at the end of the project we write a lesson learned register. Because Asra, they are classified as a negative risk. That's why I said uh, all compliance are negative, because they don't have any positive effect, or it is there is no opportunity into that particular thing. If people do not comply, may we change request to change the compliance procedure for all? Now that depends from the compliance to compliance. If people does not follow health and safety compliance, since I know your context, you are in hydro. If someone does not comply and does not wear hard hat, where hard hat is compulsory, they need to be, no matter whoever they are, they need to be eliminated from the site. And depending on the compliance, we have to follow the compliance. If someone does not follow, we need to remove from the slide, move them from the project. We can provide the training to them, we can talk to them, we can have a meeting with them, but if they still does not follow that, then there is no other way. Compliance must be followed, because if the project is a legal requirement, you say you don't follow compliance, the project can be jeopardized. Always project comes as the most important thing, anything else comes secondary. Then we have Kaizen. Kaizen is basically a Japanese philosophy which says continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. Daily 1% improvement. Daily 1% improvement. Without adding additional cost, you keep on doing 1% improvement. That is Kaizen. Then we have Deming cycle, that is called as plan, do, check, act, or plan, do, study, act. We plan for something, we do that thing, we check it or study it, and we act on it. We keep on doing it, we keep on doing it, we keep on doing it, and we check different options. We try something, it does not work, we try something else. It does not work, we try something else. It does not work, we try something else. We keep on changing, keep on trying different things unless something works. That is continuous improvement for you guys. Continuous improvement for you guys. Okay. Another important topics that we have in business environment is OPA and EEF. Guys, the project does not happen in a vacuum. The project is surrounded by multiple things that are happening throughout the project. We look at what are the things that is happening in the project, within the project, out of the project. We look at every single thing that is going on in the project. And for that, the culture, customs, religions, language, all these things come under EF. I love to put EF in the form of pastel. What are the political environment? What are the economical environment? Social environment, technological environment, legal environment, and economical. Political, environmental, social, technical, legal, economical. What are the requirement? Internal in the organization, external in the organization. What type of customs your organization is following? What type of cultures your organization is following? So many different things come in the EEF. Which type of communication system happens in the organization? For example, I'm in Dubai. You cannot call me on WhatsApp because WhatsApp call is not allowed. So that is the custom here, or culture here, or legal requirement here that must be followed. These are the some things that are outside the control of the project. PDCA is basically damming cycle. Patel, this is damming cycle. Guys, EF is clear, enterprise environmental factor. Then we have OPS. OPS are basically organizational process assets. The policies of the organization is following. If EF is clear, please put EF is okay. Policies, procedures, tools, templates, past lesson learned register, lesson learned repository, all these things are OPS. So this is the difference between OPS and EEF. OPS and EEF. One more topic in the in this particular business environment. I understand there are multiple topics that you are covering in this business environment. A very important thing is that business environment is a combination of multiple things. In my batches, most of the time I actually go to the slides and explain them everything because we have covered mostly in fundamentals. Okay, so last thing is the type of organizations you have. Now, if you are working in an organization that is designed only for project, that is called as project oriented or projectized organization. The organization that is oriented towards the project, projectized or project oriented. If your organization is operation, it only does produce manufacturing thing. It is called functional organization or operational organization. Functional or operational organization. Then we have in between them matrix organization. Metric organization, weak matrix, strong matrix, and balance matrix. Depending upon the power that the project manager possesses in any organization, it can be classified as a weak matrix, strong matrix, or balance matrix. It is a very important thing to understand when we are talking about matrix organization. Uh, it depends on the power of each person we have. Let's say in weak matrix, functional manager has more power. Project manager is more like a project expeditor. He's more, this is PM, sorry. Project manager has less power. He's kind of a doing double job. It is possible that he was doing another job and you gave him an additional task to manage the project. This is especially happens when the project is not that important. It's very less important. Functional organization can convert it into weak matrix organization. In balanced matrix organization, both project manager and functional manager have same power, and if there is any kind of a conflict between project manager or a functional manager, they go to the sponsor to solve that conflict. Mostly conflict happens on the schedule priority, on the resources, who need the resources. For example, if there's a problem, you need a resources. If it was a functional organization, functional manager wouldn't have to ask. Same goes for weak matrix. In balanced matrix, if you need a resources, functional manager says, I need that resources. A project manager says, I need that resources. Then you may have to go to the sponsor and ask him, okay, who will get these resources? And then he can decide the priority of the organization. Functional organization have PM role, not necessary. It is, they can have, but the role is more of a like a project expeditor. Normally they don't have, but they can have a very small role. If they have, the functional organization become weak matrix. Then strong matrix is more towards project oriented. Project manager has all the power, and so functional manager has no power at all. Now this happens when the project is very important, and the organization can take decision on that. The project can be revolutionary, changing the entire thing. So that is a very important thing. Guys, if you have any question on this slide, please ask. Who is authorized for decision in balance matrix? Both have same power, and if there's a conflict, Suleiman, we go to sponsor. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I have to remove this. Then you have a head office, also known as PMO. PMO is called as Project Management Office. It can be supportive, it can be controlling or directive. If PMO only provides you tool, templates, technique, best practices, training, that PMO is classified as a sportive PMO. But if PMO provides all those things, tool, templates, training, but it also do your audit, compliance audit, this, it is called as controlling PMO. And if your PMO does all those things, but it gives you direction, it is called as directive PMO. Sportive, controlling, and directive. If you have any question about that, please ask. Guys, do you work in a sportive PMO, controlling, or directive? Put in the chat box. What about the organic and tight matrix? They are not as per in the like tight matrix is kind of a co-located team. When teams are located at one area in agile, that is called as a tight matrix pattern. Organic can be self-organized like new startup, that's a more of a organic type. Combination of these three exist? No, I don't think so. Combination of these three exist. We normally classify the organization in one of those types. So guys, which type of organization you are working? Are you working in a balance matrix? Which type of an organization? Also, or sportive, controlling, directive. Okay, okay, that is an interesting thing. Hmm. Balance, sportive, sportive, sportive. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, guys. If you have any question about the topic, please ask. Otherwise, we will go towards the questions and solve question answers in this topic. If you have any question, please ask. Otherwise, we'll go to the question answer. I'll wait for 20 more seconds, then we will go towards the slides. PMO. Caroline, are you asking any question? Like PMO, I am not clear about this thing. Balance, 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 directive. Okay, okay, guys. Okay, guys, let's go towards the question answers and let's solve it. My organization focuses on all of three streams. That's great to know, sir. Okay, okay, time's up. NPS, C, NPS. What other people think? Okay, last year your company released a new service based on your project you manage. The company wants to determine if new service has increased customer satisfaction. We are looking for the customer satisfaction. Sachin is saying net promoter scores best tool to get the feedback. Which tool can measure the happiness of a user of a new service based on their willingness to encourage others to use your service against those who would discourage others. Okay, this is something we did not cover. Let me explain you both of these options. It is not ROI. ROI is basically measure the money that you are earning. Payback period is how much time it takes to get the money back. A/B testing. What is A/B testing? So let's say what happens. Facebook shows you one ad. They are called it alpha ad. You did not click it. Then they show you another ad. You clicked it. Then next time they will show you ad relevant to that. They will customize it to that. Organization does these two things, this or that, and see which one you like, alpha or beta. If you like alpha, they will start giving you according to that. This is called A/B testing. This does not measure the customer satisfaction. This is more of your review. Net promoter score or NPS. Net promoter score basically measure customer satisfaction, and that is the right answer here. uh, let's see how it measure. Net promoter score can be minus 100, 200, okay, or it can be 1 to 10. Let's play net promoter score right now. How the organization will say, if you do not like their services, from 1 to 10, you will rate it 1 to 6. I don't like the services. Like 1, I hated it, I don't want to have that service. 2, okay, better, better. 6, yeah, still, but still you don't like it. 7 to 8, You don't dislike it, but you are never very excited about those services. You are not excited about those services, and if someone asks, you may or may not tell them about those services. You are not excited about that. 9 to 10 means you are delighted, you love that services, so you are going to tell them about this thing. So let's play that. Normally I ask for personal message. Why don't you put in the chat box only this business environment topic? What do you think the last 1 hour you spent learning this, how much you would rate the net promoter score? How much net promoter score you are going to give to this particular video? It can be an eye opener for me. 1 to 10. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? How much net promoter score you think this video you will give? Let's say if you are giving a rating on Google from 1 to 10. So what you are going to do? Put the rating there. Thank you, Gurjeet. Thank you, Amit. So thank you, Patel. Loved it. Thank you, Basit. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Rania. I'm getting more. Okay, let's solve it. What should the project manager use? Use means something you are gonna implement it. Due to regulatory change, there is a change. A government agency is now a key stakeholder on a complex project. Now, government agency is the key stakeholder. The project manager wants to develop an understanding of this new project stakeholder. He wants to understand this stakeholder and new high level risk. What should the project manager use? Benefit management plan. Now, this is a new agency. Benefit management plan was made before. It does not have the requirement or the tangible things about it. So, A is eliminated. I'll come to B later on. Let's go to the assumption log. We did not identify it before, so it is not the answer. Now I'll come to the stakeholder plan. Guys, stakeholder plan has stakeholder engagement metrics, the current engagement level of stakeholder, and the desired engagement level of stakeholder. How it is going to tell you how to manage them. This was not even identified before. How it is going to tell you what are their requirements, how you will understand them by looking at the stakeholder register or stakeholder plan. It has no information about it. You want to understand them. You want to understand your new stakeholder. How do you gonna understand them? Let's say in your project this happens. A new stakeholder come, a new sponsor come, a new manager come. What are you gonna do? You are gonna talk to them. You are gonna have meet them, discuss with them. I told you this is a very interesting question, but you went straight to the answer. Meetings, meetings, guys, meetings. I hope that makes sense. Okay. If asked which tool, then we can guess meeting. Patel, I changed the question. I improved the question so that people can get it wrong. Now this question is also interesting. Guys, please slow down and try to understand the question before you answer the question. Whatever comes, you give the answer directly. Please look at the question, what the question is actually asking, and give the answer accordingly. Not the first thing that comes up in the mind. All right, how to assess the result. Continuous improvement. Okay, why Tim continuous improvement? You are saying B, C, both answer. The tool which mentioned about it, I think C. Okay, so the methodologies used to systematically test solutions. We want to test something. Is it working or not working? Check the result. Implement those that work, and that does not work, we don't do it. In retrospective, it's a lesson learned meeting. Whatever the lesson learned we have, we do that and we see what are the improvements we can do. It cannot be the answer. Continuous improvement is you are looking at the continuous thing and trying to keep on working on the build on. Kaizen and continuous improvement are the same. Guys, you plan something. I discuss this thing. Then you check it. Like do or check, plan, do, and then you study it. Plan, do, then you study. Is it working? Is it not working? Is it working or not working? And you keep on changing. D, D is the answer, guys. D is the answer. Plan, do, check, act. Plan, do, study, act. Deeming cycle. That is a continuous testing definition. Do assessment for the requirement. Okay. How should the, okay, D, Basit is saying D. How should the project manager proceed? The project team learns that there is a new compliance requirement from an international entity that may impact the approved case, business case for the project. The business case can be updated. They learn this right after the project charter is completed. Now charter has been approved, but something can happen. What should the project manager do? Address the requirement to the creation of quality plan. That's not an issue. That's, I'm gonna discuss this later on. Decline the issue. Like these option, two options in PMP, this is the classical question for PMP exam. Two options are out of the way. Okay, so no, not cost of conformance. This is not the thing to do. I told you, Rania, we discussed that we have handled it requirement or compliance requirement as risk, not as a quality. Okay, okay, this is the ensure the requirement is documented in the risk register and ask for further guidance. This can be the answer, but let's look at the B option. Research the required and possible consequences, then give the sponsor a recommendation. Now, just imagine you are the project manager and this problem has occurred in your project. What the sponsor must be recommending? Then now this can be a showstopper. As an ethical project manager, your job as a project manager is to look at every single options and then go to the project sponsor and show him, okay, these are the options and I think we can give this one. What do you say? Ensure the requirement is documented. That does not solve the problem. In these options, only B is the answer that actually solve your pain, solve your problem. Please understand, someone hired you to solve their problem. You need to take the recommendations and give them what are the recommendations that can help them to solve the problem. Okay. Yeah, you are right, Caroline. In a different way, it's the same question. I'm happy now guys are able to understand the question and solve with this. As a result of multiple changes is added as a key stakeholder. The project manager wants to develop an understanding, identify a new high level. Yes, me it will be the answer. Yep. So first of all, talking about integration in a particular domain, integration is all about combining the entire project management. Integration is actually the real thing in the project man. Guys, if you can see me clearly and can hear me clearly, please put it in the chat box because I changed some camera setting. If you have any issue with that, do put it in the chat box so that I can go back to previous settings. Okay. So if you can see me clearly and hear me, please put in the chat box something. Once I can see that everyone can see me and hear me, then I'll move forward. Okay, clear. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for giving it. Okay, integration mean basically combining everything. It is said that the 90% job of the project manager is communication. It was basically popularized by Andy Crow, but I would like to say something else. I would like to add some additional thing to this particular concept. 100% job of the project manager, 100% job of the PM is not communication, it is basically integration. But if you call project manager, he can also be known as integrator. What does integrator mean? The person who combines every single thing into one platform. All the problems come to a project manager and he solve every single problem. In order to explain integration, let me explain you journey of work performance data. So data is anything as a raw information that you get it when the deliverables are being completed. You get the raw information that is basically work performance data. Okay, so you get the work performance data from the team, from anywhere. Once you have the data, work performance data with you, it goes to all the processes. It goes to scope, schedule, cost, quality, risk, procurement. Every single process gets their data according to their requirement. Okay, so data is going to scope, schedule, cost, quality, risk, stakeholder. Now, it every team have their own plans. Scope has scope management plan, schedule has schedule management plan, quality has quality management plan, risk has risk management plan. Every single team have their own plans. They compare their plan and they generate work performance information. The raw information has been contextualized by each department. Now, this each report of each department is good enough. If you talk about the reports, they are good enough to share to the sponsors, but we don't want to share one report to the like all the 10, 11, or 12 reports to the sponsor. We want to concise it. We want to work with a certain data that can be utilized and understand by the sponsor or by the managers or by the other experts. So what do? We take all the work performance information and convert into work performance report. This is the job of a project manager. He takes down the report, the entire information that is coming from every single department, like how many changes of scope, schedule, quality. He combines them and he generate one report that is called as work performance report. And then he shared that work performance report to all the departments according to the requirement, according to communication management plan. He shared the information required by each department, what your departments needed, what this department needed. So every department have their own individual needs, and the project manager here shares everything according to your each department range. What do you need? How do you need? So he shares it accordingly. So that is what I called as journey of work performance data. If journey of work performance data is clear, please put in the chat box that it is clear. Okay. The journey of work performance data is clear. Please put in the chat box. Yes, the word journey of work performance data is clear to you. If it is not clear, put in the chat box that something is not clear in this particular topic. Clear? Okay. Basit is saying clear. Okay, Basi is saying clear, clear. Okay, good. So now this is one of the job of the project manager. He's combining the information, contextualizing it, working it into the context. In addition to that, every department, just like the uh, work performance report, every department make their own plans. For stakeholder, we have stakeholder engagement plan, then communication plan, quality plan, risk plan, procurement plan, scope, schedule, cost. All team make their own plans. And we also make change management plan, configuration management plan, different kind of plans by each teams. And of course, scope baseline, cost baseline, and schedule baseline. And combining these three baseline, we called it combine all these three, we called as performance measurement baseline. All these plans go to the project manager. He combines them by discussing with the experts, by utilizing the organizational process assets, looking at the past, etc., utilizing the enterprise environmental factors, and of course, project management information system, the entire communication system into the project, and he make one comprehensive plan. And that plan is called as project management plan. Now, once this plan is made and it is sent for approval, the sponsor or the change control board will approve that plan. And once the plan is approved, especially if we talk about in the predictive dynamics, any work, anything that you want to do in this particular project has to be done according to project management plan, especially in the predictive life cycle. Anything that has to be done, it has to be done according to the project management plan. So you implement the project management plan and then you do execution. So If project management plan topic is clear, please put in the chat box that it is clear. Sir, work performance information is planned versus actual. Yes, when work performance data goes there to the every department uh, basically according to their plan, compare it and generate work performance information. So that is kind of a data we get from there. Okay, Basit Vihan saying, what is the purpose of a PMIS? PMIS is a project management information system. It is a entire communication process into the project in which how the communication will be conducted, which communication tool will be utilized. And PMIS is enterprise environmental factors. We are going to cover configuration management and change management system. Both of change management system and configuration management system are the subset of this project management information system. So guys, if everything is clear till project management plan and PMIS, please put yes, it is clear. If there's any confusion, please do ask. I would love to clarify your confusion. And if you haven't liked this video, please do like this video and share it in the social media. This is important that you like the video. Okay, so this is clear to you. Good to have you. Okay, Hamid, this is clear. PMP is clear. Project management plan, Sachin. Yeah. Okay, it's clear. Okay. Now we discussed the journey of deliverable. Today we are gonna discuss two, three flows of the projects, how we are gonna do. Journey of deliverable, a very important thing to understand how deliverables are made and how the deliverables are approved. Okay. Journey of deliverable. So we discussed this thing. If we take back a little bit, need assessment, we make business case, benefit management plan, we make project charter, and then we just made project management plan. Once the project management plan is approved, we start doing execution. As a result of execution, deliverables are generated. Okay. The first thing about the deliverable is it goes to quality control. At the quality control, we check according to quality management plan that deliverables are according to quality management plan or not. This is done internally. Team is doing that. This is done internally. Team is doing that. They are checking whether it is according to a plan or not. Of course, you have two possibility, yes or no. If it is according to the quality management plan, you get verified deliverable. You get verified deliverables. If it is not according to the plan, you raise a change request here. Change request can be for preventive action, corrective action, or mostly for defective. This verified deliverable goes to validate scope. Validate scope. Here basically client come. Here the client come and check the deliverable according to scope baseline. Here the client come and check the deliverable according to scope baseline. If they say it is not good, it goes to as a change request, preventive, corrective action, or defective way. If they approve, it become accepted deliverable, also known as validated deliverable. Accepted deliverable, also known as validated deliverable. So this is kind of a very important thing to understand and grasp, that when the quality team is approving the deliverable, that is basically called as a verified deliverable, and when the client is approving the deliverable, that is called as validated deliverable or accepted deliverable. So very important thing to do that. Now a critical point I want to add, 2 points actually I would say. One, this validate scope is equivalent to this validate scope is equivalent to sprint review. This validate scope is equivalent to sprint review. Both means the same thing. The client is checking the deliverable. In Agile, we called it as a sprint review. And if your project get cancelled, even if the client cancel the deliverable, you will always do validate scope to get approval of the deliverable, to get approval of the work that you have completed. It's an important point to understand. As soon as if the client says that we do not need your services anymore, we do not need your project, you need a payment for the work you have done, so you will do validate scope. Then this goes to closing, and that is basically journey of deliverable. So, guys, if journey of deliverable is clear, please put in the chat box. If it is not clear, also put in the chat box that I have this question from this particular topic. Ji, put in the chat box if it is clear or not. Still, we have only 19 likes. Guys, why you are not liking here? Please do like this video. Okay, Tamur, thank you. Jagar, thank you very much. Okay, and especially those people who will watch this video after this. Normally, we have almost 500 to 1,000 views of the journey of this. What to say, pathway videos. So do also like and comment if you have any question. For Agile, comparing the SP validate scope is equivalent to acceptance criteria. You can say that scope baseline is equal to acceptance criteria. Yes, you can say that. Yes. I explained Vinod before. Work performance data is the raw information, the exact data that come from all the team members. Okay, we have done this thing. We have these problem, these problem. That is a raw data that you get. It is work performance data. Whereas a work performance information is basically you compare with the plan and you see, okay, you generate something after comparing with the plan. It is more refined form as compared to data. So that is work performance information. I hope we know that is clear to you. If anyone has any question or confusion so far, they can ask now. Okay. So let's talk about a little bit more about now. Let's go into depth of the topics, trying to understand some of the most important and confusing change. Product versus project. Statement of work defined. No, Nitraj, statement of work does not. Once we have scope baseline, there is nothing about statement of work. So we can discuss this. I disagree with what you are saying. Product versus project. So you have a product life cycle. Now, product life cycle, if I go to journey of deliverable, it starts from the need assessment. Your product life cycle starts from the need assessment, from business case, benefit management plan, project charter, your entire project execution, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, closing, and operations. This entire thing is your product life cycle. How do you manage the entire product? This only this small portion, starting from the project charter, let's say starting from the project charter till here. Project charter comes under initiation. This is basically coming under project life cycle, product life cycle, and project life cycle. So this is an important thing to understand when we say what is project life cycle and when we say product life cycle. Both of these things have a different meaning when you're talking about both of these things. So we have project life cycle as well as we have product life cycle. Anything that deals with the changing in the product, the end deliverable, it is handled by configuration management plan. That includes version control, permanent changes into the deliverables, how the deliverable will be sustained, few things about operations, etc. etc. Anything that talks about the change here in the project, it is handled by change management plan. So configuration management plan and change management plan, two different plans we have. Configuration management plan has configuration management system, how the version controls will be handled, how the deliverables will be done, how the artifacts will be stored, maintained, things like that comes under configuration management plan. Whereas change management plan has how the change control board will be approve the changes, who can request the changes, how the changes will be approved, what level of authorities to give, how the tolerance will be managed, all about change. This is important you make the difference here about configuration management plan and about the change management plan. They are two different things. PMP is more about change management plan. Who is authorized to handle the change, who can handle the change, things like that. They are very critical and very important to understand from the context of the PMP. So configuration and change management plan are two different things and very important things. Hi Satya, good to have you. So change management and configuration management. Now comes a very important thing, how to handle change request in project. But before moving forward, if you have question, any question so far, please put answer. Any question by anyone? Okay, I guess no question. Change request in project. Now, this is a very important thing that we need to understand. How do you actually handle change request in your particular project? So I'm gonna give you a journey of change request that can help you to handle change into the change control. So first of all, we will talk about predictive. Predictive. Anyone want to raise a change request? The change request has to be in a change request form, change form, which means a change request has to be formal. It has to be written, formal written. The change form comes to the project manager. Anyone can raise the change request. Any stakeholder can raise the request. Any team member can raise the change request. Anyone can raise the change request. The change request come to the project manager. He do the, now this is two step. Step one, step number one. He check, is the change request necessary? Okay. Is it needed? And is it affecting the deliverable? If it is affecting the deliverable and it is needed, we will go to the next step. If it is not, we will give a rejection notice to the person who has raised it, and it is communicated to everyone. Now when we are giving a rejection notice, we need to justify it, why the change request was rejected. It's not like you can reject every single change request. You have to give a rejection notice reason. Step 2, project manager does the impact analysis of a change request. He checks how it is impacting scope, schedule, cost, quality, risk, procurement, customer satisfaction, things like that. He do a detailed impact analysis, and with his recommendation, he add his recommendation, he share it to the change control board. Any change request that is impacting scope based, any baselines, any plan, that change request is referred to the change control board as straight as I can get it. Any change request that is impacting any plan or any baseline is given to the change control board. Change control board review the impact analysis, review the project manager recommendation, and can either approve the change request or reject it. Now, if the change control board is rejecting, they also have to be rejection notice. They have to give why it was rejected. Why it was rejected. It's not like they can reject it without reason. So let's say change was approved. Project manager build the change and communicate to everyone that the change has been approved. Build the change, communicate the change. We implement that particular change and we rebalance the project to the previous things. We rebalance the project. This is kind of a journey of change request. Journey of change request. Now, what if change was requested by customer? If a change was requested by customer, then it directly comes to project manager and he does impact analysis. He does the impact analysis and go back to the customer and tell the customer, hey customer, these things will impacted by this change. Maybe schedule get increased, maybe you have to increase the cost, maybe other things can be impacted, maybe this can be impacted, maybe this can be impacted. So these things will be impacted by this change. Do you want to handle this change? Do you want us that we handle this particular change? If we need to have this change after the he says customer says yes, I still need that change, then that change goes to change control board. So that's an interesting thing to understand, that the change is handled differently for the customer. This is a very important thing to understand. How to handle change when it comes from change control board, how to handle change when it comes from anyone else, from the customer. Is it clear so far? Any question that you may have, how to handle a change request when it comes from anywhere? If you have question, please ask. Please put in the chat box it is clear or not, so that I can understand that it is clear to you. Please put in the chat box it is clear or not. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, okay, okay. Yes, yes. The PM does, however, tells the customer about delay. The PM tells them now officially. Normally, what happens? The customer have emailed them, and he replied them by email. Okay, the scope, schedule, cost, these thing has been increased because of this thing. So we communicate that thing back to them. Okay, thing. I hope that makes sense to you. Okay, what happen if the change is in the agile? What happens if the change is in the agile? If the change is in agile, there are two things that we need to understand. First, respond to the change even late in the project. So whenever a change is requested in the agile domain, we put the change directly into product back. The change goes to product owner. The change goes to product owner, and who can be called as an agile practitioner. Agile practitioner, you will see the word agile practitioner in PMP exam. Agile practitioner can be product owner, can be scrum master, can be development team. Anyone can be the agile practitioner. So change goes to the agile practitioner, product owner. He put the change into product backlog, and then discuss with the team, and change the reprioritize or groom the product backlog, high value, high risk. And if the change is high value, it goes to the next sprint. It goes to the next sprint. This is basically how you handle the change process. Okay. Any difference between the change control product or a service? We are talking about only project. Services is an operation. We don't talk about that. That's an operation. Okay. So product is a configuration management plan. We don't talk about that either. We only talk about project for you. So please be limited to the project that is important for PM. Okay, services, remember services is called mostly an operation. So if you get a question about services, that is an operation. Okay, the second case is that a change request comes and the customer says to add that change request in current sprint. Okay, the change request into a current sprint. Product owner will talk to the team members. They will talk to the team members, and if the change is very important, you can add something into the current sprint, but you have to maintain velocity. You will remove some items from the sprint. So that's an important thing to understand, how to handle change request in Agile. Okay. What of a change in Agile which has high value and is urgent? And, Caroline, I answered your question, I guess. I guess your question has been answered. In case no funding is available to support the change in cost baseline, then we will not do the change. Now, if there's no budget, we will not handle the change. This is very simple. No, if the customer says no, we don't want to give more money, so we will not handle the change. No? The customer says compress the schedule, but I am not going to give them money, so we will not handle the change. Simple as it is. So we discussed journey of change request in predictive as well as agile. We also discussed journey of change request in predictive with respect to the customer. I just explained that we can add if it is something very important, we remove something from that. Why didn't you get this thing that we will add to the current sprint? If the changes from the customer and that product can become obsolete, the change is very important. The product owner talk to the team and we remove something. If the team agrees, we remove something from the current sprint and we add that thing. Okay. So this is how you handle the change thing. Now these are the important things to understand in the project. Throughout the project, it is very important to what cancel. That is a question of agile topic. That's not a top question of this thing. If Carolyn, if you have any other questions that does not relate to this particular topic, so please wait at the end. Let me explain the entire thing, and then we will have a time. You can ask question about anything at all. But if the product has issues, still you have to pay them. If you want, if the product, you see that we need to see the question, Vihan, whatever the question is, we need to see the question. If it is fault from the team side, it's not from the customer side, then you need to manage. It's your defect. You have to the warranty, or you need to pay it from your pocket. Whose fault it is? We need to understand that thing in the question. Is it a problem from our side or from customer side? If the customer is adding something, want to add something and is not willing to give the money, we will not do, especially in predictive. That is straightforward. That is called as scope creep. We will not do that. So if it is our fault that we miss some requirement, we have to do it. Then customer is not asking, we miss something. So that is an important thing to understand. The problem came from which side. Okay. So we are talking about problem. So let's talk about risk versus issue. Risk is in future. Anything that may or may not happen. We identify before happening. We identify before happening. Issue is something that has happened. That has happened. Risk can be positive as well as it can be negative. Issue is always negative. There is no discussion into the issue. Issue is considered always as negative. So risk versus issue. Guys, this is a very critical thing to understand the difference between risk and issue. And if it is not clear, please do ask that this is not clear. Risk is about future, something may happen and you plan it before identifying. It is possible that something you did not identify, but at the end of the project, before happening, you identify it, that's still a risk. If you identify it before happening, you make a plan. If something happens and then you make a plan, that's a issue. So once you identify the issue, once issue is identified, mean issue has happened. Always the first step is put the issue into issue log. Step number one, put the issue into issue log. Step number two, do the root cause. Why issue was not identified in the first place? Why issue was not identified in the first place? Then, if in order to resolve the issue, if, if you need to raise a change request, raise a change request. If you need to raise a change request to solve an issue, you will raise a change request. If change request is approved, you implement it. You implement the change request. You update the issue log that the issue has been solved and communicate. Then you update the lesson learned register so that if such issues reoccur in the next projects, we know how to handle them. Now this is possible, some issues may occur before, then in that case the issue become risk that it may happen again. We have identified before happening, so that can be another important thing. And in the last step, the lesson learned becomes a part of lesson learned repository. Lesson learned repository. This is basically how you handle any particular issue into the project. If you have any question about so far how to handle the issue, please put in the chat box. If you have any question here, please ask in the chat. So this is, you can take a picture of this. This is a very important thing, how to handle a issue. Whenever a issue occur, and you follow this thing. Okay, the next thing is about lesson learned. This is the job of the project managers to share the lesson learned throughout the project. Lessons learned has to be scheduled proper. In Agile, we do sprint retrospective to get lesson learned. At the end of the project, we get Agile retrospective. In Predictive, we write down the lesson learned register. The lesson learned can be explicit lesson learns, like the lesson learns you can express in numbers, in pictures, things like that. And it can also be a tacit thing, something that you experience through that, your experience, how did you felt it throughout the process. Tacit lesson learn, explicit lesson learn, and tacit information. Both information has to be done. Lesson learn how the vendors were there, that can be a lesson learn. Lesson learns how you handle the conflict among the project. Lesson learn how you handle the emotional intelligence. Lesson learn how you handle the project, how you handle the risk. All the lesson learns must be scheduled, written into the lesson learn register. And at the end of the project, you share the lesson learn register with the team, with the according to communication management plan. And you put the lesson learn register into the lesson learn repository, which is a part of a organizational process asset. And they are available to the future project managers to refer to that, how to handle any particular projects. The last topic of this entire PMP is, of course, closing. I called it as a journey of closing. Step number one, the deliverable is accepted or rejected. It is both thing. The project is cancelled, both way, accepted or cancelled. You get approval from the sponsor to start close. This is very important. Some people say miss this step. You need to get an approval from the sponsor that we are going to start closing of the project. You start closing. Once the closing is done, deliverable are accepted, closing is done. You start writing lesson learned. You start writing final report. You start updating project documents. Once lesson learns are written, final report is written, what lesson you learned, what was happened. You do variance analysis in final report, how much you gain, how much you lose. You compare with the benefit management plan, did we get the benefits. We compare with the business case, we do a regression analysis, what could have done better, things like that. You update the project documents. Once project documents are updated, we archive the project documents. Lesson learns are written, we put the lesson learns to lesson learn repository. Final report is shown to the sponsor. Once sponsor approve it, we share it according to communication management plan. We share it according to communication management plan. We release the team. The team is released, and administrative closure will happen, and the project is closed. And that's it, guys. That is closing for you guys. Any question, confusion that you may have, you can ask now. Any confusion, question that you may have for the entire uh, integration or entire PMP, you can ask now. This is the time. After this, we will do 10 questions of PMP. Okay. What was the Carolyn question? What of change in agile which has high value? If it is, I answered your question already that if it is high value, then we put it directly into that sprint. We can't add in change. I answered it. What cause cancellation of sprint? Now there can be multiple causes depending from the project to project. If the project is obsolete, its deliverable are not useful anymore, you can cancel the sprint, things like that. Okay. Any other question, guys? If you have any question, uh, ask. Otherwise, put in the chat box. It is clear. Please put something in the chat box that it is clear, so that I know that it is clear to you guys. Put something in the box. This is clear. People at LinkedIn, LinkedIn, please put something in the box that it is clear. Okay, okay. All right, guys, let's do 10 questions of before that. Let me just go through the slides one time just to see that everything is done. Okay, project management plan, project configuration, change management, change control, journey of change request in Agile, issue log, change request, test knowledge. Yes, everything is done. Okay, so let's the questions. So I have 10 questions for you guys. A Basit is saying A project kickoff is okay. Let's see. What did the initial project manager most likely miss? You have just taken over a project in execution from another project manager. In your first week, you are unpleasantly surprised to receive emails from several stakeholders asking questions about the objective of the project as well as their roles and responsibility. You are also concerned about what appears to lack of commitment by the team. What did the initial project manager miss? We have B, we have A. Conducting the kickoff meeting. Yes, kickoff is one of the time when the project plan is ready. The team comes, you share with everyone. Okay, these are your responsibility. You need to do this particular thing. So yes, Sachin, the kickoff can be the answer. Resi would be clear about that. Okay, but yes, Resi can also be the answer. Creating a Resi matrix, I'll come to that. Identify the stakeholder team charter now. So basically, Resi matrix is responsibility, accountability, consult, inform. Who's responsible about particular thing? Who's accountable? Consult to inform. But this question particularly task about that they are not also cleared about the project objective. This is a very important keyword. They are not clear about the objective as well as their roles and responsibilities. So kickoff meeting is basically done to clarify what are the project objective or what are the key responsibility for every single individual. So that has been missed in this particular question. So your answer in this particular scenario will become A as the right answer. Analysis. What is the best course of action in this situation? You have just taken over a project which is in the process of project failure. The project has experienced numerous setbacks which have caused cost and schedule overrun. So cost is high, schedule is high. You want to ensure that any mistakes that were made in a project are not repeated to ensure improved performance for future project. So what has happened? This project did not happen good, and you identify okay some bad things has happened. So you don't do not want that this thing happen again. So what you will do? Stakeholder analysis has nothing to do with that. Okay, what answers we are getting? Perform technical performance analysis. Okay, D, B, C. Stakeholder analysis has to do nothing with that. Reserve analysis and nothing to do. Document analysis, analyzing at the document, reading each every document, lesson learned, final report, every single document can give you the insight how you can improve into that. Technical performance analysis is a tool that we use in procurement to see how much work is done and where the procurement is being done. Document analysis is a tool that basically we look at when we are looking the lesson plans to get in order to improve it. That's how basically we write the lesson plan. We make daily reports, weekly reports, monthly reports. We get together and check all the reports and to document analysis. Basically, we identify the lesson plans that should be put to analyze the future performance. I hope that makes sense to you. Okay, next. Project initiation is complete and the project manager is about to begin project planning. Okay. The company has completed similar project in the past. The project manager was not involved with those projects. The project manager has reviewed the project charter to gain a high level understanding of the project as a starting point for the project planning. What should the project manager do next? Consult with the project managers with similar project. Okay. Prepare for a project by performing the managed project. This comes later. Review the lesson learned register. Okay. Search the OPS for similar project. That is the best and straightforward answer that we look for the similar kind of project in the past and we work with them. So D is the straightforward as the right answer to this particular question. D is the answer. Okay. Next question, guys. Okay. So time's up. What would you do? You are working on the hybrid project. How do you handle change request in a hybrid project in a predictive way? In a predictive way. You are working on a hybrid project. Project is in execution stage. Customer has asked you to implement new change immediately. If it's not done, he will take out his money. It's a very interesting thing. Escalate to the sponsor, yes, that can become. But no, implement the change. It never comes under pressure. Project manager never comes under pressure. Do analysis and send it to CCD. That is the best way we can do. Refusal we cannot do. These two options are very good, A and C, but C is a better answer. No, Faryal, we will not escalate it to sponsor. As the change request journey says, we will do the analysis and then send it to change control board. He can refer it. No matter however important this, always remember never skip the process. For no one, never skip the process. You must always follow a particular process, whatever the process is. That raise the change request, the change request need to submit change request, follow the process. Yep. What should you do? Due to changing requirement, the funds have been exhausted. Without access to the management reserve, the project cannot be. What to do? Transfer directly. We cannot transfer. We don't have to escalate this issue. We cannot require the change. Follow the process. Simply raise the change request following the proper procedure, and that. Wow, I should appreciate you. You have made through 15 hours of this video. Very well done. Round of applause. I hope you have enjoyed this video, you have liked this video, and I'm sure this video will help you in clearing PMP exam. If you want any other information about PMP, feel free to contact me and I'll help you in becoming certified PMP.